Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely, lovely imps, biceps and bikinis, Uncle Gumball, socialist potato, gay fish, foul guy, a sugar glass, some scary guy from the Twitch chat, Psychopath Pax 360. From the YouTube chat, we have Here Be Rabbit, Frosty French Toast, Ivy Evans. We have Leah the Procrastinatrix. We have Jazz Dog. We have Misa Tanjay. We have Cherry in the chat. We have LR Sofin. And, of course, we've got Holic Master, Artemis Wind, Queen Laura. Anybody else in the Twitch chat? Nah, Twitch chat's quiet today. Everybody, how are you all doing? How are we all doing today? It is looking like it is going to be a quiet and slow stream so far, seeing as how, wait a minute, I forgot to do the announcement. That's why. Wait, that's why. I forgot to do the announcement to the server. Why do I do this to myself? How do I forget this shit? This is what I do. This is what happens to me. It's okay. We are live on the website. There we go. I also forgot my glasses, but that's because I don't know where I put them. Faun, do you know where my glasses are?
Absolutely not.
I have no idea. I think I put them. I think I know where they are. I think they're in the bedroom. I think I put them in the bedroom when I passed out last night. Dylan Burns went on Drunken Peasants. How'd it go? How'd it fucking go? Yeah, my glasses are kind of important in Pog. Look at this. Watch this, everybody. It's all the movement is coming back. It's all going great. It's getting better. I'm getting, the muscles are getting way stronger. So I can do all kinds of cool shit like this, like go. Stuff like that. It's kind of cool. Look at that. I didn't forget to say hi to the YouTube chat. We got Judas, Alpha Omega, Shay, Anna Lynn. Communism is good. I just added more. You were trying to train Akinator to recognize me. He had like 3 full runs where it kept guessing any other streamer. God damn it. It's all right. Akinator will get me eventually. I'll be in the Akinator. You'll see. You'll see. Akinator will understand in time. Even Akinator will be brought to heel. We have a lot of stuff to talk about today. But we were originally going to talk with TJ, the amazing atheist, today, but TJ had to reschedule until Monday. So today is going to be a bit of a wild card. We're going to have we're going to talk about this Alec Baldwin situation because it's actually pretty egregious. You want me to react to Tim Pool freaking out about Biden holding his arms at an angle? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. We got a lot of stuff to do. Vaush destroyed a DGGer in the debate. Yeah, I was watching some of that, and it was pretty interesting. Actually, I felt like it was going to be silly from the get-go because sock dems are a little bit silly people who tend to have. It's funny. Sock dems like to tell everyone that they have like the most pragmatic approach to the world, and yet their answers are always the most magical thinking thing you can imagine. Well, if we just immediately stopped doing trade with every nation that employs slave labor tomorrow, we would only take a 3 to 8% hit to our GDP overnight, which would result in an immediate revolution, just so you know. So that guy is like, it's funny, he's like a sock dem reformist type, but in reality, the truth is that's the most accelerationist position you could ever imagine. Which, hey, all right. Did Alec Baldwin kill someone? Yes, he did. Yes, he actually did. He killed not just like some random bystander. He shot the director of photography. He killed the director of photography. Like, the person who was running the camera. It's wild. Yeah. And the initial reports were just like, oh, somebody was shot. Like she wasn't literally the director of photography. I don't think it was his fault. We're going to get into that. Because here's an interesting thing, everybody. First of all, like the stream. We have 62 viewers and only 38 likes. Please like the stream. I would really like to get some people in here. I hate to have Friday stream be boring or whatever. You know. By the way, thank you, Jade Gotato. And thank you very much to Aztec 99 with the tier 2 sub. Finally caught a stream live. I've missed it here. Sadly, work starts at 3, but I've enjoyed watching after. Hope stream enjoyed the arrangement. They love your arrangement. They loved it. Did I see Zan's tweet? What was Zan's tweet? No, I didn't. Somebody send me it. Where was the prop manager? We're going to get into all of that. Here's the fun fact. Some of you may not know. Well, I think right now we got like the hardcore imps who are all here right now. All I'm saying is all I'm saying is that as somebody who went to film school, let me tell you, a gun misfire on set is fucking not a good thing. That is not a good thing to happen. That is a big, big, big fuck up. Actually, Jazz Dog, I didn't. Why need a gun on set? Well, as it turns out, people want to make realistic movies. Now, what you will normally have on set is a person who is completely usually you will have a union trained what's the term for them? I'm forgetting the actual term. I'm trying to remember what the term is called for that. It's not the prop manager. There is usually somebody who there's a specific name for it that I can't remember off the top of my head right now. Yeah, an armorer, I think is what it's called, or something, or or weapons master. Yeah, weapons master. A weapons master, an armorer, sometimes called, weapons wrangler, stuff like that. And they are a specialized person. There are a lot of people who do this, by the way. Most of them are union members. But as we're going to find out very soon that some real shit was going down on this set. Because, just so you know, as is usually the case with film sets where bad things happen, where bad injuries happen, there is almost always a labor conflict going on. Yep, there's almost always a labor conflict going on. Can't they develop a prop that makes it look realistic while not allowing for accidents? Yes, they can, and they have. But the problem is that you still, because of the way firearms work, Vaush actually was just talking about this on his stream. He was showing a video, and maybe I'll crib from him today, and we'll watch some of the stuff that he was watching. Because if anybody's ever like handled a firearm or even fake firearms, there is still damage that can occur even with blanks, because the reality is you are still having a mechanical device whose purpose is to have a detonation of gunpowder, which releases, gas and particles in a certain direction. And while prop guns are designed to not ever fire anything out the front, it can still misfire. And most prop guns, the thing is that the prop gun is usually basically a real gun that is loaded with prop ammunition. Okay? Prop ammunition. We don't have a gun emote. I didn't need any more help demonetizing the channel. Yeah, so we're going to talk about this a little bit more. Yeah, Brendan Lee was killed by a blank from a prop gun on the set of The Crow. Also, wasn't it, was it, hold on. Wasn't it, hold on, there was somebody else too. Wait, let's see here. Oh, it was Brandon Lee. Okay, it was Brandon Lee who I'm thinking of. Yes, Brandon Lee is the one who I was thinking of. Yeah, Brandon Lee was another situation, by the way, where, okay, so I guess we can just get right into it. We've got, it looks like we're going to have, yeah, Bruce Lee's son. Yep, it looks like we're going to have like a smaller day today. That's all right. Let's chill. Let's talk about this a little bit, okay? So first of all, let's jump right into the actual story itself, okay? Let's talk about like what actually happened, and then I'll go back and we'll talk about a couple of different things involved. So first of all, this is the latest story that I've been able to find on it. This seems to be the most recently updated. It was updated earlier today. There might be other stories, but this one seems to be doing a pretty good job. This is a film journal right here. This is a article that is titled Alec Baldwin Rust Camera Crew Walked Off the Set in Protest Before the Fatal Shooting. So, yeah, that's already a bit of a shock, isn't it? Off the top, that just to find out that, oh shit, the entire camera crew had walked off the set in protest before the shooting happened. I feel bad for him. Well, yeah, but hold on a second, okay? Hold on a second. Hours before actor Alec Baldwin fatally shot a cinematographer on the New Mexico set of Rust with a prop gun, a half dozen camera crew workers walked off the set to protest the working conditions. The camera operators and their assistants were frustrated by the conditions surrounding the low-budget film, including complaints of long hours and issues getting their paychecks, according to 3 people familiar with the matter who were not authorized to publicly comment. The camera crew showed up for work as expected at 6:30 a.m. on Thursday and began gathering up their gear and personal belongings to leave, one knowledgeable crew member told the Los Angeles Times. Labor trouble had been brewing for days on the dusty set at the Bonanza Creek Ranch near Santa Fe. Now, for those of you who are like, what the fuck, New Mexico? Well, listen, New Mexico is one of the states where a lot of filming occurs because, as it turns out, there are massive tax breaks in New Mexico for film crews. So Santa Fe, New Mexico specifically is a hotbed for film. Yeah, massive tax breaks, massive tax breaks. Same thing. There were basically 3 big states right now. Well, they've been the big 3 for a while. The big tax breaks are in Florida, New Mexico, and New York. That's where the big tax breaks are for film. Of course, California is kind of the hotbed of production, but not for actually filming them. It's actually favorable to go somewhere else. Yeah, Breaking Bad was filmed in Santa Fe, a lot of it in Santa Fe. So let's continue. After filming began, the crews were told they would instead be required to make a 50-mile drive from Albuquerque each day rather than being covered to stay overnight in nearby Santa Fe. See, this is a budget savings right here. This is because of budget. The cinematographer who was accidentally killed, Helena Hutchins, had been advocating for safer conditions for her team, said one crew member who was on the set. As the camera crew, members of the International Alliance of the Theatrical Stage Employees spent about an hour assembling their gear at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, several non-union crew members showed up to replace them, the knowledgeable person said. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. The scabs showed up. Uh-oh. Now things are getting very weird, aren't they? You haven't heard much about this, have you? Yeah, you haven't heard about that. This is why you watch Demon Mama. Yeah, you haven't heard about the fucking scabs, have you? Have you? A member of the producer staff then ordered the union members to leave the set. She said if they didn't leave, the producers would call security to remove them. Now, we're going to take a second here, just for one moment, okay? We're going to take a moment, and I want you to talk about, I just want us to try to put ourselves in the shoes of the people who've been working on that project. Before we do that, like the stream. We have 89 viewers, but only 68 likes, so press that like if you want to actually hear what I have to say about this, because, you know, this is still my job. I do this for free, so we got to get those likes. Get on in there, get those motherfucking likes. Let's get some people in here. Get some motherfuckers in here. Anyway, let's continue talking about it, okay? We're going to learn a couple of things about film, okay? Film is a ridiculously difficult industry to work in, okay? It's very, very hard. There was a, let me see if I can actually find this particular thing that I was talking about. Hold on, let's see if I can find this thing. Yeah, here we go. This is a quote about the music business by Hunter S. Thompson. But when I went to my first film, like actual working with film class, which was taught by literally the most veteran filmmaker. What? the fuck? I bumped my camera. Literally the most veteran filmmaker that I've ever met in my entire life. A guy who is credited on basically every single Kodak test film that has ever been shot. This guy is a genius and a master of his class. A master in his class. Like, unironically, this guy's amazing. He gave us this quote. The music, he said, the film business is a cruel and shallow money trench, a long plastic hallway where thieves and pimps run free and good men die like dogs. There's also a negative side. This was given out, this was a quote that was given out on a piece of paper to every single member of that class. I'm not kidding you. He was like, I want you all to understand what you're getting yourselves into, because you can still change majors now if you want to, but film is horrible. It's terrible. It's backbreaking. You will work your ass off and you might not see anything for it. So just be aware of that. And the reality is, he's right. He's fucking right. The amount of work that I did in the short amount of time, the 2 years that I was actually in the film industry, most of it was for no pay whatsoever, and it was backbreaking. I'm saying I didn't get paid at all from the get-go for standing in the hot sun in a pit with a camera for 8 hours a day, multiple days a week, no pay. That was an internship position. Just saying. And that was considered regular. That's normal. Very normal. Very, very normal for the film industry. So, there's a lot of issues, a lot of labor issues, and there always have been in the film industry. One of the things that is particularly dangerous in the film industry is special effects and stunts. We all know, we've seen all the movies where the crazy stunts happen and the cool fight scenes and the explosions. And there's some films that do all CGI because it's slightly safer, although ridiculous, requires literal slave labor. Let's not get into that. The reality is that to make a movie happen, you have to do a lot of bold and sometimes dangerous things. But the interesting thing about that is that as most things under capitalism, the film industry has been structured such that all of the possible risk is pushed usually onto the employees. So employees have formed unions and guilds in response. But the problem is, there are ways around working with unions, and those things have costs. When an actor says, I do my own stunts, I don't think of them as impressive. I think of them as taking a job away from a stuntman or woman. That's fair. Also, although there are some people who prefer to do their own stunts because they're literally talented. Think like Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan is somebody who's injured himself many, many times on sets because he is sort of uniquely equipped to do stunts that other people can't. He is both a skilled actor and a stuntman, but that is a very rare occurrence. Most of the time, it's bravado. Now, in that same film class where I got this quote from that I just gave to you, that I just mentioned to you, I was also taught one thing, which is that if a gun goes off, do you know whose fault it is? Do you know whose fault it is if a gun goes off and hurts somebody on a set? The producers. No, it is not the person holding it. It is not the director. It is the producer. It is the producer's fault. And the reason why it is the producer's fault, not the armorer, because the armorer will never make that mistake. That you will never, a professional armorer will never make that mistake. It is, you have to completely fuck up. You have to be a failure. And you want to know what's interesting? Do you want to know what the example was that we talked about? The death of Brandon Lee. That's what we talked about, because interestingly, they also did not have a devoted armorer in that project. So, yeah, they fucked up bad. And the reason, and here's the thing. If you are producing a film in which it is required for you to have to use firearms. It is either your responsibility to responsibly ensure those firearms will be used safely, or to find an alternative to use totally fake guns and CGI in the special effects, which looks like shit. But as we now know, on this particular project, a huge amount of the crew stepped off. And it appears that they didn't have a devoted armorer at all. Now, we might find out more information. We may find out that the armorer was one of the ones that stepped off. We may find out that they had an armorer who was stressed out or tired or whatever. But as far as we can tell, it looks like they were just freeballing it. And the fact that they were making their entire crew drive an extra hour at 5:30 in the morning every single day is unbelievably cheap. This is a film with fucking Alec Baldwin in it. There is... Uh-oh. Is Alec the producer on this film? Does anybody got a link on that? Uh-oh. He's the producer, isn't he? And what did we say? Whose fault is it if a gun goes off? Yeah. Huh. But who paid the price, by the way? Who paid the price? Who died? Not Alec Baldwin. It was his extremely talented director of photography, who also was conveniently advocating for better labor conditions on the set. Huh. Wow. That's very weird, isn't it? Very, very weird. Now, I'm not saying that this was done intentionally. I have no evidence of that whatsoever. But it is a wild coincidence, isn't it? That is a wild, wild coincidence. But also, it's still his fault anyway. Because this is producers are in a position, specifically, to determine the labor conditions on their set. An influential Hollywood producer like Alec Baldwin is so responsible for the situation on any set. There is no way to defer this to anyone else. Especially considering that you would be using actual fucking blanks on a set with a staff that has already made it clear that they are exhausted and tired and that are driving every morning for an hour before they even showed up on set. This is such a disaster. This is a disaster in so many ways that it's hard for me to even explain how fucked this is. You have to fuck up so bad for a gun to kill somebody on a set. It doesn't happen frequently for a fucking reason. Because usually you have somebody whose entire job is to sit there and watch that gun every second of every single day that gun is on set. That is why you have a union armorer. That is why you have a qualified armorer on set. Because guns, as it turns out, are fucking killing machines. And when we are using them to make a movie, to make a piece of art, to make a thing to be consumed, you need to have an armorer there. You need to spend the money so that people don't get killed with the killing machine that you want to use as a toy. Guns aren't toys. Acelaces has confirmed that there was no prop master that day. Do you know how insane that is? Do you know Local 44 has confirmed that the props, set decoration, special effects, and construction departments were staffed by New Mexico local crew members, aka scabs. There were no Local 44 members on the call sheet. Holy fuck. That is bad. That is very, very bad. This is a fuck up of unbelievable proportions. And you know what's funny? As somebody who's literally worked in the film industry, who's literally worked with fucking explosives on sets, who's had to work with prop masters, who's had to be a producer on small film projects, who went to film school, who met a lot of these people. Guess what, guys? I've been out to New Mexico at the location they were probably shooting at. I don't know about the specific location, but they were probably in cooperation with the College of Santa Fe, which is one of the main places that they source talent from. I've been there. So let me just tell you, this is fucked. The idea that you would even have guns on set without a prop master present is an absurd level of arrogance and negligence, the likes of which are hard to even communicate. I don't even know how you're going to be able to wiggle your way out of this. I mean, of course, producers always find a way out because money talks in America. So I'm sure Alec Baldwin will find somebody else to pin the blame on. But I just want you to pay attention to what happened here. Is that even if we say it's not Alec Baldwin's fault, let's just pretend that nothing, he was just a poor, innocent dude. He was just, doing his job that day. He was the producer, but today he was an actor. Let's pretend that. Okay? Let's pretend that's the case. What happened is that a bunch of union workers who were already being overworked protested showing up, and because of budget or producer pressure, they decided to go forward, and the person who was in charge of the camera department, the person who was pushing for better labor standards, is dead. A talented director of photography is now dead for some shitty, low-budget Alec Baldwin fuck-ass film. Whose fucking call was it to shoot without a prop master? The producer. That's the producer's call. Producers on sets have the definitive power to end a shoot if the circumstances of the shoot aren't there. If they can't get the crew, that's the producer. If they can't get the safety people, if they can't get the supplies, that's the producer. That is literally what the producer's job is. The producer's job is to produce. It is to put together all of the pieces necessary to make the shoots happen. And I think it's just poetic, a horrible, dark, poetic irony that it was Alec Baldwin that both pulled the trigger and also set up the conditions for this to go wrong. So horribly, bloodily wrong. There's already entries in his Wikipedia article. Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. Literally boss taking the wheel bullshit. Yes, it is. Oh, the union. Oh, those pesky union members are not showing up on time. Oh, those pesky union members, who cares? Fuck them. We'll get local people who know nothing about the project we're working on. And also, just think about that. Think about what it must feel like to be one of the people who's been for allegedly weeks of this project, showing up early, working long hours, not actually getting their paychecks at all, which is a huge labor violation to begin with. But on top of that, to then just be dismissed for a bunch of immediately non-union local talent so that they can make sure they meet their production schedule, because that's what that is. If you have to delay a set, that's a if you have to delay a shoot, that's a producer problem. That's a producer problem. Producers are the ones who set out the shooting schedule. They're the ones who budget the shit. So now we have a massive labor disaster, and we see the direct the direct outcome of what happens when you ignore labor conditions on set. Grime Dango says, as somebody who just watched the new Dune last night, y'all just stop making movies until the pandemic over. This shit's a mess. Oh boy. I want to watch that movie tonight. I was supposed to watch it last night, but I literally passed out. I was so tired. Oh my God. Well, I'll make sure I'm stoned out of my mind tonight. Or drunk, one of the two. What is Dune? Dune is one of the most famous sci-fi series of all time. I'm leaving me at some point. You're leaving me at one point to watch Dune. That's okay. Enjoy your Dune. Enjoy your Dune. Doob. Of course it can't. Of course it can't. Hey, Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Deeply appreciate that. 7 months. Thank you so much for supporting me for 7 months with the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit, Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much. You are literally making sure I can pay my bills this month. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Azazel Bedazzle, you're amazing, and thank you. I wonder if they'll adapt the sequel books with the psychic dominatrixes. Guys, Dune is horny. I don't know if you knew this, but Dune is really horny. If you want to read a book that's really horny, you should read Dune. Dune is insanely horny. Just so you all know. Go read it and enjoy it. People who are acting like Dune is some big profound thing I think are dunces and need their heads checked, if I may be a film person for a second. Oh, you mean this Dune or the Dune books? Because I think the Dune books are pretty fucking cool. Have I seen this video criticizing Vaush on his land back takes? No. Do we want to react to that? I'll react to that. I watched a video about Vaush's land back takes, but we'll talk about that in a minute. I want to finish this little segment, okay? Okay? I want to finish this segment. By the way, 134 viewers, only 96 likes. Please hit me with those likes. This Friday is the slowest Friday we've had in literal weeks, so let's get those numbers up there. I'm gonna need those likes, you know? I'm a hard-working demon, okay? Please. 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 I love the David Lynch film. I watched the David Lynch film when I was a kid, and it scared me shitless. It made me go slightly insane, and therefore I will always like the David Lynch film, even though it has some weird stuff in it. Yo, Brim, thank you so much for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Uh-oh. Ooh, uh-oh. Like the stream, you cowards. Yes, thank you. That's what I like to see. Now, remember, originally I had a long conversation planned for today, but instead we're going to do random stuff today. I wanted to talk about this whole film situation because it's something I have experience with, but we're going to do some other random stuff after this. So I guess I'll react to this Vaush quote-unquote takedown because I reacted to the original conversation. I want to see what somebody else's likes or opinions are. But let me finish this, okay? Let me just wrap off this segment about Alec Baldwin. What we have seen right here is exactly what happens when you neglect labor conditions on a film project, which is that people get hurt and people die. It's not just about just the cash, although that's very important, seeing as how you need cash to survive in a fucking capitalist country, obviously. But what we can see going on here is that when you neglect labor conditions, you are ejecting talent off the scene and you are endangering directly the people who are most involved in the production. Now, it's kind of wild to me that it was actually the director of photography who got hit, because usually directors of photography are like, they will stand back and they'll be taking notes and stuff, and they'll have a assistant camera, also known as an AC, or a assistant director of photography who actually operates the camera. But what it sounds like is that, well, there wasn't anybody on set. So they were rushing this, and they decided to fling around firearms while rushing it. Make no mistake, this is the fault of those who made the calls. And it appears that those who made the calls were indeed the same person who pulled the trigger on the gun that killed the director of photography, Helena Hutchins. That is just sickening and horrific and worthy of denouncement in every single direction you can possibly imagine. Just so disgusting. Why they get smoke for? What? It's so silly that we have to have conversations like this in 2021, in the age where CGI artists are already crushed under the heel in order to save money on practical effects. For those of you who don't know, practical effects means when you make the effect actually on the set. A practical effect is something that's done with makeup, lighting, you know, fireworks, whatever. That's what a practical effect is. And the funny thing is, practical effects are expensive because you usually need people with talent. It's not that CGI doesn't take talent, but the thing is with CGI, the way that things are structured right now, CGI can be outsourced to giant firms of a bunch of people at computers, and they'll just say, oh, whatever. But if you want to do practical effects, those have to be done physically on the set or on another set, and they have to be done by people who know how to build those practical effects, which means they're expensive, which means in this current era of wanting to make big money blockbusters for as cheap as possible, the producers like to cut some corners. And when we, as in general, meaning society, meaning workers, when we let producers cut corners, people die. So you can have a fucking new DVD to throw in the bottom of a, you know, fucking bargain bin at Walmart. Yeah, well, of course, practical effects tend to age better than non-practical effects because they're an actual thing. You're capturing an actual action on screen. The Thing used practical effects, and that film looks fucking fantastic. Anyway, don't let anybody tell you that this isn't the fault of the production team, because not having a prop master, let alone a devoted armorer on set while using firearms, is a colossal bozo move. It is an idiot move that can only be attributed to neglect and malice. That is it. That is it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. There are entire lists of incredibly talented people who've spent their lives, who spend every morning before set making sure that they have checked everything. But producers want to make a quick buck. And so we end up with another talented person dead. Another life ended for no reason other than money. Fucking money. Why is Alex saying he's working with the police to find out whose fault it is? He's not aware it's his own fault because it's pretty sick to do PR over this. Oh, that's because that's what they always do. The film industry always does this. I didn't see the Ruby Rose Batwoman. I heard about it, but I haven't had time to read on it. Yeah, mistakes were made. No, you chose to not have a prop master on set. Never, ever let these people get off the hook with this kind of shit. Because they will, by the law. Of course they will. They'll find a lawyer team to exonerate them 99% of the time. But we don't have to. We can remember this shit and never support these projects ever again. And we can learn to, on every fucking occasion, never take the line of the producers. Ever. Ever. Hi, Ziggy Richards' mom. She said it's absolutely fucked up and that the world lost an amazing woman. Yeah. An incredibly talented woman at the peak of her career just got shot because Alec Baldwin was too cheap, literally too cheap to hire the baseline. The baseline. He wouldn't even just keep a prop master on set, let alone a devoted armorer or gunsmith or a gun wrangler, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. It's sad. It's depressing. It's sickening. And it does speak to the state of entertainment in this country. No, that's not new info. That's been out all of today. Somniostatic, I don't know if you caught this on the other stream that you were watching. It wasn't just hiring Alec as the producer. So I'll just go through this again real quick. Hold on a second. I'll go through this real quick. So multiple things were going on this set. First of all, there were already union labor complaints leading up to this shoot that was today when this happened. So the union had decided to withdraw. They said we are not going to show up if you keep making us work in these conditions. There were 3 major complaints. 1, they were being forced to do overtime, which is exhausting. 2, they were being forced to drive an hour instead of being given a hotel near the shooting site, which is cost cutting, just so we know, just so that we're clear. And 3, instead of rescheduling the shoot, they instead opted to hire scabs for a huge chunk of the team. And the union confirmed there was no prop master, no union-approved prop master on set. So if there was a prop master on set today, that means that they hired that prop master that day. A prop master who was not familiar with the set, who was not familiar with any of the equipment using on the set, and was just coming in. And that is a production decision. And this was something I was taught in film school, which is that if there is a gun malfunction on a set, that is the fault of the producers, because the producers were not willing to have the talent necessary. That there should never be first of all, I know how guns work. It is a colossal fuck up to have a live round be put in a prop gun. That is a disaster. You have to be monumentally stupid. There has to be multiple failures in the safety process. And secondly, that any producer who's willing to shoot without a prop master on site is a deranged, evil person. We got a response from Alec himself. Let's take a look at what Alec Baldwin has to say for himself, or his fucking social media manager. There are no words to convey my shock and sadness regarding the tragic accident that took the life of Helena Hutchins, a wife, mother, and deeply admired colleague of ours. I'm fully cooperating with the police investigation to address how this tragedy occurred. That's it? That's all he's got? Did he just do this now? No, he just left 1. There's no 2. Where's the 2? Boomer. I am in touch with her husband, offering my support to him and his family. My heart is broken for her husband, their son, and all who knew and loved Helena. Oh my God. Oh my motherfucking God. Oh, here we go. Wait a second. We've got a post from the union. This is from the IA members, okay? The entire camera crew walked off that morning for that exact reason. Last night, we each wrote resignation letters. We cited everything from lack of payment for 3 weeks of work, taking our hotels away despite them asking for them in our original agreement, lack of COVID safety, Andy on top of that, and on top of that, poor gun safety, poor on-set safety, period. Wait, if they mention specifically gun safety in their letters, this whole production is fucked, just so we know. We wrote about this exact issue last night and walked this morning because of it. That's not in any of the papers yet. They brought in 4 non-union guys to replace us and tried calling the cops on us. The only people that stayed were Helena, the director of photography, and Reed, the Steadicam operator. She had a kid, man. I can't believe it. Holy shit. Holy shit. Yep, here's more information on it. This is the one that we read earlier. Hours before actor Alec Baldwin fatally shot a cinematographer on the New Mexico set of Rust with a prop gun, a half-dozen camera crew workers walked off the set to protest the working conditions. Yep, this is the confirmation of exactly what, yeah, this is the article we were reading earlier. This is the same article. The cinematographer who was accidentally killed, Helena Hutchins, had been advocating for safer conditions for her team, said one crew member who was on the set and was tearful when the camera crew left. She said, I feel like I'm losing my best friends. That's what Helena said before she got shot. Corners were being cut. The shooting occurred 6 hours after the Union crew left. Just fucked. Hold on. A source close to the Union said Local 44 does not know what projectile was in the gun, and they clarified that live is an industry term that refers to a gun being loaded with some material such as a blank. Bonanza Creek Ranch has been a popular filming location for more than 60 years. That's not important. One of the financiers for Rust is Santa Monica-based lender Bondit Media Capital. This company has primarily financed low-budget movies, including the Bruce Willis action film Hard Kill, the Charlotte Kirk horror flick The Reckoning, and the upcoming Robert De Niro film Wash Me in the River. Bondit was particularly active during COVID-19. Huh. 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 Yep. Fucking finance capital. Oh, I just read that one, Sugar Glass. I was wondering if this is stuff that can also be reported to OSHA and the NLRB to investigate and maybe label someone as being at fault. More investigations happening may make it very difficult for Baldwin to have plausible deniability. Oh, I'm sure if it's possible for OSHA and NLRB to be involved that they will, but I don't believe that film sets are covered by OSHA specifically. They might be. Oh, wait. For real? This is Fox News, but... Oh my god. His family is leaving to the Hamptons. Oh my god. According to Fox News, his family was packing up. Look, Fox News isn't reliable, but they might be able to report on this. Fox News isn't generally reliable, but an article reporting on entertainment news might be fine. God damn. That's wild. All right, everybody. That's all that I have to say. There's not much more I can actually say about this, this particular topic. I'll talk about that in just a second, Somniostatic. I'm going to wrap this up. There's not much more I can say about this. Never let the people whose job it is to run the set get away with shrugging their shoulders of blame. The producers decide who comes on and off set. The producers are the ones who called the cops. The producers are the one who decided to push forward the shooting that resulted in a death. And that's where we at. Did you see that old Baldwin tweet? Yeah, although that's a little different. Not the director. No, guys. Okay, let me explain some things. Okay, let me explain what things do, okay? Hold on. Let me explain some things for you. Real quick, okay? Hold on. We're going to do a little quick draw stream here. We're going to do a little quick draw stream together because I need to teach you guys some stuff about film that you don't know that I do know, okay? Okay? Hold on. We're going to talk about what each one does. We're going to do a little quick draw stream. I thought we were at the end of the segment, but I do want to just explain this so that you people can be more educated on film. Okay? Watch this, okay? So, the director. Everybody likes to talk about directors because everybody goes, "Oh, director. That's fancy and whatever," and everybody knows the word director. Director. What does a director do? Okay? A director is somebody who oversees the artistic vision Wait, hold on. And they oversee the like takes. They get to determine if another take is needed. So like they can say, nope, we need to do another take of that. So they control takes, and they are also in charge of actors. So they coach actors. This is what a director does. The director essentially takes a script and they say, how do I turn this script into a vision? How do I turn this into an actual thing that can be seen? So they are, a director is somebody who is going to be working with the script supervisor. They're going to be working with the actors. They're going to be working to make sure that the props department has what they need. So they're like, hey, props department, we need a bunch of axes and orc makeup. That's what we need. We need orcs. We need lots and lots of orcs. The orcs are going to be over here, and then we're going to have the actors come in over here, and then this is what needs to happen. They're choreographers. They obviously they work with choreographers, but yes, they're the ones who make the artistic portion happen. A producer, which we will color them green because that makes sense, which we'll do over here, okay? Whoop. This is the producer. What they do is they handle money. Logistics. Okay? Which means like crew, location, etc. That sort of stuff. Where did chat go? Ooh, oops. Sorry, I had chat turned off. Okay, sorry about that. And then producers also determine start and end times of shoots. And they handle, producers will usually handle things like staffing, food, and safety. Wow! That's one of the big things they're supposed to do, is safety. That is a huge... A director is not supposed to be thinking about safety. Yes, it's actually called craft services. It's its own department. It's called craft services. This is what food is on a movie set. Now, a director has to figure this part out. They have to figure out the artistic vision. They have to figure out all the nitty-gritty of where the actors are supposed to be, what everything, you know, do we need a castle to be here, all that sort of stuff. That they do the creative stuff. Directors are, and people always talk about directors because it's like, oh, this film was directed by whoever. Well, that's because, you know, what it's supposed, you know, the whole thing is that the direction is what actually makes the vision happen. Directors aren't supposed to be sitting there thinking about, you know, oh, does everybody have food? Unless they're a director / producer, which is a position that some people take. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Just shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter. I said I went to, you said you went to film school or something similar for a time. Yes, I went to film school for 3 years. I didn't graduate because I didn't have the money to graduate, but I went to film school for 3 years, and I worked in the film industry for 2 years. I've made a number of I have my name on the credits of multiple small films, including ones that ended up being printed on DVD by like legitimate production houses. Yes, that was what I did in my early 20s before I went into sales. I used to work in film. That was my aspiration, was to become a director. And I also worked as a producer on very small film projects, which, you know, yeah. Literally, what haven't you done? A lot of things. I've never worked in a factory. I've never, well, I have worked a little bit in agriculture. I have never worked at a zoo. Yeah, so I've just done a lot of jobs. Have I done law? No, I haven't done law. Not really. I haven't done programming. I'm bad at programming. Have I ever been to Boston in the fall? I have been to Boston in the fall. I have. It's beautiful. Okay. So now, real quick quiz. Okay, we're going to do a quick quiz to make sure you were all listening. Okay, here we go. Here's the quiz. Here's the quiz. You better all get this correct. Yeah, look at that. Nobody's getting it wrong. That means everybody was paying attention. Pack the cat and they have a yad. Few minutes behind, but the director-producer split sounds a lot like the differences between an architect and an engineer. Architects draw up the client's request and engineers make sure that hypothetically it doesn't fall down catastrophically. Correct, correct. Yes. No, it's okay. People were goofing around at the very end. The 4s failed the class. There's no such thing as a safety manager. That's made up. Now, you might have someone appointed to that position if you're a producer, but now we know they didn't do that. That they didn't do that at all. That's a bit weird, isn't it? So, yeah. Bit odd, huh? Yeah, bit strange. A bit weird, if you ask me. It's 700 layers more fucked than you thought? Yes, it is. When I saw the news this morning that somebody got shot on a set, I was like, oh, fuck. It's not common. Guys, this is not something that happens frequently at all. At all. This doesn't happen like fucking ever. Gun misfires on like Hollywood production sets never fucking happens. It's like a huge deal when it happens because it's so fucking stupid. Because it's so ridiculous. You're supposed to have somebody who fucking checks the gun between every single take. They take the gun from the actor. They check everything. It's ridiculous. They're very, very meticulous because this should never happen. Anyway. Yeah, the last time I heard of something like this happening, Bruce Lee's son, Brandon Lee, died in the movie The Crow. Yes. Is that the same for, like, musical? Did Spider-Man the musical just have a really shit producer? Or is that because all shows are live in a musical a little different? I'm like, wait, was there a death on the Spider-Man musical? What the fuck? Oh, no, somebody fell. Somebody fell there. Somebody got shot? I don't see it. I see somebody fell 30 feet. I don't see anybody getting shot. That's bad. Wait. Okay, so there are varying degrees. Like, there are varying degrees of things that can go wrong. Stunts go wrong relatively frequently, unfortunately, because there's lots that can go wrong with certain stunts. If there's a lot of injuries, something's definitely wrong. But a gun going off, this is like... It is so ridiculously, it is so, I don't know what else to put it. It's like, hold on, I know what I can show you. Hold on. Let me show you what the equivalent is, okay? This is what an equivalent understanding is, and then we'll wrap out this segment and we'll talk about the other things. Here we go. Anybody seen this? Oh, this is such a long clip. Hold on. Here we go. You're gonna know this clip immediately. Oh, god damn it. Fuck, it's too long. Hold on, I'll try and find it here. Give me a second. Wait, let me find the exact moment. Here we go. It's right here. This is a moment from The Simpsons. We're gonna watch it for 2 seconds. Ready?
I'm peeing on the seat. Give me a raise. Now I'm returning to work without washing my hands. But it doesn't matter because I'm Homer Simpson. I don't need to do my work because someone else will do it for me.
You're seeing where this is going, right?
Do.
Hey, you okay, Grimy?
I'm better than okay. I'm Homer Simpson.
You wish.
Oh, hi, Mr. Burns. I'm the worst worker in the world. Time to go home to my mansion and eat my lobster. What's this? Extremely high voltage. Well, I don't need safety gloves because I'm Homer Simpson.
So that right there is straight up, that is basically the level of stupidity you have to be on to have a gun kill somebody on a movie set. There are like 7 layers of security that had to have been ignored. It's really fucked. It's really, really fucked. Plenty of other fucked up things happen on Hollywood movie sets. Yeah, this is just a particularly bad one. Baldwin was resistant about it. Yeah, of course he's going to say that. Alec Baldwin asked why he was given a hot gun after the fatal film set shooting. What are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean he was resistant? That just means he went, what? What happened? I fired my prop master and what happened? Nah, I don't buy it. Fuck that shit. He's a fucking producer. Fuck this shit. Every gun should be treated as though it's hot. Every single one. And an armorer or a prop master would have done that. Okay. All right, everybody. That's the end of that segment. That's all I got to say on it. Saber Flote says, I can't imagine a top-level manager not knowing everything relevant involved at any given moment anyway, so this just screams neglect. It is neglect. There's nothing else. There's no such thing as an unloaded firearm. Yep. Yep. Doesn't exist. Doesn't fucking exist. Well, if you're here... Yes, someone died. Yeah, the boss baby. The boss baby killed somebody. Yes, someone died today. Arumana says, my subscription message didn't get posted earlier, so here it is. Hi, Demon Mama. Thanks for sharing your unique voice and perspective with the world. I like that you cover such a wide range of topics and that you dig into subjects that others won't touch. I hope your show keeps growing and helping people. Thank you very much, Arumanas. Thank you for supporting the show. And other people who like my show and who feel similarly, please like and subscribe. We've had an unfortunate decrease in subscribers since I took my break. It's just what happens when you step out of the algorithm for a while. So please, please, make sure you give the algorithmic love to my videos. Comment on my posted videos, like them, etc., etc. What a sad state of affairs. He's worked with prop guns. He's one of the most experienced actors and also a producer. He has no excuse. There is no excuses here. Yeah, he did fucking suck as Trump in the SNL sketch, but that's because Alec Baldwin isn't a funny guy. I don't find him funny at all. But whatever. That's neither here nor there. So, thank you all for being here. We are going to do, tonight is a bit of a wild card night. We're going to do some fun stuff. I have heard some questionable reviews about a particular takedown of Vaush, and I did a takedown of Vaush, so I'm interested in seeing what other people's perspectives are. I don't even think if you'd call it a takedown, but I was very critical of Vaush. I try not to. The reality is I'm pretty critical of Vaush, but I like Vaush a lot, so I try not to be too mean. But you know, Vaush is very tough, and we critique each other, you know, relatively well. When I was listening to Vaush talk about this, I never heard that Alec was the producer. Well, he probably, to be fair, he probably didn't know as much about film as I do. And that's just a different experience. Vaush didn't work in film. I worked in film. Vaush didn't go to film school. I went to film school. So I know that a producer is responsible for this type of shit. But he might not have. So, yeah. Also, he was streaming when the news dropped, probably. Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this. Apparently, this is a video by somebody by the name of BadMouse. Now, I remember a long time ago watching some of BadMouse's content, and I also vaguely recall a time when BadMouse was debating with Vaush, I think. Vaush's dad works in film. Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Vaush himself personally knows about the roles on film in the same way. Yeah. BadMouse? Isn't that a techno artist? No, this is BadMouse something else. This is a different BadMouse. Isn't it something else anyway? Is it BadMouse? Is that the musician? BadMouse? Deadmau5. That's Deadmau5. That's Deadmau5. Close. Close. So I wanted to watch this, but first I need to do this real quick. hold on a second. I'm gonna add this to the title so people can know. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna save this, pop this into the creator dashboard so that I can so we can get some people in here, because I want some people to come see this shit. I want to have a fun stream. You know, I remind you, I wasn't originally going to stream because TJ rescheduled, but through democratic process, it was determined that everybody wanted to see me stream, so I did. So, you know, I would love it if people would come watch my hard work, you know, because I'm very cool that way. I'm very, very cool that way. But let's do this. Let's see what this is all about. So before we get into this, for those of you who do not know, I watched basically almost blind the conversation between Vaush and Professor Flowers. This conversation has been cycling around and around and around and around in the discourse since it happened. And there were some things about that conversation that I felt that Vaush did not handle perfectly well, but my ending conclusion was that I felt that Professor Flowers did not do a very good job. Now, a lot of people have disagreed with me on this. I don't have any, you know, particular bad feelings at all whatsoever against Professor Flowers. And obviously I'm friends with Vaush, so like, you know, whatever. But it turns out that a lot of people have recently published videos talking about this. I watched one by a really great streamer that I like called John the Duncan. Or, sorry, a bread tuber I like named John the Duncan. The John the Duncan one is a little too long for us to watch on stream, but I had a lot of critiques for the takes that John the Duncan had. Even though I felt like the overall video was very informative, I felt that John the Duncan was unfair to Vaush's performance in that debate. And I think that was because of an issue of it being too broad of an analysis for a conversation of that type. I'm very interested to see what this BadMouse person has to say. Now, I don't know much about BadMouse, except that they are, like, as far as I know, like a Marxist bread tuber type. They're like more like classical Marx type, which is interesting. So I'm interested to hear this perspective, and I want to try and sort of react to it and give my feedback, because one of the things I want to do is when I react to somebody, especially a friend's piece, I want to make sure I'm doing a good job. So why don't we watch this piece and we'll see how it goes, and we'll share our thoughts together on it, and that'll be one of the fun things that we do, because I haven't seen anybody cover this. It looks like it just came out today, so this is a pretty fresh video. I say, oh, he's a Maoist. Oh, okay. Wait, is he an MLM or is he a Maoist? Which one? Because those are different things. Is he an MLM or is he a Maoist? Okay. This is a video by BadMouse called Vaush and the Haunting Specter of Baby Leftism. I want to see what this is all about. Shall we enjoy together, chat? Let's enjoy together.
I have to say that even I was under the impression, despite everything I've seen of him, that Vaush, or Ian, might have at least understood some general basics about racism. After piling through 3 hours of his debate with Professor Flowers, that turned out to be wrong.
I mean,
Okay, an interesting start. A very, very interesting start, for sure. But let's find out. Let's give it a chance. Let's find out what we can find out, okay?
how can a person be an oppressor because of their race? Did all the millions of white people in South Africa, like, individually oppress all the black people there? And I can tell you from my experiences online, there are a lot of black people who are pretty goddamn racist. I think it's kind of silly to pretend that there aren't black people who just are kind of shitty to white people in a way.
Okay, so far,
that doesn't have a sort of institutional bias behind it. There is nothing about being white that inherently makes you more racist. Over here in America, there are a lot of black people that are racist against white people. It's not like one tribe ruled America. The tribes that ruled the Americas before we came here,
There's a bunch of
conquered
different
other
tribes. Yeah, there's
tribes
a bunch of different groups of
beforehand.
people.
So does America belong to the tribe that owned it last, or the first tribes that we can ever anthropologically determine control the territory?
Lua has already done her own response. I'm not going to pretend that I know everything or speak for her, but I had some time on my hands, and this debate really annoyed me. So I just wanted to try and talk about a few things. What can I say? I'm an unpredictable man. The reaction that Ian and his fans exhibited when faced with the general assertion that
Okay, I find this very weird, first of all, to like try to use people's like first names if you don't know them. I find that really awkward. Like that is not a meaningful critique of the message of this so far. I just find that very awkward. I would never want somebody to ever use what they thought my IRL name was in a video like that, unless they were my friend, my personal friend. That's very strange to me. And also, I don't think that either of those three quotes that were played did a very good job of backing up the idea that Vaush does not understand racism. The idea, like we talked about this during our analysis of the Professor Flowers debate, which is the fact that, like, yes, people who are themselves marginalized can indeed be racist. Isn't my first name relatively known? Yeah, it kind of is. Some people know it. But still, I don't care. I don't want somebody to use my fucking government name. That's weird, okay? The thing is that, like, I don't think either of those three were very good examples of it. So, yes, some people, they were pretty clearly clipped out of the context of the conversation where he was pushing back against PF's assertion that colonialism equals white people. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't only equal white people. But yes, whiteness and colonialism and racism are greatly tied together. And I think that there are ways in which you can come to the conclusion that, like, it's a lot harder or a lot different for somebody who is in a marginalized racial group to engage in racism, but we know that this happens. We know that there's racism that happens between other marginalized racial groups. Like it's just something that happens. So Zanzi is going to talk to PF about how colonialism manifested in Ireland, a situation where everyone's white, so you can take whiteness out of the equation. Well, you actually can't take whiteness out of the equation entirely, but that will be an interesting conversation because I think it will reveal what everybody thinks about it. Yes, exactly. Brim15 says Dave Chappelle did a whole lot of xenophobia or xenophobia in his new special, like you mentioned the other day. Yes, he did. He engaged in something that I would consider to meet the definition of racism, even if you consider the definition of racism to be, prejudice plus power, because I think that by a matter of comparison, that Dave Chappelle, for example, is in a position of power compared to most of the people that he was venting his prejudice against. So I think that these three quotes that were given aren't a very good starting point for this conversation. But let's see where it goes.
that it's not your right to dictate the terms of decolonization to the colonized is actually not too unfamiliar to me, because it reminds me of, well, me. When I was a young leftist, I felt particularly uncomfortable by this man. Because if you know, Malcolm X didn't take his fools gladly. He didn't give a shit and he took no prisoners, because fundamentally, he wanted autonomy for his own people, and he didn't want that to be dictated by whites. His manner and content of speaking always made me, as a white dude, feel a bit, I don't know, he says such hostile stuff, he doesn't care about white people, this doesn't work, we gotta work together. Yet, as time went on, I started connecting some of the stuff that he said to the stuff that I see in real life. And I started to understand a little bit better the mindset of minorities. I started listening to more of his work and other people's, like Franz.
Okay, but keep in mind that this is something that also happened in one of the other videos that was conveniently by a white person critiquing another white person, which is this idea that you understand the mentality of minorities. Minorities aren't a monolith. They're not a monolith. This cannot be avoided. That is not just a quippy statement. That is a simple truth. There are great disagreements among Look at the disagreements that have occurred among, not even talking about racial minorities, between me and other trans people who have very, very different worldviews than me. This is something that you can't just brush off. Yes, you cannot make a monolith out of a group to conveniently fit your political argument. I think you could make the argument, that that perhaps someone wasn't doing a very good job understanding diverse perspectives, or that they weren't understanding a particular perspective. But I don't think that you can just make a blanket statement like I didn't understand the singular perspective of X marginalized group. I think that's very silly. Yeah, Blair White is a great example with regard to trans stuff, which doesn't map perfectly one-to-one onto racial stuff, but there are comparisons. It's frustrating, but let's continue.
Faun.
Didn't somebody come into chat during the analysis comparing Vaush and Flowers to MLK and Malcolm X? Yes, and I laughed about it because that's a very silly thing to say.
James Baldwin. And eventually my opinion on Malcolm X turned from a cowering eee to one of, is what it is, right on.
Isn't that a bit of a I don't know. This feels like a self-report in a certain way. Doesn't it? A little bit? I don't know.
Because I understood, I guess, my place in the world. I understood, yeah, I've got it pretty well off, to be honest, and I got that when it comes to your sense of self, all of the pedantic consistencies never really matter much in the long term. What you want first and foremost is to exist as a human being. I think people got this same anxious, almost offended feeling when No Name said that she didn't want Whitey following her on Twitter anymore.
Okay, so that's actually not what No Name really said, honestly. Which, again, this feels very weird to me to have a white guy summarize No Name's comment incorrectly. Because No Name didn't say that she didn't want Whitey to follow her on Twitter. In fact, the tweet is right here. And I actually disagree with Vaush's response to No Name's tweet. I actually think No Name's tweet is perfectly fine. And I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. And I feel like Vaush's response to it was way overblown personally. But this is fucking cringe. I find that very cringe to take a tweet that's perfectly good in what it is here and then boil it down to don't follow me, Whitey. That feels really fucking weird to me.
No Name, you gotta work together, No Name. Woke segregation, Fred Hampton. Yes, because acclaimed black communist rapper No Name has totally never heard of Fred Hampton.
Okay.
Take a hint.
I don't know what any of this has to do with anything, honestly.
It is this very milquetoast, baby's first political education mindset that appears to be very common these days, especially amongst white American lefties, but is also across the pond as well, who seem to think that it can all just be solved by what I can only describe as vague gesturing. Let's all work together. And that's not how it works. You can't just claim, yeah, integration, and then by some magic formula, we all just get along. I remember a certain black communist state his absolute disdain for when white pinkos come into black spaces during and after actions and hand out flyers for their org under the banner of, yeah, let's unite, but then are never ever seen again. Do you understand that that doesn't really seem to fit, right? There's something very
Somniostatic says, yeah, like Vaush may have done it too briskly, but he was trying to make a very valid point about people like PF's rhetoric. Yeah, well, that was before the PF chapter, though, right? Wasn't the No Name thing before the PF chapter? And also, I think that his critique was poorly aimed. No Name's take, in my opinion, is perfectly legitimate. There is an attempt sometimes for white leftists to enter active organizational spaces that have already come together. There have already been people doing things and then be like, no, you're doing it wrong. I think that's a very real thing. Oh, you're talking, yeah, in the PF convo, but I already said my opinions about the PF convo. I think that Vaush made some missteps, but that ultimately PF was not prepared to actually have the conversation that she came into, and she came in guns blazing in a way that I think most people will find imparsible. So, anyway. Let's continue.
Formative about it.
Pinko means no. Pinko is not a brand. Pinko is a offhanded term for basically a fake communist. It's like a hippie communist, aka Pinko commie. A Pinko commie was a term that was used for basically liberal communist LARPers back in the day. It hasn't been popular for a long time.
It's very much unite,
but pink because
on
pink
our terms. Hence why many socialist people of colour prefer the company of other people like them, even if their views don't exactly line up, than with white socialists. And it only really takes a quick look at Ian's repertoire to see why that might be.
So I'm gonna go a little bit hard on her. I don't give a fuck if you don't like being around white people.
He's got this incredibly juvenile...
I don't get that. I don't get... There's not enough context for me to understand what's going on there.
Gamer bro populist understanding of race.
Throughout history, there has been one thing the capitalist class has feared. Workers of different races organizing separately without solidarity. Read history, lib. That's why strikebreakers and business owners have historically encouraged labor unions to racially integrate, because it makes them weaker. What is this? What is wrong with this statement? I think it's a little sarcastic, but what is wrong with this? This is like literally a thing that actually happened. Like businesses in the past, bosses in the past would intentionally would intentionally make racial tensions in the workplace worse. We caught Amazon doing it earlier in the year. Yeah, Amazon literally did this earlier in the year. It might have been back in April. Maybe that was what the response was to this was. But Amazon was literally using racial tensions to break up union action in their factories.
Amongst many other things, that appears to give off a progressive tone, but in reality it just feels mute and hollow. Not to mention egoistic. It's not a reactionary perspective to want to not talk to white leftists. It's you being arrogant and starting with the position that I am right, everybody come to me.
Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you very much.
They're not coming to me? Well, then in that case, they must be reactionary. But of course it's not...
I don't feel like this is a I don't feel like this is a particularly like accurate analysis of what's going on here. I do think there's room to criticize what Vaush said. I just did it 2 seconds ago. I just don't think this is a fair framing.
Just Ian,
or
it's
fair
systemic. And I think part of this comes down to the way we're often taught about topics like nationalism in school and the media by just simply showing the white boogeyman and not understanding it as a very serious thing that has a lot of complexities and duality to it. If you watch Flower's video, she explains there that there were once various people groups across the contiguous United States who are now just known under the simple moniker of Native American or American Indian. That's because of history. History, power dynamics, and minoritization. These forces created a shared struggle amongst those people, a shared experience, if you will, that coalesced these groups as a nation. Importantly, they...
This is not accurate, though. This is not accurate. This is not accurate. There is not one single nation. Hold on a second. We can prove this wrong with a fucking Wikipedia search. Look at this. Look at this. I can do this quick. Look. Tribal nations. This is from literally National Congress of American Indians. There is tribal nation states. How many of them are there? Let's look at their little thing. Hold on. Let's look. This is their... What are you talking about? There is no single national movement right now. That is not even accurate. Can we get information from this group alone? Like, native peoples are the essence of our nations. Nations, not one nation. Land, our connection to place is both physical and spiritual, and it helps define who we are as people. Culture, traditions new and old sustain our societies. Language, family, clan, art, ceremonies, life ways of living. Governance, social organizing, and political structures vary from tribal nation to tribal nation based on unique histories, cultures, and worldviews. This is ahistorical right here. What he's saying here is false, is definitively false, and also is just it literally ignores the perspective of the very people he's claiming to argue on defense of. There is not a single national movement. There isn't. Many of them don't believe in a single national movement. That's so frustrating. This is a big problem right here.
still exist. They still exist there.
Hell, there's literally tribal politics undermining each other in this state. Muckleshoot has claimed itself to be the true inheritors of the Duwamish tribe, so they're using political power to keep the existing Duwamish tribe from getting recognition. Of course. Again, this is making everybody into a monolith. And also, it ignores the fact that there are different struggles between each of these groups. Not that there isn't solidarity to be found between them, but the idea that they've unified into a single national movement is not true. That is definitively not true.
And most importantly, there's somebody else there who isn't part of that group for a plethora of reasons. Ask yourself the reason why we call people who live in Britain British, rather than, say, Brittonic. It's because the
What? Oh God, UK people need to stop talking about American politics, for fuck's sake. This makes no sense. I'm about to I don't know, let's find out. Let's fucking keep
Brittonic tribes physically don't exist as a concept anymore. They've been absorbed into the dustbin of history through conquests, miscegenation, and the lack of a dominant power to contrast with. It doesn't justify any such horrific acts of history, but it's simply a fact.
What? Is this an ant? Wait, okay, hold on a second. I don't know how to feel about this. So he's comparing British tribes to Native American tribes? This is very weird.
Are now gone as a people, and they can't really be reconciled. You attempt to try and revive an ancient culture as your identity. You can try. Even if you trace your ancestry back over 2,000 years.
I don't think this argument is making... This is not what he wants to say. Holy shit, this is not what he wants to say. Just hold on. Let me show you something real quick. Hold on. Okay? So the parallel that he's drawing between these people, who we're supposed to laugh at, right? Because he's saying these are the goofy people trying to reclaim their stuff. He drew these people in parallel to Native Americans. This is a terrible argument. It can't be his intention. It can't be his intention. But like, this is a terrible argument to make. He's placing these people that he's framing as LARPers in parallel to the individual tribes that are preserving their identity in America, which is a huge part of Native American tribal politics. Oh boy, this is going to be really bad.
It doesn't work, because there isn't an equivalent dynamic involved. So you end up looking like a weirdo, and not the oppressed. Self-appointed druids are not under attack in this country. That's what it's all about. Who's being affected now? Not some stupid red ice media level discussion on who owned it last. So when these groups form as a nation, their inherent experience, in contrast to the other, takes on a fundamentally different character.
This is very odd so far. I find this to be a very I find this to be a very poor critique so far.
Let me ask you another question. Name me a white nationalism, or an English nationalism, or a French, Aussie, German, American nationalism that fundamentally cements its beliefs as left-leaning. You can't. That's because the inherent nature of majority powerful nations leans itself towards vulgar characteristics. Like spoiled toddlers getting their toys taken away, they lash out at the slightest glimpse of fairness. You go to a country...
That's not even an argument. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Country like Ireland, however, a former colony, and notice how the nature of Irish nationalism, or republicanism, historically carried with it a very different standing to that of its neighbour. Go even further down the rung, there are even more pressing issues that need solving, and thus the nature of these groups fold themselves towards solving those present injustices. Whether a group actually calls itself a nationalism or not, it doesn't take away the very material reality that emerges when one is of a shared culture, history, or language. If you're a white American, you can watch all manner of American media and get that funny feeling inside. That same feeling cannot always be said for others. It comes
That funny feeling isn't a good thing. That nationalistic fervor is a bad thing. We acknowledge that these nationalistic structures are not a good thing. What the fuck is he? What the fuck? This is an incoherent video. I just don't get it. I don't understand what's being set up here. That funny feeling is cringe, yeah. What? Okay. I want to try and make sense of this, but so far this is a very weak argument. I did not think this was the angle that was going to be approached. Honestly, I thought the angle was going to be much more along the lines of what John the Duncan did. So, having watched this so far, I think John the Duncan's video is stronger, even though I do still feel like that John the Duncan missed the mark on that video, but most people here probably haven't seen that one yet, so. Scottish Green Party, Scottish Socialist Party, and Northern Independence Party. Parties that are on the left and would be classified as nationals in the UK. Yeah, I recognize that. I recognize there are leftist nationalist movements, but I don't understand what he's trying to say here. This is just I don't know. There was no point made there. It was just that, like, why are there no left-wing nationalist movements? But then he had previously just mentioned left-wing nationalist movements. I don't know what he's talking about here.
There's a great shock to discover that when Gary Cooper was killing off the Indians and you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. You live in a country in which the dominant hegemony represents and glorifies people like you. And whether you disagree with that hegemony or not, just saying that doesn't matter. You're still influenced by it. That's why the calls of people to say, oh, it's nothing, doesn't really matter because you still have a home to go back to.
Nobody says, no one in this conversation has ever said, oh, it's nothing. I think that's very bad faith.
Still have a nation by which you can rest on. In summary, status quo nationalism almost always bends to the right. But in oppressed ones, you get a mix. I will say, though, that even a vulgar trend from an oppressed nationalism is not and never the same as its polar opposite. Take a very known example. The Nation of Islam is, of course, well known for its highly homophobic, sexist, and frankly weird views. I bet even Ian might label them as racist towards whites. But in their position as an
That smuckle was embarrassing.
oppressed group, they are still in the mission of helping black self-determination, be that in prisons, drug rehab, and housing and employment projects. Those are all things that speak to the people they're talking to, and just as a matter of fact, they often do it a lot better than many communist groups in the United States. So, yeah, think about that. So that is a very easy way of understanding why there is a difference between black and white nationalism, and how the common reduction of it into a vile mass of in-group and out-group dynamics just doesn't hold up.
But I don't think that was, like, I don't think that was, that doesn't track. That doesn't follow. The idea that Nation of Islam is really anti-Semitic, but sometimes advocates for good things, does not say anything about, does not actually say anything about nationalist movements. That's just, there's no conclusion there. There's been a step missed.
Because there are very genuine claims made by one group that simply doesn't compare to the other. It's not all relative like some seem to think it is. Such claims are decidedly liberal.
Wait, hold on. No, they're not. Gay people in Saudi Arabia are just a product of Western degeneracy that feeds in through global media. In reality, it's actually a product of white international cultural bias that is infesting the people in Saudi Arabia. So given they're basically a symptom of Western degeneracy, do you think they not have a right to address that in whatever way they think is most culturally effective?
The great thing about reality is that you can wheedle out the difference between truths and untruths.
Look at the
What-
historical
what you're
record
saying-
and determine who's colonized.
Okay, BadMouse here has no right whatsoever to claim anything about the truth versus non-truth, seeing as how he alleged that the Native American movement in the United States is a purely nationalistic movement that is united behind a single nation, when that is definitively not true. And anybody who's ever engaged with indigenous politics would know that that's the case. He's just wrong about a lot of things so far. He's just been wrong about the facts. Well, we fucking brought it up on here. That even the more liberal organizations recognize that there are multiple independent nations that all have different views on these political issues.
You're saying
like people are going to say stuff, and then there's history. There's things that actually happen.
It isn't to say that all of this exists in infinity. When times change, well, so do the dynamics. If it goes past its necessity, then it will become vulgar and dogmatic. But like I said, we live in a world made up of nations. And until that physically goes away, anything else is, again, just vague gesturing.
No. Oh, we get to call out some fucking statist propaganda right here. That right there is statist propaganda. That is simply not true. See, I strongly disagree with this position. We live in a world of nations and states, but that does not mean that we have to engage in a conflict of nation-state, a direct nation-state conflict. In fact, I think that perpetuates the problem. The answer to nation-states is refusing to engage in the nation-state, in my opinion, most places. I think I think there's grounds to say that some nationalistic-based struggles have had successes. I just don't think it's the great answer. Was this the dude in chat that likened Pro Flowers versus Vaush to Malcolm versus MLK? I don't know if it was. But you can see this person's bias leaking in. The idea that the world is a world of nations and states, and that we must engage on the terms of nation states is not, that is not, you have to actually evidence that claim. That is a massive, massive claim. Yes, the world is currently chopped up in all kinds of ways by nation states, but do we just sit there and say, yes, all nation states have a just claim to the land that they claim is in their boundaries? That's absurd. That ignores literally autonomous movements. Wait, this guy's arguing against land back right now.
So in a situation such as Israel-Palestine, we can now better understand the dynamics involved in the stakes they play. Palestinians, which, remember, doesn't exclude indigenous Jews and other many minorities, are, as of current, the indigenous group of today. Not because they lived there for a while, but because of a shared experience through contrast to a dominant group. Just like the Maori are indigenous to New Zealand, even though they only arrived some 300 years before the Europeans did. Jewish people, of course, still have the right to self-determination. They still exist today as a minoritized group. What that does not suddenly grant them, however, is rule over a land because their people happened to live there some time ago.
Wait. He shot himself in the foot with this example here. He shot himself in the foot. His framework doesn't work to analyze Israel-Palestine. He's just demonstrated that the nation-state example doesn't do a good job of explaining the situation in Israel-Palestine. That a otherwise marginalized group can be put in charge of a nation-state that then goes on to commit genocide. Yeah, this is an incoherent video. I genuinely mean that. So far, this is an incoherent video.
There wasn't an apartheid-esque situation until the lines were drawn by the settlers. And arguably...
What do you think? Who do you think draws the lines everywhere? Who do you think draws the lines? Nation states. Nation states draw arbitrary lines, often around people who had no desire to be a part of that nation state. This happens constantly on an almost daily basis. How many times have people in rural areas suddenly received news that they now belong to another country? This is the problem of this purist statist approach to things. it completely erases the individuals involved with this. It completely erases the groups of people involved in this. And also, it's predicated on an absolutely foolish understanding of American history.
You could also point to many other lands that also hold Jewish claim, most notably Iberia, which flourished prior to the Inquisition. Somehow, I don't think this logic would suddenly pan out for any other group, would it? Drawing lines in the sand to a country that you don't live in, to which there is no colonial dynamic involved, is hardly a decolonial project.
Hold on. Wait a second. Let's take this one step further. He says drawing lines around a country that you don't live in is hardly a decolonial project. Then why is drawing lines around any place that you don't live in considered a decolonial project? This is part of the problem with this analysis. This is part of the problem, in my opinion, with the nationalistic focus, which is that in any case where you have a state drawing lines, you have an entity, a construct, by the way, not even an individual person. You have a state construct that draws lines over territories that it does not actually inhabit, over people that it does not actually represent. This is a problem even in democracy. Let me ask you this. Did you ever have a choice in being a part of the United States of America? Or were you made a citizen and also held to its laws from the moment you were born? This is the problem with this fucking analysis. It's stupid. The American state decided that you are an American. The state said, you are our property. His analysis doesn't deal with this at all. He just fucked himself over. This whole video has been himself shooting himself in the foot.
Is it? Come on. And if you want to read a little bit more about this on the very unique nature of modern-day Zionism, then I would recommend Ilan Pape's book 10 Myths About Israel. So this is why the cries of F no state that has basically become a red scare amongst many leftists simply doesn't compute. Literally.
So wait. Does he or does he not think that Israel is an ethno-state?
Every country that deposed its former colonizers just became another state. Haiti, Jamaica, Kenya, Algeria, Tanzania, DRC, Sudan, Egypt, Zambia, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Ireland. As far as I know, there is no ethnic validation necessary to go and live in these places, believe me. The only country of any that represents that today is Israel. Now, I've just been speaking about this for 10 minutes or so just to hammer home this point a little bit more, after all of that, after all of the nuance that I've described involved in this...
I'm sorry, but that was not useful nuance. Saying words that aren't actually true and making claims that you don't back up with evidence is not adding nuance. I am very unimpressed with this analysis.
Discussion. This is what Ian is interested in.
Do you think it's possible for a white person to live ethically in South Africa? Do you think the black people, who are by far the majority, have a right to remove the white population? What if a person who's black in a black ethno-state falls in love with a white person? Can they raise mixed children in a black ethno-state? What if people thought within a country that the only way for them to escape colonialism was through the wholesale slaughter of the white people who lived there? If the third world decided they could do that, but it probably wouldn't work. The only way to truly succeed would be global conquest through military or nuclear arms. Do you think that would be defensible as a sort of final way of eliminating the colonization?
You'll notice during this video that I haven't focused much on it. And that's because it's clearly
Okay, that joke, I don't even know what the joke was there. I don't know what it was. I couldn't understand what that meme was.
opportunistic. I figured that this debate would be addressing some of Ian's more milquetoast attitudes that Flower brought up in her videos. But instead, Ian is deliberately extrapolating to stupid hypotheticals that have little to no historical basis as a way to disprove the very obvious difference laden in oppressed nationalisms. Obviously.
Little to no basis? I don't think that you can claim that. I really don't think that you can claim that easily, right? I mean, after all, there was at one point in which China was colonized by Britain. But now you have a Chinese state that is enacting cultural genocide on an indigenous group within the boundaries. And also you'll notice that very interesting with regard to China is that they decided that Xinjiang, which is the name they gave for a place that is called New Province, they erased the indigenous name of that place and they named it New Province in the Chinese, in Mandarin, that they are replicating the same problems that other colonial states did. So this is not like this is not like an imagined thing that's happened. We've seen this happen. We've seen this happen even between groups of fucking white people in Europe. We've seen, before the concept of race even existed, that there are examples of groups that were at one point repressed that took over and rebuilt a structure that enacted sometimes generations later that same violence that they were subjected to. Thank you, K-Bot, for the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Let's continue. I just, his claims about history, I feel, are very, very tenuous. Or not just tenuous, they're just blanketly wrong.
Ian knew that he was going to be pushed on his bad opinions, so it would make sense to instead counter with what is a very mute point. It's not like his fans wouldn't just move on from his response to something in a heartbeat. Despite stating numerous times that she's not pro-genocide, Lua doesn't get that same treatment. He does this a lot, if you'll notice, most memorably justifying pedophilia as consistent with buying
Here we go.
computer products because he didn't want to lose to the vegans.
Because we buy shit all the time that's made, the silicon farmed by slaves in Africa, plastic made in, like, you know, factory farms that pollute the earth, like that sort of thing. But we don't impugn each other for it.
Okay, so if you were to, so, you know, there's pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes.
Really? Even though they're directly supporting child rape?
Yeah, I think it's hypocritical.
You can do this extrapolation in any kind of way. My culture is very important to me as an oppressor.
I'm not even going to comment on this because it's already been addressed 100 times. You all know, everybody knows. You can go find Vaush's own video on this where he explains the greater context of the conversation they were having. I agree that that was a bad conversation to try and have on stream, but I know what he was talking about. He's talking about the fact that we regularly just defer guilt for buying horrific products all the time, okay? Like, all the time. And I've accused you and myself of doing this exact thing. If you're watching this right now, chances are you have bought something, you have contributed directly to you are almost guaranteed to have contributed directly to child slave labor. Yes, that's right, you watching this right now on a computer or a phone. There is a almost guaranteed chance that whatever you bought was directly funding child slave labor. So while I recognize that the way that was argued is really stupid, the fundamental concept being discussed is what we decide is bad consumption. Oh, chocolate? If you buy Nestle, you're fucked. You are, if your angle of morality is consumptive focused, if you've ever bought a Nestle chocolate bar, you're fucked. It's, yeah, coffee beans, Jesus, palm oil. Oh, hold on. Let me show you this. Let me just show you something real quick. Let me bring up something for all of you, okay? Yeah, here we go. So, palm oil is in almost every sauce packet you have ever consumed in your entire life. If you have consumed a sauce packet from any restaurant in America, and many in other nations as well, you have consumed a fuckload of palm oil. And I just want you to know, here we go. One report indicated numerous allegations of human rights violations in the production of palm oil across Indonesia and Malaysia, including exposure to hazardous pesticides, child labor, rape and sexual abuse, and unsafe carrying loads. These incidents have received no response by the company or police, or are left unreported because victims fear retaliation from their abusers. The chemicals used in the pesticides, such as paraquat and glyphosate, have been linked to diseases such as Parkinson's disease and cancer. While only 5% of the world's vegetable oil farmland is used for palm plantations, palm cultivation produces 38% of the world's total vegetable oil supply. In terms of oil yield, a palm plantation is 10 times more productive than soybean, soy flour, or rapeseed cultivation because of the palm fruit and kernel both provide usable oil. Now, you can go and you can look into all of the atrocities that have been revealed about palm oil over the recent years, but yes, there are child slave plantations all across. Oh, wait, here we go. I didn't even look at this one. I missed a segment. Here we go. Social. In addition to environmental concerns, palm oil development in regions that produce it have also led to significant social conflict. Regions with fast-growing palm oil production have experienced significant violations of indigenous land rights, influxes of illegal immigrant labor and labor practices, and other alleged human rights violations. The palm oil industry has both positive and negative impacts on workers, indigenous peoples, and residents of the palm oil producing communities, with a bunch of citations. This was written by the palm oil lawyers right here. However, in some cases, palm oil plantations have developed lands without consultation or compensation of the people inhabiting that land, resulting in social conflict. The use of illegal immigrants in Malaysia has also raised concerns about working conditions within the palm industry. The palm industry is worldwide notorious for engaging in slavery. There are whole articles that have been written about this that aren't even just going to that. Yeah, look at this. You search palm oil. Look at this. Hold on, I want to show you. You just search palm oil on Google, and the first thing that you get is the World Wildlife Foundation article on the World Wildlife Foundation's article on palm oil. Palm oil has been and continues to be a major driver of deforestation of some of the world's most biodiverse forests, destroying the habitat of already endangered species like the orangutan, pygmy elephant, and Sumatran rhino. This forest loss, coupled with the conversion of carbon-rich peat soils, are throwing out millions of tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Yeah. There are also remains some major exploitation of workers and child labor. Incredible. And of course, if you go back to the Google page, let's just look at the top stories about palm oil. This is just for a search, as you can see, of palm oil. A fifth of Indonesia's palm oil sites lie in forest real estate, says Greenpeace. Modi's game changer of palm oil push raises concerns for Indian forests and women. Guatemala's growing palm oil industry fuels an indigenous land fight. In Malaysia's Johor, mines and palm oil plantations are replacing the forests. Brutality, corruption, tax evasion detailed an undercover sting of palm oil executives. Hidden camera footage exposes bribery for palm oil in Papua New Guinea. Nestle and Kellogg's linked to shocking palm oil abuse in Papua New Guinea. So yeah, I know this is a big tangent to go off on, but I hate that clip being thrown around because it completely ignores the actual context of what was being discussed there, which is that Americans, including vegans, often let themselves off the hook for incredibly egregious actions that it is uncomfortable for them to acknowledge in the name of a gotcha, like what we just witnessed here. So, yeah.
Best minority. Oh, so what if your culture supports child brides, huh? Then that's suddenly okay? Ever thought of that? Obviously, we wouldn't support that. Like I've said, there are plenty of reactionary practices in any culture. But can we just, try and engage in discussion for a second? Does that suddenly mean that the whole concept of culture being very integral to oppressed groups, in light of the appropriation and demonization by the majority, is now somehow dismissed and proved wrong because Irish Laddie just threw in something straight out of left field? It really takes me back 5 or 6 years to when anti-feminists thought that they could debunk decades of research on social conflict theory in just a single video. And it really reeks of this no black rights, no gay rights, no women's rights, just human rights.
I think this is an incredibly bad faith interpretation. I think this is like the worst, the most uncharitable characterization of the argument so far. This is a massive stretch. Also a bit weird that he put WOMs here like this, but it's a little weird to me.
It's liberal bile, and it is completely devoid of any nuance whatsoever.
Also, Vaush has done like video after video after video criticizing class reductionists. Vaush is not exactly, look, you can have whatever problems you want with Vaush, but Vaush is not exactly the person who says just human rights. He doesn't do that. Like, that's like Peter Coffin's thing.
Wait, fuck black culture. I don't give a fuck about preserving culture.
Yeah, well, maybe you should. I know that statement might make you sound very ethereal, pretty funky.
Again, a statement that I disagree with, by the way, from Vaush, but that also is being taken like explicitly out of context and is not being honestly presented. What he was talking about is that he doesn't think that you can cut a culture down to a very specific thing, and he doesn't care about preserving imagined versions of culture, that instead that you should preserve specific aspects of culture, but that culture is an inevitably changing thing. Yeah, did they typo women or did they typo wombs? Yeah, I think this is a weak argument.
Being out there, right? Well, to me, you sound like an edgy YouTube atheist. Have we entered a leftist dark age recently? Why have so many people suddenly adopted such a reductive idea of very complex issues? This is what happens when you put winning and semantics over trying to engage in a discussion.
Do we really think that this video was engaging in a discussion? Do we really feel like this video was attempting to engage in a discussion? Because I don't think so.
Does that remind you of anything? I would like to briefly touch on this comic because it's a great example of how quickly something can go from being a very useful critique into an unnecessary dogma. On its own, the comic is good. It's explaining how obtuse it is to not think about the greater dynamics in society and instead just use the superficial point at hand to declare victory. But over time, this comic's use has gone from getting people to think into this is what you should think and this is how you should respond.
Okay. This is a level of terminal onlineness. I diagnose BadMouse with terminally online. And as a terminally online streamer, as all streamers are terminally online because our entire jobs take place on the internet. This is stupid. If you think that this tiny comic that is sometimes posted as a meme is like a new dogma, you need to go outside and think about some things. You need to not even go outside. Just look on the internet outside of your immediate Twitter feed, please, for the love of God. Yes, I am doing as the online idiot finder general. The chortling is really embarrassing, but let's keep going.
So, streamers earning large amounts of money and fame might be counterproductive to the overall struggle. The comic. I've seen this sentiment on far too many occasions.
Why is there two versions of the exact same comic here?
And I always find it really depressing. Do you see how all the nuance is now gone?
Number one.
All talk of thinking about how our financials and fame might affect our decision making.
It really is no surprise that such a sentiment would be popular as a justification for not doing anything or holding any standards. Wait, what are you what is this? The response to we should do something is the comic? Yeah, but oh, I feel like we're going to end up having the vegan discussion again. I don't have the language yet. I need to figure it out. They're having the guy in the well say the comic. Oh, I get it. I get it. It's recursive.
No, it's not worth talking about because Matt Bohr's comic. Don't bother engaging.
I don't. To be fair, I do not see people engage using that comic that way. Like I really don't. I don't really see the comic being used that way in the same way that he's describing. But I guess maybe some people do.
Matt Bohr's comic. Don't bother analyzing.
What it sounds like to me is that Matt Bohr's has gotten under this guy's skin.
Matt Bohr's comic. And as a final remark to all these genocide support accusations, since I'm sure Ian's fans love to talk about logic, well, here's some for you. Not saying yes or no doesn't mean that you therefore support the opposite. Simply that the answer is not yes or no. Libertarians love to posit the self-ownership principle, that if you don't own your body, that therefore means that somebody else does. But in reality, the answer is much more simple. Nobody does. People are missing the point when it comes to the...
I'm sorry, can we try this again? I need to understand what was being said there. Hold on a second.
Yes or no. Libertarians love to posit the self-ownership principle, that if you don't own your body, that therefore means that somebody else does. But in reality, the answer is much more simple. Nobody does.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't get what this has to do with anything. And also, like, what does that mean? I'm trying to understand how this applies, and I don't get it. How does this apply at all? And also, what does that imply? Is he talking about like ownership from a perspective of property ownership? I don't get it. I don't get it.
People are missing the point when it comes to the statement that the colonized do not have to live with their colonizers. It's not to say which is right and which is wrong, simply that colonialism digs its own gravediggers, and said gravediggers are not to blame for that. Colonialism is a fucked up issue, drawn out the point when it comes to the statement that the colonized do not have to live with their colonizers. It's not to say which is right and which is wrong, simply that colonialism digs its own gravediggers, and
colonialism digs its own gravediggers? Why did that end up in the final cut? That's like that doesn't make any sense. I know what he's trying to say, but why'd you leave that in the final cut, bro?
Said gravediggers are not to blame for that. Colonialism is a fucked up issue, drawn out with horrendous baggage and trauma that doesn't always leave the most desirable of options in the minds of the colonized. And yet, despite all of this, I highly doubt that if Ireland were to become peak Ireland, that you would suddenly have Catholics and Southerners going down to hunt all the Brits and prods from Ulster, would you? Somehow, I doubt that's going to happen. I wonder why. And rather than me having to do all your homework for you, you might want to find out the answer for that question yourself. People like Ian will always try and claim that they are only being objective. Well, to the native, objectivity is always against him. And I take those words with you if I were you, even if, for the sake of argument, Professor Flower's point here was a little bit flawed. Why exactly would you therefore take the views of Ian like some sort of sacred testament, as most of his fans evidently appear to do? When
is that really sounds like another jump.
someone makes remarks like this.
I mean, you can argue logistics on this. No part of America is going to be given over to black people. Do you move to Africa, where no country is better in total than America is in terms of socioeconomic achievement? Probably not. I don't know. Are black people in Africa safe? It seems like they're not, because they die more than black people do over here. But your economy is going to be buckled under the knee of America. I was just wondering how you felt about black people who are racist against white people. This is also what modern Nazis say about Jews in America.
It's literally trying to have your own self-determination. That's what it is.
That's what
the
white
context of what I'm
nationalists
talking about.
ask for. Right there. Self-determination is the dog whistle that they use when talking about ethno-states.
Does none of that language give off awfully familiar...
Okay, I know this tweet because I'm very familiar with it, but this editing is ass. This editing is ass. I gotta critique the actual craft going on here of video making. Just poof. Just terrible. This says, the wise man bowed his head and said, there's actually zero difference between good and bad things, you imbecile, you fucking moron. Yeah, this is just ass editing.
Talking about ethnostates.
Does none of that language give off awfully familiar vibes? Does none of that mindset not raise an eyebrow? Does it not scream of a certain first world-centric thinking? Does it not, for that matter, seem incredibly simplistic and juvenile? The lack of any response from people who take in these words tells me quite a lot about the nature of the people that we're dealing with. This is the problem with the baby leftist mindset. It is a highly smug and self-satisfied understanding of the world that is hostile to any critical analysis of its own chauvinist characteristics, because to do so, by its very presence, would wreck it. And if that happens, then that is a very grave moment for Vaush. The most wretched of this whole thing, though, is the fact that even if Ian decided, by some divine encounter, to go back on all of his words, and change his mind and reassess his positions, he still wins. Ian's audience would adapt and soon follow his party line. How ironic. Feeling validated because their lord and master has now given them the green light. And yet all of those who made him change his mind in the first place would be cast into general obscurity, whilst Ian grew ever more popular. Hell, even his fans might use this change as a way to say, see, haters, he did change his mind. See, are you going to be happy now? Recuperation is certainly not something inherent to corporations, that's for sure. Truly, there is no better endorsement of Vaush than a protest against Vaush. If you are a fan of Ian and you feel like some of what I've said here...
Then why? Why did you make a video in response to Vaush? Anyway, that was really stupid. Holy shit. This guy's a dumbass. I don't think that this person made a single actual argument about any of the topics said, except for to assert that that the only way that you can think about things is nationalism, which makes me think that there is an ulterior motive to posting this video. This video seems to me less to be about defeating Vaush or whatever, and more to be about asserting statism as the only solution, and also just absolutely lying about the history of Native Americans. Oh god, this video is so stupid. But like, guys, if you just need anything that shows this entire video's shit is fucked, just let's put a little image up on the screen here. This video's shit is fucked beyond all recognition. And this is probably the best example of it right here. This frame right here. The idea that all Native Americans have coalesced into a single national front is not true. In fact, even with specific regard to land back, there is a lot of tension between capitalistic land back solutions, which involve basically giving parcels of land over to specific groups of Native American leadership or holdings or trusts or tribal governments, versus people who say, no, we reject the idea of private property. We want this land. The land back is saying, no, we are restoring this to the way that it was used before, when it was shared and used by the people who need the land, not cut out into parcels by oil corporations and states. So I am not an expert on land back, not even close, okay? I'm not even close to an expert on land back, but I know for a fact that this frame right here is complete and utter bullshit. Saber Flote says, the Seminole tribe split in half over arguments about land ownership, identity, and money. Yes. He also claimed pagans aren't discriminated against, that discrimination against them doesn't matter. That was fun. I just think he doesn't know what he's talking about. Keep in mind that in that part, he was drawing a parallel between what he called cringy pagans to Native Americans. He was comparing, he made a failed comparison. He compared in his example Native Americans to people that he said don't matter. Why would you do that? What a stupid argument. What a stupid video. Wow. That was trash. That was shockingly trash. All right. That was interesting. All right, if you're here and you're enjoying this and you want to see some more of this, fucking smack that motherfucking like button, please, okay? Please, smack that motherfucking like button, okay? Please. I need those likes. I need that support. Real quick, I'm going to give you a little quick bonus, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to do even more fun stuff. I've got a couple of ideas. If you guys have ideas for what you want me to react to, type it up in chat for when I come back, okay? Yeah, that's right. When I come back, I'm going to ask you for suggestions. There's no like on the website. You have to click the video and then press like. We don't have a like button yet because of a limitation in the YouTube API. It's not our fault. It's YouTube's fault. But hopefully we'll be able to do that in the future. So hold on. Faun, you want to come entertain these little impies for a few minutes? You guys get to see some Faun while I run to the bathroom real quick. Here comes Faun to entertain you. Shout your requests at Faun and no bathroom song. Faun's coming instead. So give me a second. We did a Cooking Mama segment on Wednesday. No, today's Wednesday. We did a Cooking Mama on Monday where we did the candy tier list. It was awesome. Yes, we haven't done, wait a second. We have to do TikTok reacts afterwards, but wait, today's Friday. I'm sorry, today's Friday. It was Wednesday. It was Wednesday. Sorry, it was. Come on, Faun. Come on, Faun. Get over here. Come on. Come on, Faun. Come entertain them. I'm press ganging you into this. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Hello, y'all. Hello, y'all. What's up? It's Faun. Hope you're doing good today. We were reviewing, she was reviewing some goofy-ass content. You are the best chat ever. You're the only chat I care about. Rat baby. Oh, the rat puppet. I don't know where it is right now. I don't trust any cool videos right now. I don't want to see any cool videos. I don't want to see any factory accidents or 80s hits. Oh yeah. If you like the frickin' stream, if you like what you've seen, if you like Fawn's coming on to when she goes to the bathroom, you should donate money. You should give money to the stream so it can be free. This is my really terrible way of trying to appeal. Anyway, breakfast cereal tiers. I could do a tier list at one point myself, and the breakfast cereal one would be like, that would be bloody. That'd be a bloody tier list. You'd be so mad. What was it that I was thinking specifically would go near the top? We ever had Raisin Nut Bran? Ooh, that's good stuff. I have actually multiple cool relatives. I have a cousin who is trans, and I have another cousin who's named after a god of death. It's pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hot dogs usually. I don't know if I'm gonna be dressing up for Halloween. I don't know if I'll have time. Well.
Yeah, we'll have it.
Oh, okay.
I think tomorrow we're going to get pumpkins after the fundraiser.
I brush it. I can't tell you because then you'll know their name, silly. It's not a gene. It's what happened is I came out, and then everyone who was closeted besides me came out in like a cascade of people. So my cousin and both my best friends growing up and stuff. Yes, I'm a trans icon, of course.
True. Faun is a trans icon. Look at this fluffy hair. Look at this floofy, beautiful hair. Look at it.
in
Wait, did you remember to extort them? Like
I
you said
did.
you were
I
going to?
tried. I don't know.
Did they do anything?
Nah.
They didn't react.
It's all good.
You don't have a dominant enough voice.
I'm not dominant. That's
Here,
true.
Let me take these headphones and
Oh.
get back on because I gotta keep.
Wait.
going.
I gotta say one more thing.
Okay, say one more thing. I'm listening to you. Go for it.
It was about something that they were talking about.
Okay.
I don't remember anymore, so I'm a
What?
skidoo.
Wait, they want you to tell the story of how we met. Tell them. Uh-oh. Are you too high to remember right now?
No, it's like a kind of in a long story. Otherwise, it's not very interesting because it's just
We met on Twitter.
we met on Twitter.com.
And I came on really hard, and I was like, I want to take you out on a date sometime. And you were like, okay. And I was like, you mean that? And then, yeah, it turns out, yes.
Yeah.
I liked Faun's art, and that's how I started following Faun. And then one time we decided to DM together, and it was fun. And so we kept DMing together. Love is real. Yes, it is. Love is very real. Mwah. All right, let me have my chair
I'll let
back.
her back on. Bye-bye, impies.
Bye-bye, impies, for now. You're still going to be right next to us, though. They just can't see you. Oh, you're going to have to give the Faun okay command.
Faun okay?
Yeah, give him the Faun okay. Yeah, but marry me. Don't think about it. Listen, I've done some pretty. I've come on pretty hard sometimes. Okay, I like always carefully, but always, after gauging some interest. Okay, so let's see. Did you see that Candace Owens is ready to do something about the Australian menace? No, I didn't. Let's take a look. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I'm a TIFF. Oh my God, this is good. This is good. Okay, this is fucking good. Okay. Yeah, I'm a TIFF. Terrible at my job, IF. Jazz Dog, good job. Fucking good job there. Fuck yeah. You'll remember it, and then you can tell in the next bathroom break. Okay, everybody. I want to react to something else. I want to do something like that. Is there any other cool reactions? Wait, has anybody done any? Let's search. You want to do something weird? Let's search. Let's do a self-search of Demon Mama. Has anybody reacted to me lately? Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's an old one. Oh, this is the boring shit. This is the boring shit. Boring. Oh, yeah. Hey, this was the debate that I had. Whoa.
Sorry.
That's all good. None of these are reactions to me. I've already seen this one. Everybody's too afraid. Wait a second. Wait, Adam and Sitch? Wait a minute, Adam and Sitch? That was from 6 months ago. What the fuck? I guess I have a good spot in the algorithm right now for me. Wait, I get name dropped in a Dr. K video? All right. Let's listen to this. I don't know anything about this motherfucker. Let's do it. This is healthygamer.gg. Oh boy, that's a good name. Healthygamer.gg. How logical thinking actually leads to irrationality. All right, let's find out if this is any good. Let's do it. I've never done this before. Let's react live to a guy I've never seen before. He's a psychiatrist. That tells me all I need to know.
And so I encourage.
Oh yeah, you could tell he's a psychiatrist because he says he's a psychiatrist right there.
And so I encourage all of you to accept responsibility for your situation in life. Because if you accept responsibility.
Wait a minute. Isn't this the guy who like had a public counseling session with Destiny in the past? Wait, isn't this that guy? The guy who has like a line of like questionable ethics issues? Oh, how interesting. Ooh, I love that. I love avoiding ethical issues by technically being in a new field that doesn't have any regulation yet. Yeah, this is the guy who does like counseling on stream. He does like counseling in public. Yeah, he has books behind him though. That's how you know he's legit. Look, I don't know much about him. Maybe I'm wrong. But you found Rose Wrist commentary? Oh, we could I'm talking with Rose Wrist soon. Oh, that's commentary on that shitty debate. I don't want to hear that. That's stupid. That debate was bad. It was not fun, I should say. And it was boring and it was uninteresting. Wait, no, that was Drew Welty? Are you sure? Are you sure? Hold on. Let's do a little bit of shit. Let's do a little bit of verification. Dr. K becomes a degen gamer. Therapist analyzes Squid Game. Therapist reacts. Therapist talks. Why self-pity can feel so good. This guy is very, very, very hammering on the fact that he's a therapist. How years of porn consumption affects the brain's ability to form relationships. Uh-oh. Dr. K becomes an incel. Coaching workshop. Okay. Wildcat talks stress and productivity. Okay. Okay. Ice Poseidon, autism misunderstood, giving, I don't know. This is a little, I don't know. All right. Maybe I was thinking of the wrong person. He did like what was essentially therapy streams with people. See, that's what I thought, Doe. Good to see you, Doe. Yeah, I feel like this was the guy. He's been on a red pill arc recently. Oh, nice. Love that. Red pilled. Dr. K and Abba Atlas on men's issues. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Weird. A therapist's guide to therapy. Okay. Talking with ContraPoints. Okay, so it looks like he does some interviews. I don't know. I can't tell. This is one of those areas where I wonder where they land. Talking with Ferociously Steph. Well, that's cool. Talking with Amaranth. Well, that's cool. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. His video with Contra was promoted out of the world. Oh, this is a big... I have a memory of him months ago doing a bunch of therapy streams with people. He said he got into it because he was a gamer and understood gaming addiction. Then he started talking to a lot of big streamers about a lot of stuff. Huh. Dr. K had a string of videos with a streamer that ended up killing himself. It was about the guy's depression. So sad and cringy in retrospect. Oh, no. Oh, no. He has weird takes on ethnic essentialism. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, well, you know what? Let's see what he has to say about this, okay? Let's see what he's got to say about this. Let's react. All right, let's stop positing. I'm going to give him a fair shake. Let's hear what he has to say about this.
For your situation, you also have the power to control it. Right? I know it sounds kind of weird, but if other people are to blame, then I can't do anything about it. Because I can't change other people. You can try, but it's not going to work. So let's kind of get started. So a lot of times people kind of assume that, you know, if they're highly rational, that they're like not emotional. So we see this a lot in argument, right? Where people will kind of be like, oh, you know, this person is a...
Okay. So this was somebody different. This was Drew Welty is a different person who was the public counselor that I was thinking of. For some reason, I thought this was Dr. K, but this is Drew Welty, apparently. Okay. So that's been cleared up now. Thanks for that. Dr. K did a session with Destiny as well. Okay, so maybe I was just getting them mixed up from two different streams. Interesting. All right, well, let's watch this and we'll see how it goes. Let's watch this and see how it goes.
You know, this person is getting emotional, and therefore their argument is wrong. And it's really tricky because we, you know, especially like a lot of people of our generation will think of themselves as like rational thinkers. And part of the reason that they conclude that they are a rational thinker, or I am a rational thinker and someone else is not, is because this person is displaying emotion and I am not displaying emotion. So if this person displays
the funny
emotion,
thing is they usually are displaying some level of emotion, but yeah.
I am not displaying emotion, then I am the more rational thinker, therefore my argument is more correct. And it's almost like we sort of say that the display of emotion becomes like a point against our rational argument. Like if I make a rational argument, but I make it emotionally, if I have an argument, but I make it emotionally, then it becomes not rational.
I like this. I like that he's addressing this because I actually think that's an important thing to remember, that the points, like how an argument is delivered versus the actual argument at hand is actually really important. I'm glad. Yeah, so far this is really good. I want to give this guy a fair shake. I don't know anything about him. So let's find out.
Which is kind of interesting because that's not really the case. So I know a lot of people think of themselves as like very rational thinkers, but if you really like engage them in conversation and they don't think of themselves as emotional, like you can actually uncover a lot of emotion very quickly. And the simplest way to tell, someone who thinks that they're a rational thinker, that they're, a simple way to elicit emotion is to tell them that their logic is wrong. Just be like, no, bro, like the logical chain that you are outlining is incorrect. And if you say that, you will see an emotional response. The emotion will definitely come right out. I do that all the time. It's true. Right? So it's kind of interesting because we sort of think about rationality and emotionality at opposite ends of the spectrum. And in a sense, that's actually somewhat true. And we'll get to the neuroscience in a second. But there is reciprocal inhibition between our cortices and our limbic system. So our cortices is where a lot of our higher order thinking comes from. And there's a limbic system is where our emotions come from. And what reciprocal inhibition means is that our cortices will suppress our emotions and our emotions will suppress our cortices. So there's a reason why some people think that, if you're emotional, you're not going to be thinking rationally. So there's some truth to that. But that's unfortunately not entirely how the mind works. So the first thing that we want to kind of dig into is that skill at argument does not necessarily make you rational. So a lot of times I'll see this in couples counseling where like one person is like a better debater than the other person. And so anytime they have a conflict, like one person is like able to form their arguments more like coherently, and therefore they will win the argument. And then they assume that because they won the argument, that their logic and their rational thinking is superior to the other person's. It's kind of interesting, right? Because if I win an argument, doesn't that imply that the rationality that I used is more correct than yours? But hold on, like let's take a step back and recognize that like debate.
Oh no, everybody. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh.
And skill at argument is like a skill. So if I had someone who was a master debater and I even like I gave them a bad premise to argue, they would be able to like even take something illogical and actually like outmaneuver someone who is not as good as debate.
Totally. This is called rhetoric. This is the difference between correctness and rhetoric skills.
So one way that we sort of justify the rationality of our argument is if we can out-argue someone else. Because so if I can convince someone or if I can outmaneuver someone using my skill of argument, then I must be correct. But that's not actually the case, right? Because skill at argument is just skill at argument. It doesn't actually mean that you're logically correct. It just means that you're better at outmaneuvering another person. And so this is kind of interesting because, like, just because you're able to outmaneuver someone doesn't actually make you right. But then you kind of scratch your head and you're like, but then what does make me right? How do I know if I'm rational if like skill at argument doesn't mean I'm right?
Scary question to ask. How do I know that I'm rational? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. That's a hard question to answer.
And so it's kind of interesting because if you really look at it from a neuroscience
Someone's answer was Discord debates.
What you can actually find is that emotions can hijack your skill at argument. Okay.
True.
So let's take the
only way to know you're rational is whether you succeed in Discord debates.
Example of like someone who's in denial about being addicted to alcohol. So this person, people can approach someone who's addicted to alcohol and in denial with the most logical argument. And emotionally, if this person is not willing to accept that they have a problem, their rational mind will come up with all kinds of counterarguments, and you will never be able to convince them that they have a problem, right? Unless they are willing to entertain the idea that they have a problem, you will never be able to convince them. So it's kind of interesting because if you really look at the mind, what we find is that
yes, logic can be both. What's the term? It's logic can be both sound and factual. Is that what it is? Valid. Sound versus valid. Sound versus valid. A deductive argument is sound if and only if it is both valid and all of its premises are actually true. So there's a difference between something being logically valid and being logically sound. You can have a valid argument based on flawed premises, but you cannot have a sound argument based on flawed premises. Yeah. Oh, thank you all. Exactly. Precisely. Val 9000 says logic is a chain, and a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. But also, a chain can be chained to a false foundation. So, like for example, there are valid arguments that can be made in within Christianity, provided that you assume that the facts of Christianity are correct, and those arguments may not be sound, but they might be valid. So, yeah. Yeah, the soundness applies that the argument is rooted in legitimate fact. Yes, correct. Yes, precisely. Everybody's getting it. That's fantastic. Yes.
Skill at argument can be hijacked by other parts of your mind. And so, you can kind of get emotional. Like if you get someone who's like very good at arguing, you get them riled up, they will argue with you. Their emotion will kind of fuel that argument. And then like you will never be able to convince them that they're wrong. And they may even be able to outmaneuver you, and they will walk away from that interaction thinking that they're right. And so if people are kind of confused about that, all you have to do is look at politics, right? Because when I hold a political belief and someone else holds the opposite political belief, both of us within our mind are convinced that our belief is logical and justifiable. No one in politics says, my belief is idiotic. We always try to say, oh,
this is the problem that I bring up with pragmatism. Everyone thinks that their viewpoint is pragmatic. That's why the term pragmatic is a useless term that you should always just discard. If anybody ever hits you with the pragmatism, just throw it away. Everyone thinks their position is pragmatic. It's just that everyone has different assessments of what a pragmatic argument is.
The other person isn't thinking clearly, they're emotional, and both sides will say this all the time. And if you really ask the person, is your belief logical? They'll say, of course it is. That's why I believe it. But if we really get into it, what we actually realize is that's not the case, because logic may exist objectively, but when you take logic and you stick it in a human brain, some weird stuff starts to happen, okay? So let's try to dig into why rational thinkers are actually quite emotional.
Doe says, that feel when I decide I will choose not to do what is practical towards my goals. Yes, exactly. That is the type of line right there that reveals the uselessness of a term like pragmatic. Yes, today I will choose to do what I believe to be incorrect. No, obviously everybody thinks that their path is the most pragmatic. For example, a revolutionary would think their path is the most pragmatic because they don't believe that you can change it any other way. Whereas a reformist is going to think theirs is most pragmatic because they don't think revolution will work. It's a meaningless term. Thank you. That is a perfect line.
And how, unless you understand the emotional aspect of your thinking, you will never
exactly,
be thinking properly, okay? So it starts with this. So a lot of people will say, okay, I'm not feeling emotion.
Oh, I would totally, so far, this guy seems like he's got a pretty, he's approaching this from a pretty good perspective. I didn't know much about him. I'd heard some things, but it seems so far like this video is really interesting so far. I like his approach. So yeah, but of course, I will sit down and talk with almost anybody.
Therefore, I must be rational. Right? And that's kind of interesting, but if you look at it, some people are alexithymic. And so what that means is that they've actually trained themselves or been conditioned to turn down the volume on their emotional signals. If you actually look at these people, their EQ or emotional quotient is lower than other people who are not alexithymic. And so I know it sounds kind of weird, but just because you don't feel emotion doesn't mean that there isn't emotion that's active in your brain. So we all have this part of our brain.
That's also true. Have you ever seen somebody seething where they're controlling their external expression of emotion, but it's very clear that they're actually incredibly angry? That is something that some people can do. Some people can control their emotions really, really well and seem like they're not mad, when in truth they might be completely compromised.
Called the limbic system, and the limbic system is how we feel emotion. And I know it sounds kind of bizarre, but you can even look at cases of people, and we'll show some papers quickly. But you can look at people who have, neuroscience things going on that suppress their ability to feel emotion.
Can you give me a second
and
here?
what you actually find is those circuits of the brain aren't turned off. They're actually turned on and acting in some way, although there isn't awareness that the emotion is present. So I know it sounds kind of weird, but like if you engage in a logical argument with someone, the emotional parts of your brain are not going to be like non-functional. They'll be functional.
What? Uh-oh, we found the one in chat. Oh, look at this. Doesn't that mean we're better at controlling our mind? No, it means you're better at making yourself blind to your own emotions, ironically making you worse at controlling your mind. If you can't acknowledge and deal with your emotions, you are no better at controlling your mind than the most hardcore totalized man who can control everything within him. You're better at bottling it. Yeah, this is pretty interesting so far. I actually like that he's addressing this. I'm actually super impressed at this so far. Maybe, I tried not to jump the gun on any of this, but this is pretty interesting so far.
Some amount of awareness will be suppressed. So one of the places that we actually see this is actually in schizophrenia research. So if you look at people with schizophrenia, their experience of emotion over time can be like blunted or diminished. So people with schizophrenia can develop something called flat affect, which means you can't see emotion in their face. So even though they could be experiencing emotion, the visibility of their emotion.
Okay, and by the way, it's not just schizophrenics. Lots of people have flat affects. Flat affect is also common with certain types of autism. So it's not just schizophrenics, but just as a note.
Emotion is kind of like there's a break between these two circuits of your brain. And similarly, what we see in alexithymia is that the emotion is active on some level in your neuroscience and is actually hijacking your rationality, but your experience of it is not present, which sounds really, really weird, but that's because sort of like you're just not aware of it, but it's absolutely there. Okay? So this is where let's kind of turn to a little bit of research. Okay? So we're going to explain this principle a little bit better. So, inhibition of action, thought, and emotion, a selective neurobiological review. So this review goes into a lot of information that is less relevant for us, but is really interesting. Talks about, inhibitory circuits for thoughts and actions and emotions. But here's the important part for us. So emotional dysregulation is a characteristic of a variety of forms of psychopathology, and dysregulated fear responses play a prominent role in blah, blah, blah. By studying extinction, researchers have made substantial progress in understanding the psychological and neural mechanisms underlying the inhibition of conditioned fear responses. Below, we review evidence indicating that the that's ventromedial prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and hippocampus are critical brain regions involved in fear extinction. Okay? So let's just think a little bit about what this is saying, and I'll try to translate for y'all. What this means, if we're talking about inhibition of a conditioned fear response, what that essentially means is that I have a fear response that is activating, but there are parts of my brain that are kind of inhibiting it or suppressing it. So the fear is there, and there are certain circuits of my brain that will actually like go out of their way to try to suppress it from actually happening. And this is sort of what we see.
And sometimes that's important, by the way. Like what he's talking about here, this is like a morally neutral thing. Sometimes we need to suppress fear response, right? We have to be able to. So like if we like for example, an example of when we would need to suppress a fear response is like if we were on a sinking boat and we're scared to jump in the water, but the only way to live is to jump in the water. We have to be able to suppress the fear response of the water to jump in the water. Yeah, courage or bravery is what it would be called on an abstract or sort of metaphorical level. Let's continue. This is super interesting.
In cases of like alexithymia and argument, is that a lot of people won't feel emotional.
Thank you.
But there are actually emotional circuits that are active that are being inhibited from like presenting in a particular way by other circuits of our brain. So our ventromedial prefrontal cortex, which is where a lot of our, logic and executive function comes from, actively will inhibit the experience of things like fear or other kinds of emotions. But the really interesting thing is that there's reciprocal inhibition. So sometimes what can happen is even though we're trying to inhibit that circuit can activate and actually shape our rational thinking, okay? I know it sounds kind of weird. But if you have a friend who's very emotional, let's say that I'm afraid that my partner is cheating on me, then what happens is that emotion drives my rational thought process, right? And then I start thinking all these things that if my friends try to disprove me, I'm like, no, man, like I'm texting her and she's not answering. But it's like, dude, maybe she's asleep. It's like 1 a.m. No, man, like she's not answering because this, right?
Yeah, see, this is where he's doing a really good job illustrating how you can build a valid line of logic that is based on unsound preconceptions. So the valid line of logic is, here's a bunch of evidence that indicates that my girlfriend is behaving differently than usual, but the base assumption could be influenced very strongly by emotion. A lot of debate bros get away with this. Of course they do. Of course they do. It's hard to spot sometimes. Sometimes it's impossible to spot. Not to stop, to spot.
And you can try to argue with that person as much as you want to, but as long as that emotional circuitry is hijacking their rational circuitry, they will never respond to your rational argument, right? And so this is kind of the tricky thing when it comes to
I don't know if I agree with his conclusion there, but yes, I get what he's saying.
Mind is we have rational thoughts and we have emotional thoughts, and we tend to think that if I don't feel the emotion, then I must be rational. But actually what I've discovered, and this is sort of what what the yogis discovered as well, is that if you are not aware of your emotions, if you can't feel emotions,
I like this. Okay, he's talking about something that is increasingly important in the modern understanding of mental health, which is a thing called, ready? Mindfulness. Mindfulness, okay? This is super interesting, okay? Because as it turns out, we can't analyze our emotional state if we don't understand our emotional state. So it's actually very valuable for us to take time to dip into our emotional state, to feel our emotions. Wait, remember when I was talking about the litany against fear the other day? All of you imps who were here the other day, you must remember this when I was talking about how letting fear pass through you, over you, and or over you and through you is important because it lets you know that the fear is there so that you can rationally analyze it. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. Yeah, that's a Dune quote, ironically. Fear is the mind killer. But it's true. We know that our fear especially, because fear is such a powerful response in human, but that fear, lust, all kinds of things can override our mind, or our rational mind. But that it is also important to understand those things. You cannot think with the information your emotions are providing you if all you do is suppress your emotions. And like I said, there are select occasions where suppressing your emotions is the only option you have. But in general, we should seek to not interrogate, that sounds too aggressive. We should seek to be mindful of our emotions so that they can complement our analysis, so that we can know what's actually there. You wish I would look at what? What would I look at it? Chad Michaels yelling yes? Okay, I don't know what that is. Okay, I don't know what that is. Listen, someday I'll look at it. Integrate, yes. One way, Val9000 says, one way I think never being sure of my feelings has helped me is that it allows me to think about why I might be feeling what I am, and that allows me to explore different options. Yes, yes. All right, fine, I'll watch this thing. You win this time. You win this time. You win this time.
Yes! Yes!
Yes! Yes! True! True! Let's go.
Doesn't mean that emotions don't exist. That just means that the action of emotions is not visible to you. And I would argue that the less emotion you're able to feel, the more likely your rational thinking is actually hijacked by your emotions. And this is where things like cognitive biases come from, right? So if we think about these things in psychiatry, like cognitive biases, denial, defense.
Oof. Oh, look at this comment right here. Why is there a pit in my stomach right now? Oh, no. Oh, no. This right here, this person is having a growth moment. Listen, a growth moment. Growth moments hurt, okay? I'm telling you, they hurt. It hurts. It hurts, but it's good. This person will become a better person because of this moment. I'm telling you.
Mechanisms, projection. So what does all this crap mean? Like, why does this happen? Why do we have a cognitive bias? Why do we have these psychological defense mechanisms? When I am in denial, that's a psychological defense mechanism. So what am I defending against? I'm defending against emotion. So what we tend to find is that hyper-rational thinkers are not actually hyper-rational. They're actually, the conclusion that they come to is, I'm a rational thinker because I don't feel emotion. Whereas what's more likely, and this is what we get trained in psychiatry, is to recognize that there are all these psychological defense mechanisms which manifest as rationality, but that person is not able to experience the underlying emotion. And if they're not able to experience it, it's essentially going to hijack your skill at argument and start disproving people right and left. So it's kind of bizarre, but at the end of the day, what I've seen is that if you want to determine whether your thought process is truly rational or not, the main question you need to ask yourself is, am I aware of my internal emotional state? And until you...
This is, oh my God. Okay, this is actually so good. So this has crossovers with the scientific method. The scientific method. Turns out one of the main things that you have to do in science is acknowledge openly what your biases may be. Because if you don't address what biases you may have going into an experiment, you're more likely to let them affect the outcome of the experiment without even knowing you're doing it.
Become aware of your internal emotional state, there's a decent chance that you're thinking.
Yeah, this is first level philosophy, but sometimes even philosophy students ignore this part because they're more obsessed with the textbook, I can own you with this cool quote or whatever, and people don't ever have this. I'm super glad I gave this video a shot. I'm super glad. I hear I get name dropped in this video apparently.
Is not actually going to be rational at all, but you'll be recruiting all these weird psychological defense mechanisms and like kind of hijacking your skill at argument to prove other people wrong, but really you're the one who's like woefully incorrect. It's really bizarre, but that's kind of how it works. So if you want to become a more rational thinker, I know it sounds kind of weird, but what you actually need to do is
I learned mindfulness through Nietzsche. I think people are unnecessarily cruel to Nietzsche. Listen, I've enjoyed a lot of Nietzsche, okay? Listen, I got a lot more reading to do, but I've enjoyed what I've seen, okay? People are rough. Kruva says, you've got a heart of gold, Demon Mama. Don't let them take it from you. They can't. They can't. I had a heart of gold long before I became a streamer. Thank you. But that's true. It's true. It's one of my things. And I would rather stop being a streamer than lose my heart of gold. There you go.
Emotional awareness,
much for the tier 2
right?
sub.
Because when we really think about a rational thinker, like someone who makes good decisions, it's the person who says, oh, like emotionally, I feel embarrassed going to a party. But now that I'm aware that I have that embarrassment, I can act in spite of it and kind of do the right thing. Whereas what'll happen if we're not careful is that emotional embarrassment will be like, it's not worth going to. Right? Oh, I'm not even going to have a good time. Oh, it's so far away. I come up with all of these. I know this is a weird word. I know you guys have never heard this word before. It's a very rare Sanskrit word. Rationalizations.
Ooh.
Right? And what does that mean? Like, what is a rationalization? It's our brain's emotion hijacking our skill of argument to come up with a logical response that other people are not able to argue against. Right?
Someone in so Deviled Leg in Twitch chat says, debate bros are debate bros because they do this almost pathologically. It feels weird to say debate bros with regard to this when Demon Mama does it too. Most people do it, not all the time, but we do. I'd consider Demon Mama more of someone who is good at engaging in a debate bro space. As someone who did do competitive debate in high school, there's a really specific mindset that debaters get into that they have to get over. Debate bros stop being obnoxious debate bros if they can recognize the limitations of debate. I never did like high school debate. I learned debate in the dirty trenches of family arguments about religion. So yes, I appreciate that you recognize that I am a transplant to the debate space, and that it is not my my sort of natural inclination, so to say. But yes, of course, there are times in which I've committed all kinds of you know, mistakes or fallacies or whatever. But when I'm called out on them, I tend to acknowledge them very openly, as you can see in most of my videos that I have up about me taking criticism. I try to be very aware of my emotions and my own biases. Yeah. 8D5D2D Derek, thank you so much for the $10. How can we tell if we are suppressing emotions? That's hard. You have to spend time in your own mind, which is really hard. Which is really, really hard to do. Yeah. Regardless of what Dr. K is saying, he's unironically a really good communicator. He's breaking down pretty complex concepts and keeping me heavily engaged. He would be a tight teacher. Yeah, he seems pretty good so far.
It's crazy.
I'm actually really impressed.
We even have words in our language where we intrinsically understand this stuff. We intuitively get this when we use the word rationalization. And what we tend to find is that the more unaware you are of your emotions, the more your rational thought process will be filled with rationalizations instead of real logic. So that's how, you know, you got to be careful. But if you consider yourself a rational thinker and you don't experience much emotion, there's a decent chance, and you guys may know people who are like this too, that actually your emotions are actually running the show from behind the scenes. And that your rational mind is a puppet that's being controlled by your emotions. Yeah, people are mentioning Ben Shapiro and stuff like that. Yeah, so like I'm not surprised
that makes sense. True,
that people are drawing these correlations. I don't really know. Like I try not to make judgments about people unless I talk to them personally. But when someone is saying rationalizing is making excuses, absolutely, right? So this is where you know, if you kind of think about it, like, why are you making an excuse? It's because there's an emotional pain that you want to dodge.
Oh my
God, it's a protective mechanism. That's
three people have. Here we go again. Lamau. Damn, I feel good that my name isn't getting dropped that much.
Defense mechanisms. So when people are kind of asking the question, okay, how do I become more aware of my emotions?
A lot of Hasans.
So I know
in
it's
chat.
kind of
weird.
But like,
oh my God! Another one. A lot of Hasans and a lot of Destinies on here. Oh,
if
Jesus.
you just actually sit down and pay attention, you may discover that there's a lot of stuff about your life that your mind is really working hard to avoid. Right? Because
my God.
If we open that can of worms, if we do say, okay, like this was my fault, or I am an addict, holy crap, what does that mean? It means I'm letting my kids down. It means I'm letting my spouse down. It means that I'm disappointing the people at work. It means that like I have a problem that like I don't know if I can fix. Because I can fix all of the rational things in my head because my mind is telling me it's just this.
We got more.
You can fix that. But there's a lot of fear with like letting go of your defense mechanisms and like, you know, in a raw way, like facing your problems because
Hasan named again.
You can't fix the addiction. You can fix all this other stuff, which you keep on saying is the problem. No, it's not. Video games aren't the problem. The problem is I'm just like not disciplined enough. I just need to be more disciplined. I wish I was more disciplined. This isn't the problem. It's not the marijuana that's the problem. Like the marijuana helps with my anxiety.
Wait, is Dr. K going to ignore all the Destiny and Hasan mentions, but then talk about Demon Mama? I hope so. That would be so validating. All the Destiny and Hasan get ignored, but Demon Mama is important enough to respond to? Fuck yeah.
Like, I don't, you know, the problem is that the capitalistic society and student loans
interview
and
psychanalysis
all this,
of Destiny is so good. Maybe, oh no, I can't do that. That would be, maybe I'll watch on my own time. That sounds funny.
The world is going to hell. It's not marijuana that's the issue. It's like, look at all of these things. This is what happens, right? Once the emotions hijack the rational part of our mind, we come up with a lot of evidence which is compelling. It's not like our mind thinks false things. It's just really selective. And it's like, no, man, like the reason that you're not doing well in life is absolutely because of capitalism, which is fair. Like it's, you can say that there's a predatory work environment. You're not logically incorrect there. It's just, blaming, the universe is an awesome way to give a pass to yourself, right?
I think this is a weird framing personally. I think this is the first major critique I have here, because it's not about, like, okay, I get what he's saying, like blaming the universe, but I don't think that it's usually about blame. And I think this is one of the things. I think a lot of people reach for blame when it's not really about blame. It's about accurately analyzing the strategic play field that you're on, right? Like for example, if you play on the playfield of just any individual job, you will forever be leaving jobs and going to other jobs that are identically the same. But if you recognize that we live in a capitalist system, you're going to analyze the strategic playing field significantly different. So I recognize where he's coming from with this, because of a lot of Americans are very individualistic and they just tend to go, okay, well, I can blame this on X and therefore forget about it. But I think it's important to recognize that recognizing things like climate change, these huge issues, isn't really about blame. It can be at times, but it's usually about accurately assessing the playfield that you're on.
Because then it isn't your fault. Yeah, like everyone else is wrong, And I see this a lot with like people who are, I don't want to get into this, but there's some things that are medically, we know are like medically dangerous, right? So there are certain aspects of the self. And in our desire to be like an accepting society, what some people have started to do is normalize or even promote things that are like scientifically medically dangerous. And they say like, oh my God, like I don't want to deal with the shame of a particular aspect of myself. Therefore, I'm going to demonize all of society instead of like take care of myself, right? And as a scientist, like as a medical doctor, like there's clear, there's like a clear right answer about what's healthy and what's unhealthy.
There's the name drop. It's funny, I've never done this. Let's see where this goes. Oh no.
Healthy. And then once we get into these like psychological like games of like, I don't want to
notice that everybody just says fat people. This right here is what we talk about when we say fat phobia. The fact that the first thing that people think of is fat people and not literally alcoholics, smokers, gun owners who own unsafe guns, people who drive big dangerous trucks. That's what's fat phobia. It's not the fact that there are no health things that can be affected by weight. It's the fact that Americans fucking hate fat people. They hate them out of scope with the actual dangers of being fat. We'll see where this goes. We got another Demon Mama name drop here.
Deal with the shame that I feel internally. Therefore, I'm going to play a really cool trick. Y'all ready for it? I don't have to be ashamed if there's nothing wrong. Right? So I have an
Why is shame? We got a third name drop.
To deal with internal shame. Just blame society and normalize the way that you are. It comes back to if you don't deserve me, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Like, why do I need...
I hate that quote. I hope he's not thinking of me. I hate that fucking quote.
To grow as a person. Like, people need to be more accepting. It's not my problem that I'm an asshole. People need to be more compassionate. It's their problem. Everyone is so mean and cruel nowadays. Like, I don't need to improve. People need to be nicer to me.
Wait, when did this come out? Let's see. When did this video come out? This video came out in August. That would have been the self-diagnosis take. Would have been this period. This would have been the self-diagnosis take.
And now everyone's so be careful, because now everyone's like, oh, like you're taking your particular, the people that you dislike or you disagree with, and what is your mind doing? Yeah, the people that disagree with me, they're the ones that do what Dr. K is talking about. They're the idiots that he's talking about. Yeah, that's them. That's the take your pick, conservatives, liberals, this person, that person. Take your pick. Whichever side of the argument you're on, what are you doing right now? You're putting the other people that you argue against. You said, Dr. K, that's these people. No, bro, like you could be that people. That's what we're saying. We're not talking about the people you argue against. We're talking about you. It's crazy. Do you see how your mind does that? It's so damn quick.
I'm interested.
Because now it has a justification to disprove the other person's point. It's like, yeah, I'm right. Dr. K said so. Be careful. Okay? Be careful. We're not here to talk about other people. This stream is here to talk about you, right? Why do you take this piece of juicy, juicy evidence? Because damn, it's a good piece of evidence. Did you guys see that scientific paper, man? Oh man, it's definitely this person. And it could be, you could be right? I'm not saying that they're not like that. But just be careful about how your mind, what does your mind emotionally feel when you assign this idiocy to your opponents? Oh my God, doesn't it feel so good? Feels so good. Oh, look at these noobs. They're like this. And then look at that emotion. And what do you think that emotion is doing? It's hijacking your rational circuitry.
Damn, that was
oh, look.
I gotta say, however this ends up, whether he ends up calling me a dumbass, that was a smart move on his chat. That was a smart fucking move on his chat.
Now I get to feel better than them. That is my favorite thing to do, is I need to be better than that person. Oh, that feels so damn good. Be careful. Be careful. Okay? Be careful. So we're not saying, and this is the key thing to remember, when your emotions hijack your rational circuitry, your rational circuitry never comes up with stuff that's wrong.
I'm waiting for the
Okay?
name
This is
drop.
the tricky thing. Because you think, oh, doesn't that mean my rational circuitry is wrong? Incorrect. It's selective. Huge difference. It's incomplete, right? So if I ask a girl out, girl says no, then I feel hurt, rejected, and ashamed. Oh my God. Until I start dissing her, and it's like, oh, she doesn't deserve me. Oh, then I don't have to feel
somebody
ashamed.
lied. Well, it's an interesting
Her
video
loss.
nonetheless.
Oh my God. I get to feel better about myself. I was doing it as a favor. It was charity on my part. And if she doesn't want to accept the charity, I'm too cool for her. Beautiful. She wasn't even that attractive.
Maybe the name drop was
right?
just in the chat.
And it doesn't have to be, I'm just saying.
Also, notice that they all dropped my name, not with my actual take, which was about self-diagnosis, but with me being fat. Did you notice that? Did anybody notice that little nice detail?
That because, you know, my experience when you speak in the first person, I adopt a heteronormative masculine perspective. Because these are the thoughts that I had when I was like 19 years old, a freshman in college.
Kind of weird how things work out like that. Oh, because I am fat. But it's funny how much they fixate on it. Constantly made fun of for my weight. Even though I'm not even that fat. I'm not even the fattest person that I even know. Like, not even close.
Asking a girl out, and when she turned me down, that's what my mind did. Came up with all these reasons that protected me from
Am I fat? Yes, I am.
Feeling ashamed of myself.
I'm not.
Right? It goes the other way. Like, dudes can do this with dudes.
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, that's true too, the kid. It doesn't matter what weight you are. You're going to be either too fat or too skinny. That's how it is for women. That's true. That's true. Femme presenting people get you if you're there is no actual correct one. Yeah.
Women can do it with dudes. Women can do it with women. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, my face when a fat person has an opinion. You're
right?
fat.
It can be like a job interview. It can be like you can invite a friend to a social event, and then they can turn you down, and then you feel rejected and like you're not good enough for them, and then the mind flips over and says, oh, like it's his loss. Right? So where I'm not trying to demonize y'all, y'all are great. Y'all are fantastic. Let's understand these parts of ourselves, right? And let's understand that it's actually okay to feel shame. It's okay to feel rejected, because sometimes we get rejected. And as we start to look into that, right, as we start to face our problems and we face like, oh, wow, like I really feel like shameful and rejected. As we start to acknowledge those emotions, then we can leverage our truly free rational thinking on it. And then we'll discover one of two things. I know it's crazy, but we're going to discover one of two things. One is, oh, crap, maybe I deserve to be rejected. Maybe there's something here that I need to get better at, right? Like maybe like I'd do a better job at romantic relationships and people would say yes if
or maybe like there's just vibes are fucked and it has nothing to do with what you're doing.
I, you know, groomed myself. So that's how you make progress, right? You sort of notice that there are particular things you could do wrong. Other option. Maybe you'll discover that they're a toxic fucker. Right? Because some people reject you and it's really not fair. Like some people reject you because they've got an ego thing going on. They've got emotional crap going on. Maybe you'll
it's just not the
discover
right
that there's someone in your life that persistently makes you feel a negative way, and that actually isn't fair. But you're not going to know the answer to that until you authentically and calmly look at it and face what you feel. Oh, wow, this person routinely makes me feel really bad about myself. Right? So then, like, once you're like, oh, and then it's kind of tricky. I know we're kind of going off on a tangent here. But if you're not careful, what that'll turn into is like all kinds of things to make yourself feel better. When you have a toxic person in your life and they reject you, what do you actually do to suppress that emotion? You bend over backwards for them, right? Oh, like this person rejected me. Oh, do you want to go out to dinner on Friday? Oh, you said no and I feel hurt and rejected? Oh, it's my treat. I just got a bonus and I'm looking to celebrate. I'll pay for your food. And then the person is like, okay, fine. And then they come out, right? And then it's kind of interesting because then what happens is you start engaging in all of this behavior to avoid that feeling of rejection and propagate the toxic relationship.
I don't know if this is a perfect example to discuss this particular dynamic,
but that's where, once again, the solution is still the same. As long as you're able to notice that shame, notice that rejection, be aware of it, even start to tolerate it, because that's a big part of it, not even being aware of it. Awareness is like 50% of tolerance, to be honest. And so as you're able to do that, then you're like, oh, actually, like, I feel ashamed. And once you acknowledge the shame, once you feel the shame, it's no longer secretly working behind the scenes to like manipulate your behavior into propagating toxic relationships. Does rationalizing ultimately feed a negative self-image? Absolutely. So remember, the goal of rationalizing is to support whatever you feel, right? So if you look at like doomers, okay? Like doomers, actually maybe doomers is not a good example. Let me think about this. So does rationalizing ultimately feed a negative self-image? Absolutely. Let's look at someone who's depressed. So in the mind of a depressed person, they have a core feeling of low self-worth, okay? And then like rationally, they'll give you 1,000 justifications why there's low self-worth. And you can argue, I can argue with my patients. There's so much reason to live. Like you literally have 3 kids that are telling you that they hope you get better and they want to see you again.
Have fun, baby boy.
And they love you very much and they don't want you to go anywhere. They're literally telling you that. And then the stronger the emotion, the stronger the rationalization. They're just saying that they don't understand that, like, I'm causing them so much pain by being sick. They would be so much better if they could, like, worry about people who deserved their love. It's like the strength of the rationalization supports the emotion. It's crazy. Right? And so it absolutely can reinforce the negative self-image. And that's why talking to people logically about why they should live doesn't work very well. I mean, it can help.
It doesn't always work very well. Some people engage with that very, very well. Other people don't. It really depends. You have to know the individual.
Some. And that's where you got to acknowledge the emotion first, then you can talk to them logically about it. Someone's asking, how do you deal with a string of toxic relationships? By looking at the common variable. Ooh. I'm not trying to be mean there, but like, what is it that you do? What are the emotional needs? And this is the really tricky thing, because people who wind up in strings of toxic relationships, there's something really powerful that's drawing you to that person. That's what you need to understand. Okay? It's a fantastic question. But it's this kind of thing where, like, I know it sounds kind of weird, but if you look at people who are routinely in toxic relationships, the person in the toxic relationship makes you feel the way that you feel about yourself. That is why people wind up in toxic relationships over and over and over again.
That's partially
They confirm what you believe about yourself.
That's possible. That's
possible.
And
so human beings will go for like confirmation and order over pain. So you will, like, human beings are just wired this way. It's like the way that we've evolved.
I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I don't know if that's entirely accurate.
A pain that we understand and are familiar with, because there's a part of your mind that's like, we can survive.
Oh, here's an interesting one right here. I have BPD and recently found this out and routinely wound up with people with narcissistic personality disorder, sadly, and it's totally ruined me and I'm trying to heal from it. Hey, I feel that. I feel that hardcore. Although I've gotten significantly better about that. Way better about that over the course of my life, especially after I learned about having BPD.
Done it 10 times before. This is home field advantage. And so if you believe something about yourself and then the toxic person reinforces that belief, it fits. It's like, oh, that's I knew it. I knew it. So it's really tricky. But that's the problem. Because, I mean, it could be circumstances and stuff like that. Like maybe just literally your social circle is filled with people who are toxic. But generally speaking, what I find is that people who engage in toxic relationships over and over and over again, I know it sounds kind of weird, but when they come into my office, we don't work on the people that
this seems
they're
pretty
dating.
good so
we work
far.
on
I'm
them.
actually pretty. This is a very solid
And
video.
so I encourage all of you
Healthy
to
Gamer gets my
accept
thumbs up for
responsibility
this
for your
video.
situation
For
in life.
sure.
Because if you accept responsibility for your situation, you also have the
I'm
power
sorry,
to control
intentions
it.
nasty.
Right? I know it sounds kind of weird,
We're
but
not really
if
doing.
other people are
we're
to blame.
entirely doing a mental health segment. We just dropped on this, and my name was dropped in this video by the chat, not by the actual content creator, Dr. K. But I hope that you feel better, and I'm really sorry. I know what it's like. I deal with my probably more than my fair share of mental struggles, but there's much love for you here. You know, I have a massive bias against BPD. Ooh, maybe we will have a mental health segment. Let's talk about that.
Then I can't do anything about it. Because I can't change other people. You can try, but it's not going to work. But if you accept responsibility for your situation, that also means that if it's your fault that you're here, you could have done things differently, which means that you can do things differently. So it's really tricky, but responsibility and empowerment come hand in hand. With great power comes great responsibility is absolutely right, because that's the only way it works. So if y'all feel, if you're saying to yourself it's all your fault, that also means that it's within your power to change it. And that's just like, are you willing to carry that burden?
BPD for a bit, I guess. Let's talk about that. That was a good video. Okay, I'm going to give that a like. That was a good fucking video. I like that. I like that video a lot, actually. Even though I got name dropped and his chat called me fat. I used to know a trans woman with BPD. Your mannerisms and general loudness and over-the-topness reminds me of her sometimes. Oh, let's talk about BPD a little bit. BPD is super... Yeah, here's the video if you're interested in it. Here's a link to the video. Feel free to toss your likes. It's Dr. K. Really enjoyed that video, actually. Excuse me, actually. Hi, Metal Murph. Hi, two old buds. Good to see you. So let's talk about BPD a little bit. There's a lot of bias against BPD. There's a lot of stereotypes about BPD, which is called borderline personality disorder. Honestly, a lot of this comes from the fact that there was psychiatric bias against BPD. There was a point in the near history, in recent history, I'm talking like within the last 20 to 30 years, that BPD was considered an incurable nightmare condition, which is ridiculous, which is absolutely ridiculous, so ridiculous. The reality is that people did not understand BPD at all. And as it turns out, a lot of BPD people who found ways to live a good life were the ones that needed to be listened to because they actually knew what was going up on their head. It makes you feel so much worse when everyone else is convinced you're a monster. You convince yourself of it too. Well, see, that's the thing. Yeah, BPD, best pussy disorder. True. I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. You can ask my partners. You tell me, okay? You tell me, all right? Listen. But let's be real here. Let's not goof around. I've been diagnosed with BPD before. I've avoided talking about it because a lot of people think it makes you a bad person. They still do that a lot of the time. I've got well, yes, because you can't undo damage like that. When people get a bad idea in their head, it takes a long time to get that out. Okay, a lot of time to get that out of the general atmosphere. There are a lot of people who are still to this day convinced that BPD is like a nightmare, incurable disorder, but that's really not true. The reality is that that BPD just operates in very specific ways that can be hard to address. It took me a long time to figure out I had BPD. One of the things that actually helped me is a video by Curio. I'm going to show you this video, okay? Let me show you the video. This is the video right here. It's called Seeing Yourself, BPD in the Media. This is a video by Curio one of the greatest videos that that I have ever seen on BPD. It's a fantastic video. People think that BPD means that you're like the most manipulative, evil person on the planet or something, but that is not even close to true. In fact, there are a lot of really fucking dumb people with BPD who aren't good at being manipulative at all. The thing about BPD is that BPD tends to be the result of childhood trauma, which means that it tends to sort of evolve in lockstep with hyper empathy, with people reading skills. So yes, are some people with BPD very manipulative? Yes, many people without BPD are very manipulative as well. BPD is neurological, but it can be treated and helped to make life more safe and enjoyable. Yes, it's just the thing with BPD is that BPD is a way that your brain shapes in response to trauma. And the reality is that it is, I understand BPD best as a series of extreme mental tools. I grew up in an extremely strenuous emotional environment. I grew up in a cult. I grew up with a parent who was very abusive to me. I grew up with a lot of interfamilial fighting. And so the result is that I have developed emotionally a bunch of tools to survive against that don't work really well in a lot of in a lot of other circumstances. So I had to learn how to cope with those tools, you know? So for example, let me give you one such example of this. Have I already gone over John the Duncan's video? I talked about it very briefly. I didn't think it was the best video. I didn't dislike it. I just thought it had some problems. Some call that trauma. It is trauma, but there are different responses from trauma. It also develops with self-harm and becomes comorbid in that way as that you stop feeling reward from progress and instead feel it from harming. Yes. Oh my God, yes. That is very, very true. And you want to know what's really weird? Here's where it gets really complicated, okay? Because a lot of times you learn to self-harm in very strange ways, okay? For example, myself, I have talked about on this stream that I am a workaholic. And I put my schedule for the day up to a vote. So let's be real. I'm calling myself out here a little bit. Yeah, I have self-harmed through work many, many times. Many times in the past. I have self-harmed through staying in horrifically abusive relationships because of exactly what healthygamer.gg was talking about there. This idea that like the abuse that you understand is safer than the loneliness you don't understand. Right? So I've done that in the past. But the thing about BPD is that something that a lot of people don't understand. Some people think that BPD is like psychopath, that you don't feel any emotions, but in reality that's not that's not even close to true. Most people with BPD have such intense emotions that you can barely even you can barely contain them. You can barely even understand them. They're so intense. It's the exact opposite. And so sometimes people respond by shutting down completely. Yeah, exactly. Did somebody say rationalizing abuse? Yep. Yeah, and the thing is, that a lot of times those strong responses are natural to really intense things. For me, there are times where I cannot contain my emotions. Now, you probably don't see those on stream very frequently because stream is a unique environment, but there have been times where I have done extreme things to try and alleviate emotional pain. I'm talking things like, in the past, I have flown across the country on like after buying a ticket 8 hours before, like 8 hours after thinking about doing it. I just said, I'm buying a ticket. I'm going to go do this thing because this is what will solve my emotions. These emotions are so intense that it's making me feel like everything is the end of the world. And I have learned over many, 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 many years of dealing with this, how not to be, be full of that. Was the feeling of emptiness a thing for you? You can get a feeling of emptiness as a result of not being able to process the emotions. That's literally the plot of Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. I've heard that crazy ex-girlfriend, but I've done that. I have been I have been one of 2 crazy girlfriends. We were both crazy, many times. But the other side that people don't recognize of BPD, people think about the crazy girlfriend things. You know what I mean? That's the stereotype of BPD. It's a crazy girlfriend who does crazy things because she was hurt. But what they don't actually ever talk about is they never talk about the other side of that. The amount of control that goes in to taking care of the emotions and the ways that your emotions can be exploited. I have had exes who knew that I had intense emotions and were able to prey on that specifically because they knew my emotions were so strong that they could use those emotions to basically get me to do whatever I want. I saw the BPD breakdown in you with that combo with RGR. After you got off call, I had fucking been there. That combo was such an emotional toll on me for that reason. Yeah, I shut off my stream because I knew I immediately started crying after that stream. It was too much. I couldn't even process it. So, you know, one of the ways that I process my emotions is by expressing them. So you all notice, like, it's literally a meme. People make fun of me for how emotive I am, for the fact that I swing my arms and I do things like this and I make silly faces and all of that. That's because me healthily channeling these strong emotions makes me stronger. It makes me communicate better. It keeps the level of emotion this far down because I'm letting it out in my own way that's not harmful. I am emotive, but I'm not harmful to people. Yeah, I'm just expressive. I'm very expressive. I'm a bit theatrical. So what? That's how I feel. That's how I am. And the thing is, like, I think that people have very negative stereotypes about BPD because they meet people who are totally unaware of the fact that they have BPD and whatever. Except when I punched that guy at McDonald's. I didn't punch anybody at McDonald's, you fucker. That was an accident, okay? That was an accident. I didn't see him coming, and I was waving my arms around, and I accidentally bonked a guy on the head because he came up behind me. I was telling a story at McDonald's, and I was waving my arms like this, and a guy came up beside me, and I knocked him in the nose with my hand, and he went, "Oh my God, I'm sorry," and then he left the store. He literally left the McDonald's, and I felt horrible because I was just telling a story, but then he said, "I'm sorry," and then left the McDonald's and never ordered. He just ran away. I was like, "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I wasn't trying to attack him. I didn't even see him. I didn't even fucking see him." Okay? Listen. Yeah, one nose at a time. Yeah. I'm so sorry. To that individual, I apologize, okay? LB says, I was having a really bad time earlier this year. I was in a relationship that was pretty bad where I really liked this person who would withdraw affection a lot. I kind of really lost myself for a while and just felt extremely depressed, worried about everything. People with BPD are very, very vulnerable to the withdrawal of affection, to the withdrawal of emotional engagement. It's something that uniquely affects BPD people. It affects everyone. We all know that it hurts to have like intimacy withdrawn, but BPD people tend to be particularly vulnerable to that because BPD is usually sort of developed as a result of childhood trauma. It's very difficult, and it can make relationships really hard. And that's why BPD people, if you go by the textbook, BPD people tend to have lots of emotionally explosive relationships. You know, but that's not always true either. I have had my fair share in the past, but yeah, the abandonment is major. Is it warm in my room? It is so hot in this room. It's unbelievable. Yes, I am sweating because it is so warm in this room. It's unfucking believable how hot it is in this room right now. I would open the window, but people were being really loud outside. People were being super loud. Are there comorbidities with DID? I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are some. But the reality is that people have a really bad idea of what BPD is, and it influences a lot of people to discriminate against people with BPD. And that's why in the past I've been very, very reluctant to talk about it. But in the last few months, I've started talking about it more because I found that talking about it openly is actually more valuable, even if people go around and say, oh, Demon Mama admits to being BPD. You don't need to listen to anything that she says. She's irrational and evil and bad. And the reality is I'm not irrational or evil or bad. In fact, my BPD throughout my life has encouraged me to develop a meticulous way of keeping track of reality. I'm serious. I take extensive notes on almost everything I do because I have been gaslit in the past. I have been manipulated. I have had my BPD extreme emotions used against me, and I have lived my entire life with my BPD emotions. I know that sometimes I feel very intensely, and so I never react immediately out of emotion unless I have no choice. I've trained myself over the course of my life to never do that. And, but not everybody has that same, background. I really fucking appreciate it. Thank you for showing people like us aren't monsters to be feared. A lot of the time, others make us fear them. Yes. Yes. I don't hear anyone talking openly about BPD. That's made it extremely hard to deal with because you don't feel like there's anyone else who relates to it and makes you feel really alone, which is really bad because BPD acts on fear of abandonment so intensely. It acts so intensely on fear of abandonment. I have endured extreme personal abuse as a result of fear of abandonment. And sometimes, it's not always irrational. It's just extreme. Sometimes it is perfectly rational. I mean, I had reasons to fear being abandoned by my old best friend who ended up abusing me for a long time. I had reasons to believe that. But my fear led me to act in a way that was not good for me. Yeah, that's true. Yes, there is a lot of commonality with the irrationality. But the thing is that you can learn to read those emotions and not discard them. Here's the thing. Stoicism does not work well for people with BPD. People with BPD really do not benefit well from so-called stoicism. You cannot suppress them. You cannot suppress those emotions. You have to learn to absorb them, to learn from them, to litany against fear them. That is the only way. You cannot stoic your way through BPD emotions. It is not possible. They are too intense. They will destroy your mind. Aubrey says, I don't think I have BPD, but there seem to be a lot of crossovers in some behaviors with being autistic. Of course there is. It sounds so difficult, and I send all my love to anyone with BPD. It can be difficult, but here's the thing. There are good things about BPD as well. Like, I don't like, at least in the way that I look at things, I don't like to look at things as purely disordered, purely disordered. Like, I think that that's a little bit of a limited analysis. There are things that, like, again, I can survive some pretty extreme situations and also extreme pain because of the survival tools that we call BPD. I have been able to survive things that other people would die from because of the survival instincts that we call BPD. And while it is true that BPD is something that can affect relationships negatively, if you learn it, it can make you a stronger person. It can make you a much stronger person. For example, I am incredibly vigilant. I am hyper vigilant. And I've learned to alleviate some of the symptoms of hypervigilance. But my hypervigilance has also made me very, very good at watching out for legitimate dangers, at watching out for economic, personal, political dangers, and to predict these things in advance. Gayfesh says, PTSD develops because there are very good coping mechanisms for the situations that give you PTSD. They just don't help much when you leave that situation. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry, Bonks Daily. I understood what you were saying. And also, there are things that I really like, which is that, like, I'm not gonna lie, I love the intense emotions of passion that BPD brings me. And I'm gonna talk about something really, really, yeah, me too, Joy Drill Kill, I know. Is the website having issues with donations? Yes and no. The website is having, the PayPal API is having issues. Try clearing the cookies and donating again. It seems to be an issue with the PayPal API. We haven't figured it out yet. If it doesn't work, you can always go through Streamlabs. But let me try to explain this. The way that I am in relationships is really, 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 really fucking hard for some people to deal with. And as a result of me growing older, I have learned to find people who work well with my level of intensity, because I am very passionate. I am insane. Like, I will say I am insanely passionate. When I attach to somebody, I am obsessed with them. I love them so much, and I never want to stop thinking about them. And that goes true for my partners that I'm with right the fuck now. I think about my partners all the time. I'm so, oh my God, they're like, they are literally a piece of my soul, it feels like. They are so important to me. And not everyone can deal with that. Not everyone can deal with that. Yes, BPD, I truly think, is what was historically nymphomania. That's part of it. Certainly one of them. Lots of BPD people are nymphomaniacs. Look, don't... I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, okay? I plead the fifth. All right? I plead the motherfucking fifth on that, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, okay? I don't care. I like it. But that's the thing. See, I embrace that part of me, and I find people who can work with that part of me, which has been great. Which has been fantastic, and it makes me happy. There are some parts of BPD that I have to fight against. Brim says, the intense emotions can be a curse, but also weirdly a blessing to me whenever I have really intense positive ones and enjoy them. I enjoy that aspect of BPD, but I remember I have to try and level out my emotions when they get too low and ride the highs when I can. Yeah, you have to learn your own style. This is why I think that, like, there are limitations to viewing every different way of your brain working as a disorder. In truth, the entirety of BPD is not a disorder. It is a direct response to trauma that you experienced. It can become disordered as as the circumstances of your life change, but not everything needs to be tossed out. This is ways that your brain evolves, and there are strengths that can be gathered from these things. The kid says, yo, it's super interesting to hear about other personality disorders. I struggle with narcissism. You want to talk about something being demonized? I'm very passionate about destigmatizing personality disorders, but I really don't understand experiences right now. I relate to you a lot in some ways, and it's super validating to hear. I hate how people think we're not trying to act healthily. Yeah, people are really ridiculous about it, and I really don't like how people talk about NPD. I also don't like... visited Stonewall Inn while in New York because I was inspired by the History Mom. It was a lot of fun and put a few pics in the Discord. Argo, that's fucking awesome. That's so awesome. Holy shit, thank you for the $5 and thank you so much. That's so fucking cool. Stuart J. Atkinson says, it's really something to consider with the dissolution of relationships too. I had a breakdown trying to help my ex because everyone was geared toward exes should be left behind. Well, yeah. That's tough. Alien Geranium says, what do you think about the whole idea of attachment theory in relationships? Do you find it applicable or harmful in the context of dealing with BPD? Attachment theory, I think, is too limited. It's too limited. There are some areas where it can be helpful, but I think it's too limited, personally. A lot of people with NPD are fucking horrible and give us a bad name, but I think that this proves we just need better healthcare and awareness. Hey, here's a secret. A lot of people with anxiety are really horrible. A lot of people with obsessive compulsive disorder are really fucking horrible. As it turns out, just because you have a specific disorder doesn't make you a horrible person. There are horrible people with every disorders. It's really too bad that people are always looking for a scapegoat, and so they immediately just dunk on you. Alien Geranium, whoops, went back to white name mode. BPD gang, BPD gang. Yeah, listen, much love to all my fellow BPD havers. It's not the end of the world. Everyone who tells you that it's the end of the world is fucking stupid. I'm serious. It's not the end of the world. Not even close. There's a difference between someone having NPD and then being a dickbag. I think if a lot of people got help, they'd be a lot better off just because of the nature of NPD. Oh, here's another thing I want to talk about that applies also to to NPD. I almost said NPC, to NPD. Okay, here's something with borderline personality disorder that a lot of people don't understand. So a lot of people hear about splitting. Wait, let's just do a quick thing. Do you know what splitting is with regard to mental health? Yes or no? Okay. Some people know this because they've seen me talk about it. Other people won't. Oh, sick. Okay. I'll be able to teach a lot of people here. The bussy popping department. Indeed. Indeed. Splitting is particularly strong in BPD, but it is a general concept. Yeah, true socialist potato. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, so good. 55% already know, 45 don't. Okay, I'm going to explain this to you so you all can know what I'm talking about here. So splitting is something that's usually talked about with regard to borderline personality disorder. Splitting refers to essentially a trauma response by which you make a snap decision and your emotions make a snap decision for you as to whether something is a threat or not a threat. So splitting is basically, oh, OP23N1 with the tier 2 sub. Thanks for the stream today. Been helping me focus on studying for Calculus 2 midterm. Thanks for the content as always. You're very welcome, OP23N1. Thank you very much for the dono. So splitting is, yeah, you basically come to a all good, all bad, no in between. It's black and white thinking is a way of doing it. Now, here's a couple things that people don't understand. One, splitting is usually, almost always, in reference to interpersonal relationships, not moral issues or political issues. So it's not like people with BPD are more likely to become a Republican because they see political issues black and white. It's because splitting refers to specifically individual people. So for example, if somebody hurts you, you might think they're a bad person, and it might be very hard to convince you otherwise because your emotions are telling you this person has been lying to me all along. They must have been out to get me. All of this is a sign that I was wrong about them. That's an example of splitting black, as they call it, where you conclude that something is bad. Because in the moment your BPD hijacks and says, you need to survive this, that's a bad person, get away from them. But there's also another thing called splitting white, which is where you see only the good in someone or something, okay? So yeah, Artemis says, yeah, I'm just gonna be abandoned again, so I might as well do it first. Exactly, thank you. That is a splitting black moment. A splitting white moment is, let me give you a specific example. A splitting white moment is when your abusive partner abuses you to your face in a way that is obvious to everyone else on the planet, but you think it was your fault because they can't do anything wrong, and you know that it's you're so bad. It's got to be, they're so good, they would never do that. They would never do that to anybody. And so even when everybody else on the planet is telling you that person is hurting you, you go, no, they didn't do anything wrong. This was my fault. And there's another level as well. Because, and I didn't know about this when I first learned about BPD, but I've learned about this since, which is many people with BPD self-split, okay? Because you can split externally. You can externalize your splitting where it affects your judgment of other people, but you can also split with regard to yourself. And this happens to me. And it can even take on the look of something like bipolar, even though it isn't bipolar, okay? It's borderline. So, for example, there are times where I literally emotionally. Now, mentally I can now, but emotionally I cannot see a single good thing about myself. And this often induces emotional, like depressive episodes because I have split black on myself, okay? And yeah, intrusive thoughts are very common with self-splitting, but there are other times where And almost always this happens in moments of great intensity, not just little things. I'm talking about incredible intensity. There are also moments where I have split white on myself and I'm like, I did nothing wrong here. I did nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong here. The difference between type 1 and type 2, there's only one type of BPD. You're thinking of bipolar disorder. Maybe Stuart Atkinson. We could probably talk about that maybe another time. I don't know if I can handle any conversations tonight. But yeah, splitting is really tough to deal with. It can be really hard because you don't even realize you're doing it a lot of the time. There have been times recently where I've realized, and there are times where I've been like, I've said to my partners, I'm really sorry. I think I'm just splitting black on myself right now because all that I can see about myself is the worst things imaginable. Just that's it and nothing else. And a lot of people don't realize that a lot of splitting is self-splitting. So people will demonize BPD people because, BPD people always have a black and white view of the world. First of all, that's not true. BPD people don't have a black and white view of the world. They have a black and white view of specific interpersonal relationships. Cucumber Nick says, how often does splitting happen? It depends on the individual. Holy shit. Wait, what? Holy shit. Bone Druid says, new Bloodborne remastered for the PC leaks from Nick Baker, who has a really good track record. I hope it's real, but it feels like it's cope. That would be amazing. Holy fuck, that would be amazing. I love Bloodborne, and I would play it on stream immediately. Holy shit. Splitting can happen frequently or infrequently. It really depends on the person. You were bi and my partner was gay. Oh. A lot of apples. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for that gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Vaush is the only person who's ever beaten Bloodborne. That's what he wants you to think. That's what he wants you to think. I beat him before and he stole my valor. He took credit for beating Bloodborne before me. Typical fucking manoid behavior over here. Fucking typical manoid behavior. Vaush bad, right. That's right. That's official. I denied my diagnosis for years because I was told by my psychiatrist that splitting was about worldview and other people where mine was always about myself. It isn't. It's very rarely about worldview. This reminds me a little bit about when you were talking about how a certain friend used to treat you and us imps were like, Mama, that was abusive. They were being abusive. And you were like, nah, it wasn't that bad. They're not an abuser. It took me a bit to think about it. Yeah, I've done that before. I have done that before. I know that's something that I've done wrong in the past, that sometimes I have blinded myself with my own splitting on other people. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, like, again, everyone has times. Every single person has times where they think poorly of themselves and whatever. But what I'm talking about is this is a systemic thing. Like, I'm telling you, like, guys, my early 20s was absolute suffering because not only my own fault. It's not like it was all my own fault, but my early 20s, especially before I knew I had BPD, was abject suffering because I didn't understand anything about why my emotions were so intense. I didn't know how to deal with them properly. Other people took advantage of that all the time, and I didn't know that I was being taken advantage of on that front. It's really tough. It really is. So, you know, not every single person is gonna have BPD who has these symptoms, but these symptoms can be a sign, and it's important to get to know yourself a little better. I recently started dating a woman who has BPD and DID, and this conversation has really helped me empathize a bit more. Thank you for this. No problem. BPD, listen, if you like me, if you think I'm cool, well, guess what? There's other people who are cooler than me out there who have BPD. I'm not the only person in the world. It'd be awesome to have another large mental health panel again like Katarana hosted. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Gimpy G with the 100 bits. What disability are we talking about? This sounds like my nephew who cares for me. I'm quadriplegic. We're talking about BPD, borderline personality disorder. Mental health talk freaks me out. This is very digestible. Well, a lot of times when people talk about mental health, they talk about it with regard to like very, very clinicalized. I don't tend to have a hyper clinicalized approach. I try to keep it real and make it make sense to people who may not have like a clinical background. I don't think clinical approaches are the only way to deal with mental health. I just think that sometimes you need a clinical approach. Yeah. Yeah, try to keep it real. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, a lot of people will just straight up discriminate against people with BPD, which is really bad. I've had bad medical experiences. Yeah, totally. I completely understand that. Me too. I have. Clinicality can be very depersonalizing. Well, yeah, it does that. Sometimes the clinical approach adopts a depersonalizing language for the specific reason of being able to assume sort of like distanced moral, like distancing themselves from the morals of what they're doing. Are there good medical experience in the U.S.? Yes, there are. Of course there are. My current doctor is incredible. It's a public health clinic that was set up by the Black Panthers like in the 80s. It's an amazing clinic. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah. There are good medical experiences, just they're few and far between, unfortunately. I try to resist talking about mental health in a way that fixates on disorders and stuff like that. And the reason for that is because how we categorize disorders changes all the time. In the past, a lot of things that we would understand to be depression or anxiety or other thing or PTSD today would have been categorized as completely different names. So it's not the names that matter as much. It's the things that you're dealing with and how you respond to that. How you respond to that. And how we can teach people to respond to that. How much you want to bet you're going to get shit for this? I won't. No one will ever respond to this. None of my opponents will ever respond to this particular segment of the debate because they would have to wade through a bunch of good faith, genuine talk, and they wouldn't do that because they don't want to portray to their audience that I'm good faith at all. Inkfrog, holy moly, Inkfrog with the incredibly generous 1,000 bits. Your streams have been helping me get through some really tough times lately. I've been dealing with a mystery illness, and having a space to chill while I'm sick really means a lot. Stay awesome, Demon Mama. I will do my absolute best to stay awesome. I hope that you get well. Mystery illnesses are really, really fucking hard. Stay strong, okay? And I'm very happy to keep you entertained and stuff during these times. Holy moly, thank you so much. With the 10,000 bits. Sorry, did I say 1,000? No, wait. Yeah, 1,000 bits. 1,000 bits. Thank you very, very much. Yes, 1,000 bits. Cyberheart says, I've recently been pondering the thought that there's no such thing as disorders. That it's all just what the current society deems unfit for it. Yeah, there's a meme that I sometimes point to. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Can I find it here? Where is this one? There's one of these. Hold on. I used to have this one. Oh God, I don't know if I saved it. Yeah. Here it is. I found it right here. This is the one. Okay. This is the meme. ADHD pre-civilization. I am one of the most effective hunter and gatherers the world has ever seen. ADHD in modern society. 9 to 5 gives me big sad. It's true, though. True. It is true that some disorders aren't considered disorders by different types of societies. There's a concept in disability advocacy which talks about society is the one that determines a disability, not disabled people. That is specifically society that gets to decide who is disabled and who isn't. Grime Dango says, before any concept of CPTSD existed, I'd have been diagnosed with BPD. That happened all the time. I have a lot of BPD peeps and DID peeps in my circles because we all share some experiences and our brain weirds can synergize. Indeed, our brain weirds can synergize. They talk about that a lot, read the deaf community. Yes, it's a language skill. It is. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's very strange. And so I tend to be a little bit I tend to be a little bit critical of models of neurodivergence and the way that people talk about disability. Disability justice is base and epic and will radicalize you in like 2 seconds. Yes, it does. Yes, it will. But the truth is, oh, thank you very much for the subscription, Ink Frog. Very happy to have you. I was actually about to ask you to talk about the social model of disability in relationships to mental health. It's such a useful tool in disability advocacy, and so few people are aware of it. Okay, here's a real quick thing. Okay, there's a joke that all streamers have ADHD because basically every streamer you can think of probably has ADHD and has openly talked about it. And that's an example of this. That's a point in favor of the social model, right? Because just because I'm not good at certain types of work doesn't mean I don't kick ass at other types. ADHD people are really good at streaming because streaming engages us on multiple channels of input in a way that we can control. I don't have to be forced to engage with people in a way that I'm uncomfortable with most of the time, barring extreme examples. But I'm able to keep track of multiple streams, and I'm able to be good at that. And the truth is that in many cases, what we determine a disability is determined by the social context that we exist within. Our society determines that being distractible is a bad thing instead of something that could be used elsewise. Yeah. So there's a lot to think about with regard to that. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to think about with regard to that. But yeah. So, real quick, I need to use the restroom. Nobody go anywhere. I'm going to play the bathroom song. And then I'm going to come back and we'll continue talking. But I need to use the restroom before anything else. Bathroom song time. Burb, don't go anywhere.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Faun go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Oh, gladly. I would gladly PvP Vaush in Bloodborne. I would win. Yes, I've heard about that, Adria Staley. Thank you for letting me know about that. Yes, I've read into that a little bit. SSI is very unjust in this country.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling.
No.
Jesus Christ, Demon Mama,
No.
do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
True! True! FromSoft PvP is kind of terrible. Noah. Been playing Sable the last week. Other than it not being optimized for Xbone PS4, it's been an absolute bop. I've had a lot of fun with Sable. It's not perfect, but it's very good. I think it's pretty strong. I want to react to something else. Like, I want to react to something. Do we want to, like, I don't know. I want to react to something. Who has something I could react to? I want to react to, like, I don't know, debate analysis shit or something, or debates or something. Does anybody have things? Intellectual Media has a Black People's History of Halloween. I wanted to watch that, but I don't think that's a good on-stream watch right now. Let's... Maybe conservatives? Vaush debated a sock dem? You've annoyed the shit out of the devs with threads of bugs? Well, that's really awesome. You mentioned a book the other day. Something about fascism and had quiet and evil in the title. Oh, I think it was a book by Hannah... The Banality of Evil. I think it's by Hannah Arendt. I haven't read that personally, but I've had it recommended to me a lot. Hannah Arendt, The Banality of Evil, which talks about how ideology can sort of disperse the sense of evil. Yeah. Would you play Dead Space on stream? I'd think about it. I've never really played the Dead Space things. I've never really played the Dead Space memes. I want to react to something. Come on, there's got to be something. You know what we could watch? Wait a minute. Who wants to, does anybody want to watch a video? Oh, that wouldn't be that good of a watch, would it? No. Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something real quick. Before we go on anything else, I watched a video by this guy named Alpha Investments. Does anybody here know Alpha Investments? If you know Alpha Investments, Rudy from Alpha Investments, fucking put some shit in chat. Good old Rudy. Nobody knows him? Damn, we don't have a whole lot of overlap. No, Rudy from Alpha. Yeah, it's the Magic the Gathering guy. He's awesome. Wait, Rudy's great. He doesn't suck. He doesn't suck. He's great. So, recently, he did a video. And let me just show you. Hold on. It's in my history here. Okay, I kind of want to watch a little bit of it because it was so painful. But also very, very, very validating. I will say very validating. And I'll tell you why it was very validating, okay? Hold on, wait, where the hell did it go? Oh, it's not showing up on here. What the fuck? Wait a minute. Where the hell is it here? Here we go. Hold on, let me show you. Where's the video that went? It was about... Hold on, it was called Young People. Okay. You know him. Yay. Okay, here we go. This is a video that Rudy made recently. I'm going to show you the title of this, okay? Rant video, Young People Are Screwed. This was the most validating video ever because Rudy is not like Mr. Leftist or anything. He's a businessman who trades in cards, who occasionally has anti-corporate takes. But he did a video recently that was talking about how screwed young people are. And he sounded like fucking me. Let me just see if I can hop to the middle of this. Let's see.
On that $50,000, $60,000 a year income, that house, which was a pretty good sized, nice new house, was like $80,000, $90,000 in Florida. That same property in 2021 is probably $300,000-$400,000. Yet the pay for someone who's growing up and taking the same path today, doing the same choices, the good decisions, work ethic, they cannot acquire the same asset class. And that is what creates a lot of anger and emotion for anyone who's actually sharp and puts time into the actual economics of life. We make fun on this channel, the Money Machine Go Burr. We make fun on this channel about cost of living, inflation. We joke around. We throw our giggities and stepmoms and washing machines. And, you know, we joke around this channel. But the reality is the direction of all this stuff. And, you know, if you want to say, Rudy's against capitalism, I said, whatever you want to point it for, I'm just here to disclose to you what I see going on. And at the end of this video, I'm going to disclose why it's such a big deal of what I feel is the conclusion of the story coming up here is because anyone growing up, the system is not stacked and leveled. That teeter-totter is not as level as it used to be. The teeter-totter is so slanted, you have to run 3 times as hard to get up the same slope to break out of that mold.
Oof. So yeah, and I think it's towards the end here. Hold on, let's see.
Working these restaurants in college, you know, I think I would love to be wrong on everything I said in this video, but what bothers me,
here we go.
I think it's a disappointing thing.
Hold on, listen to this line at the end.
Which I used to buy alpha cards, and you know, alpha starter decks were $799, and grading alpha cards at PSA was, you know, $6 a card, and blah blah blah. That's what I did. That's how I funded it. And you know, I think everything I just said is a disappointing thing. You know, I think I would love to be wrong on everything I said in this video, but what bothers me is I don't think I'm going to be wrong. But I really hope everything I said in this video turns out to be fake news and is wrong. And I hope people in 10 years pull this video and say, look how wrong Rudy was. Because that would make me happy. But I don't feel like that's going to be the
Do we
case.
want to just watch this? Wait,
no,
do you
I don't
guys
think-
want to watch this? We can watch the video. I think it's actually pretty good. It's way more, I'm cool with this. I don't want people to tune out. But this video is very good if you want to understand a normie perspective. All right, let's watch it. Let's watch it. Let's fucking watch the whole thing. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's watch it together, and I'll pop in and commentate. This is by Rudy at Alpha Investments. Alpha Investments is a channel that's been running for a long time. This guy is about as close to like a self-made millionaire in the Magic card game that you possibly can. He used to work as a restaurant manager. He used his money to buy to very, very viciously trade Magic cards, and he tends to occasionally have these sort of anti-corporate personal finance rants. He was one of the only content creators that I found who was talking about the PayPal the IRS changes with regard to PayPal, which is fucking over small business people. But in this video, he basically goes into a Demon Mama style rant about everything. So let's watch it together. I think it's really fucking good. It's only 27 minutes, so I think we can have fun with it. Let's do it. Here we go. Here we go. It's time.
Boo. You know what's really scary? So back in the 1980s, Rudy #1, my dad, was a restaurant manager. High school dropout, restaurant manager. And he worked for a company that doesn't exist anymore called Steak and Ale. A lot of those people broke off in the late 80s, early 90s or something like that. They started Outback Steakhouse, also known as today, it's like, I don't know, OSI Partners or some crazy thing. But so back in the day in the 80s, when my dad was a restaurant manager for this restaurant, they paid him, you know, he made $50,000, $60,000 a year. In the 80s, that was actually kind of really good. It was really good. And that really laid the framework for him to save money, move forward, start to buy a first house type thing, and, you know, move to
I love Rudy's videos. I don't agree with him on very much, but.
And what's funny now is we jump all the way to 2021. Nobody wants to work. Isn't that what they're telling us? No? Yeah? So I just want to give you all a Rudy rant opinion on what's happening here.
Once again, Rudy is not a political guy. He does not do political content, but occasionally he rants about the economy. And I want you to listen closely. This is what we call a normie, okay? As far as content goes, most of his followers are not political people. And afterwards, I'll show you the comments. But let's keep an eye on this. Listen closely to things that he's bringing up. This is not a guy who spends a lot of time talking about or thinking about politics. So some of the stuff he says is kind of like, but wait and listen for the key stuff, okay?
And why I really encourage anybody to sit through this video and just listen. You can comment, complain, do whatever you want to do, but just listen. Just because I feel this is incredibly important. And I feel it's incredibly misunderstood and not talked about.
I agree.
In 2021, a restaurant manager for a company like Outback or any chain restaurant probably makes the same $50,000, $60,000 a year. The only difference is it's been what, 30, 40 years? So what does that mean? That essentially means that the wage inflation for what actual people make has gone nowhere. And that also means that when you factor in actual inflation due to monetary policy and money printer go burr, the purchasing power of these individuals has been absolutely annihilated. Okay? So now let's jump to Creepy Rudy, aka me, Rudy Jr. here. Let me explain something to you all. When I was in high school, my first serving waiting table job, because I wanted to have a car so I could drive to high school. Parents made a deal and said, okay, you want a car? We'll go in with you 50-50. You gotta get a job, and if you pay $150 a month for a car, we'll match it. Whatever you do, we do it together. I thought that was fair, respectable. But it also forced me to understand the value of money, get a job, and I had to put skin in the game. I had to prove it. And I thought that was a very interesting concept. So what did I do? Got a job, this and that. Well, anyways, eventually my first restaurant job was Perkins, a breakfast/lunch kind of breakfast place, like a Bob Evans and all these other little breakfast places. I don't know if Perkins is still around.
They are.
Which is a shame, because they're not around here in North Florida.
They are.
So,
yeah.
I got this job when I was in high school. And by like my senior year or something like that, you know, I'd go in on a Saturday morning and work an 8-hour shift, and I'd bring home $100 in tips. $100! I made $100 in tips on a Saturday morning after going to high school Monday through Friday. And I'd come home, be home by 3, 4 in the afternoon after doing my little side work and cleaning and silverware and all this little foo-foo crap. And I remember thinking to myself, man, on the way home, I'd fill up my whole gas tank. 14 gallons for $14. Maybe I'll go through the drive-thru at Wendy's or Taco Bell or something and hit Taco Bell, get 3 tacos for, I don't know, 3 tacos and nachos for $3 or something. By the time I got home, had food, full tank of gas, out of my $100, I still had $80 left. And I was like, okay, this is pretty cool. So it's funny, is then when I was in college, I moved up to kind of better quality, higher check average restaurants. Started getting to more of the fancy, classier ones where the entrees went from $10 a piece to $15 to $20 to $30, $40 an entree, and you know, serving drinks and mixed drinks and specialty drinks and all these different things, from having a full service bar and all this stuff. And the check averages went up. And the funny thing about that is the income 5 or 6 years later didn't really change much. I remember coming home after a busy Friday night and making $100, maybe $120, maybe a blowout night making $150, and a bad night making $50 to $100. This was 2005, folks. My high school was 2001, 2002, and this waiting tables was for the fancier restaurants was 2005, way before the 08, and Rudy had a real job and still in college and all that. And it's funny is now we jump all the way forward to 2021.
Definitely Andre Bish.
And from what I gather, everything is shifted so much, it's insultingly perverted. And I understand why people don't want those jobs anymore. Because everything is stacked against you. Not even getting into the mask and political thing and the safety and the virus, not even going into that. Just the raw data of how the restaurant has the pay structure and how the tip money that the server or the bartender gets. Just focusing on that category. And it is so surreal when I talk to people or anyone in that industry now. I almost think they're lying, because I'm thinking there's no way they can be telling the damn truth. They gotta be full of shit. They have to be full of shit. There's no way. So 2021, not only is an average server in a restaurant making $50 to $100 still, because that's just the way it is, but the cost of living has now gone even higher. You know, young Rudy that got 14 gallons of gas for $14, obviously that's not the thing. Young Rudy who get 3 tacos and a nachos and bring it home for dinner for $3, $4 is now double that. What, 8 to 10?
Literally, just like he's spot on about the cost. If you go to get a meal, like your standard taco meal at Taco Bell, $8 to $10. Just easy peasy.
And, you know, and then you look at the dirtiest of it all. The way the restaurant industry has shifted is that there's a system. For those of you who are not in the food service or the service industry now, there's a system called the tip-out system.
Oh, this is
essentially
wild.
When you wait tables or bartend pretty much most
Hey, Jess,
restaurants.
good to see you.
No matter how low or high end the restaurant is, at the end of the night, you have to pay some of your income to a busser or a bartender or a host or hostess. And essentially, this system has continued to slide in that direction over the last 20 years because it was a way for the restaurant owners and the structure of a restaurant industry to reduce payroll and shift the payroll from the company to the servers so that it kind of creates an ecosystem of paying each other where the company is not on the hook for as much of the payroll.
There he says it. Isn't that wild? That is what it is when you peel all of the details away. That's exactly what it is. Companies have found a way to offset paying their employees for the work they do to other workers. That is normal here in the United States.
The amount of things that have shifted is so astronomical. This video, and I'm making this video very simplistic, but anyone in this industry, you're going to see the comments below. It's going to stand out. Anyone who works service or food service or
we'll
bartending,
look at the comments after.
You'll see the comments below. They're going to be like, dude, I know exactly what this guy's talking about. Everyone else is going to be like, flop taco, Rudy's cat, it's all scam, pump and dump, flesh and blood, MetaZoo. But I just want something to understand. I really want you guys to understand this. As we progress forward, not only did I give you the example of my dad who was a restaurant manager in the 80s versus a restaurant manager in 2021 making the same income. When you adjust that for inflation and cost of living, it's essentially like a 50 to 70% pay cut. It's insane. Because I can tell you, in the 80s, when he bought a house based on that $50,000, $60,000 a year income, that house, which was a pretty good sized, nice new house, was like $80,000, $90,000 in Florida.
Can you imagine ever finding a new house these days for $80,000 to $90,000? Isn't that absurd to even think about? Like, that feels like the dream. That feels like it's achievable. Listen to what he goes into next.
That same property in 2021 is probably $300,000-$400,000. Yet the pay for someone who's growing up and taking the same path today, doing the same choices, the good decisions, work ethic, they cannot acquire the same asset class. And that is what creates a lot of anger and emotion for anyone who's actually sharp and puts time into the actual economics of life. We make fun on this channel.
Grime Dango says, I worked for a few years in an independent repair shop, and my coworkers had some shitty fucking opinions, but it's still important to understand those people, and I try not to vilify them as humans. We all fucking agreed and supported each other over the tech issues around us that now every year get worse and worse. Apple has sucked up so much and holds so much offshore. These tech companies can't help but make it so that make all the repairs, and they make it impossible for independent repair to exist. A whole career, a whole subsection of my life, and those people who are like family to me who can't do shit anymore. Yeah. Isn't that rough? Doe says, wait, Demon Mama, I just saw your title. Did you already watch the BadMouse video? I did. It was terrible. It was terrible. Someone sent it to me to react to, and I wanted to react to it. Now we're listening to Rudy from Alpha Investments here talking about the economy, which has been really good. It was so bad. It was such a bad video. But yeah, Grime Dango brings up a really good point that there are entire career paths that have been just deleted out of our economy now, specifically because of the maneuvers of major corporations. We're all just Timmys in the grinder.
The money machine go burr. We make fun on this channel about cost of living, inflation. We joke around. We throw our giggities and
that's
stepmoms
awesome,
and
Jess.
washing
That's
machines.
super awesome.
We joke around this channel, but the reality is the direction of all this stuff. And if you want to say, Rudy's against capitalism, I said, whatever you want to point it for, I'm just here to disclose what I see going on. And at the end of this video, I'm going to disclose why it's such a big deal of what I feel is the conclusion of this story coming up here. Is because anyone growing up, the system is not stacked and leveled. That teeter-totter is not as level as it used to be. The teeter-totter is so slanted, you have to run 3 times as hard to get up the same slope to break out of that mold. As a landlord who owns real estate and having a nice portion of my income.
Watch this moment. Watch this moment of a little bit of self-awareness. Just listen for a second.
Which you guys see on this channel, that's used to purchase other real estate, vintage magic collections, that's used from owning property that has no mortgages, so that cash flow flows to me every month. And someone in that position, I see the rent increases. I've raised the rent. I've done these things. Because the taxes are skyrocketing on the property. The property insurance is skyrocketing on the property. The HOAs are skyrocketing on the property. It's a forced, invisible hand momentum in a sum of the direction of everything. And the Achilles heel of it all is that the actual system and economy of growing up in the United States of America, in the American dream, and that I was able to achieve, my parents were able to achieve. And I'm fortunate that my son is going to, grow up in those footsteps and be exposed, and I can teach him and see this, but I don't feel most people are going to have the same leveled playing field chance. And I think that's a big fucking problem. And the reason I'm talking about this is because the restaurant and service industry thing, in my personal opinion, is almost a launching pad, ground floor for most successful people in this country. And I apologize if I'm excluding people around the world. I'm not familiar with.
I told you he's not a politics guy. Give him a break for a second. Give him a break for a second.
I apologize, but in this country, most people who learn to be social and money and deal with people and navigate companies, they work through college. They have some sort of service industry job. It's very, very common in this country. Very, very common in Florida. And I did many, many years and worked for 4 different restaurants and bartending, waiting tables, service industry thing. And I learned a lot, and I wouldn't trade it at all, because it really helped me form and understand and deal with all kinds of types of customers, and of just families to really wealthy people to really broke people who, and everyone in between. It was a very important thing to learn about yourself and how to deal with good things and bad things. And my main concern of making this video is I truly don't see a positive outcome for a huge chunk of society growing up in it. Because let me continue the story now. So, for someone, little Timmy in high school and college...
Damn, crazy demon mama? No. Rudy from Alpha Investments. Crazy lefty? No. Libertarian Rudy from Alpha Investments.
Now, who's waiting those tables and making the $50 to $100 a night type thing. The restaurant, to help reduce their overhead and costs, is increasing this tip-out system. This tip-out system, let me explain a little bit more in depth, is a program that all companies who run restaurants that have servers and hostesses and expos and bartenders and bussers and everything, which most restaurants have eliminated bussers. They have eliminated most, it's a way for the company to somehow legally make the servers doing the work pay for the other employees helping them, even though it's their job, which was never done in the past. As the years have progressed, this system of servers paying one employee paying out to other employees continues to expand. When it was first introduced to me in the early 2000s, it was 1% of total sales. Let me give you real numbers now. So when young Rudy here was working in Perkins, selling pancakes and breakfast and great food, really loved it. And let's say my sales as a server were $400. I cash out at the end of my shift, get my receipt, it says $400. Total tips, let's say, were 20%. I made $80. And then I had to give 1% of that $80, 1% of my sales to the busser as a tip out. That was the first time I was exposed to that. Well, 1% of $400, ladies and gentlemen, is what? It's $4. So that was my first experience of, I made $80. Now I have to give $4 to the busser. No big deal. I'll still go home with 75. Cool. Or 76, And I thought it was strange, but I really didn't think much of it. I was young and I didn't really care. I just wanted to get off work and drive my car and, go hang out or, date a chick or do something stupid or go home and play video games or play Magic, right? Or, oh, say $80. Okay, $80. I need $20 more to get to $100, and then I can buy an Alpha card. I know, right? So that was my first introduction to it. Then later on, I got other jobs, more fancier, some fancy Italian restaurants,
combo.
some fancy steakhouses, and the tip out from 1% to the busser turned into 2% to a bartender, 1% to a busser, and 1% to the hostess. And I remember that. And I went, oh my goodness.
Don't worry.
My sales for the night were higher though. I had $600 in sales from all my tables. So 20%, let's say it was a perfect night. 20% of $600, made $120 in tips. I was proud. Now suddenly, on that $600, I had to give $12 to a bartender, $6 to a busser, and $6 to the hostess. So now I had to give out $24 of my money before I even left the building. And I always thought that was very peculiar. But at the same time, they worked hard. Those people deserved the money. But I didn't understand why the company that hired them was not paying them. So, not only has the wage growth not occurred, but it's actually been inverted. And not only has it been inverted, but the inflation and purchasing power of the dollars that a young person acquires has been diluted so poorly, it's nauseating. So here we are in 2021. If you're a restaurant manager, like my dad was, making $50,000 a year, I mean, that's fine. You'll survive and do okay in Florida. Remember, Florida has no state and city tax or anything like that, just federal. But it's not enough to buy a house. Not enough to buy a large asset anymore. Are you kidding me? That same house he bought in the 80s would be almost $400,000. Even if you put 20% down of $400,000, threw $80,000 down, took a mortgage, and you got qualified for $320K mortgage, they ain't gonna qualify you with a $50,000, $60,000 a year income with a W-2, even if you're there for 3 years showing stability. And I thought, wow, that's fascinating. And now we're in a situation where the young people are some young people are learning that these numbers aren't getting any better. So now you factor in post-2020 dumpster fire. Still got the dumpster behind me. And you ask yourself...
You notice that? He has somebody gave him a 2020 dumpster fire.
If these restaurants can't get servers and, these fast food places can't get workers because the pay is too low or they raise their pay or whatever.
Here we go.
The tips aren't good enough. Or maybe it's a health thing. They're concerned or family doesn't want... The next chapter in this story is what I believe is going to happen is eventually...
Here we go.
I think restaurants are going to give up. Let me explain what that means. If restaurants cannot acquire the staff required for full-service restaurants, I think the jobs are not eventually going to get filled. I think the jobs are going to be eliminated. What I mean by that is, as time progresses, and these restaurants can't fill the jobs, whether it's the company's fault, the economy's fault, or both their fault, or everyone's fault, is irrelevant. If eventually, as we all see, as the now hiring banners continue, and they can't seem to get it, restaurants cut hours, the employees that are working get overworked, and eventually what I feel is now where we're at, is in the next 1 to 5 years, these jobs are going to be given up, and they're going to be replaced, and automation is going to take over. So let me give you an example. In 03, 04, 05 range, when I was waiting tables in college,
Yes, they are Somnios.
I'd go in on a busy Friday night in a fancy steakhouse, would be 15 to 18 servers. Quite a bit, huh?
Okay, by the way, if you've been out to a restaurant recently, the idea of seeing 15 to 18 servers in any restaurant now is absurd. It's already true. I remember days when it was like that. I can boomer a little bit too. I remember when there used to be a plethora of servers. Now you go into a restaurant and it's unbelievable. You would never see that many servers out and about. That's insane. That's absurd.
It's
like 1 to 3,
section.
yeah. It'll be like 3 people working the whole thing.
Busy, this and that. Well, anyways, those 15, 18 servers, let's say 15 servers. A restaurant now can only get 5. The other 10 servers, they just can't fill it. They close the sections. They put people on a wait because they don't have enough staff to run the restaurant. What I feel is eventually going to happen is you're going to see more and more stores have a tablet or a screen on the table. You're gonna see
Chains
more
have
and more.
already done this. If you go to Red Robin, they urge you to use the tablets that are on the table to make the orders. More and more restaurants are already doing this. Chains specifically, corporate chains which have the money to invest in this, and then the other restaurants go out of business. So he's right in saying the jobs aren't going to be filled, they're going to be eliminated.
Companies start to hire and automate with robots and things that bring food to tables, and they're going to restructure. There's only so much time that's going to go by where these companies are going to try to hire at either subpar wages, too high of a tip out and taking your tips. Only so much time is going to tick on.
Is that a bad thing, really, on the large scale? Is automation a bad thing? It shouldn't be a bad thing, but right now it is. Keep in mind that automation is a tool that could be used for good, but who controls automation? The only people who control automation right now are corporations, and they will use it to make you obsolete. And those corporations do not care whatsoever if you die. But what's the rule? What's the number one Demon Mama rule? What's rule number one? Does everybody remember what rule number one is? Don't die. So if they want you to die and you can't die, do not fucking die. Maybe those robots need to have a little taste of what humans can do. Huh? Let's continue.
On the clock before we march and the page turns to the next chapter.
No dying. That's right.
And I firmly,
do not fucking die.
Firmly believe, just like the collectible world, ladies and gentlemen, is where I'm going to swing the video around. Just like the magic collectible world, the LGSs, in the state of wizards and Amazon and Jeff Bezos and his penis rockets, there's going to be a time where we cross the tipping point. Okay? And I feel people don't understand this. Why? Because the United States lacks good education. It's not really a lot of people's fault. It's that they just aren't taught. They don't know. The amount of messages and the thousands of messages I've received in 6 years on YouTube from my old credit card videos and basic finance videos, most messages are all the same. She goes, oh my goodness, is this true? Is this real? I didn't know this. Most people just didn't know. They didn't have a clue. Nobody taught them. Nobody told them. Nobody said, wait a minute, all the crap I buy every day, if I just put on a credit card, I get 2% cash back as long as I pay it off in full every month. Then I make an extra $200, $300 for free every month. So it's essentially giving myself a raise of a couple $1,000s a year for doing nothing. And credit card cash back, and that money is not even taxable? It's considered rewards and redemptions and rebates? Like what? Seek a licensed tax advisor. I'm just a taco in a basement. Yeah.
Seek a licensed tax advisor. I'm just a taco in a basement. I
And
fucking
so
love that.
as we march
Yes, that is true, by the way. If you have the money, you should do that.
forward, I feel the past that a lot of us older farts like me remember is not going to come back. And I think that's the nasty thing that I don't want to say, you don't want to hear, and we don't want to accept. I firmly believe that pre-2020 is never, ever fucking coming back.
Oh, damn, what is this crazy demon mama bitch saying? What's this crazy fucking demon mama bitch screaming about fucking crazy lefty bullshit? Oh, you fucking well, yeah, 2020, life free 20. What do you mean the world is changing? Oh, wait, it's Rudy from Alpha Investments here, just a taco in a basement.
Ever. Everything we remember, the old magic events, which I guess is flesh and blood events now, everything you remember is done. And the funny thing is, I know now I'm going to rock your brains out there, Timmys. The funny thing is, all we do is remember it. Time is a very finicky thing. Technically, the only reason we have memories is it's a defense mechanism. So we know what to do and what to prevent to not hurt ourselves next time and be smarter on the next day. Time is a finicky, silly, philosophical thing. But I do know,
true, bro,
as companies and capitalism and business owners move forward, they're not going to sit around and have empty restaurants.
I agree. I love the Smug
people.
Mama quote.
And they're only going to be willing to raise the salary so high before the yield
Rudy.
on the employee does not justify the higher number. The mathematics, the finance doesn't work. Yeah, some people are just cheap, like me, and some people are just selfish and like me, or evil taco slinging people like me. At the end of the day, the value of an employee must yield greater than or equal to the pay to be self-sustainable for a long period of time. Whether you want to hear that or not, that is basic econ 101. You can't pay someone $100 an hour as a hostess, no matter how hot the chick is and no matter how good the guy looks. I wish I looked that good. But the reality is you can't pay that person $100 an hour if they're only netting or yielding for the company $20 an hour worth of productivity. Because in a long enough time frame, your survival of the business will go to zero. And that's the issue with this
Buy
stuff.
vibes, yeah, buy vibes,
Yeah, I know,
hardcore.
it was a long speech for one video. Kind of crazy, huh? Just in that mood today. I had to film this. I don't know when you guys are going to watch this. Being filmed at the beginning of September. So I don't know when you guys will watch this. But that's the problem here.
October, Rudy.
So with inflation getting worse, it's going to accelerate this process. And these jobs that can't be filled right now are not going to get filled. They're going to be removed. They're going to be eliminated. They're going to be destroyed and gone. They're going to be nuked, obsolete, removed due to technology and AI. I'm telling you all, over the next 10, 20 years, the conclusion of this video is I believe you're going to see some of the biggest restructuring in fast food, retail, and food service that we've ever seen in human history. And I'm going to be on record for it. No one's going to remember this. I'm not a 10 million YouTube subscribe channel. My videos don't go viral.
We will remember it, won't we, Imps? We'll remember. We will remember the moment that Rudy from Alpha Investments channeled Demon Mama and predicted the future.
I'm just telling you all, in my opinion, the world is changing at such a rate, and I don't think the average person sees it. And I don't think it's the average person's fault.
That's
because
cute,
they're just trying
Jess.
to survive from day to day. And that's the nasty reality of this. I feel that we're going to move forward into a future where all these entry-level jobs from younger individuals that I used to do, and many of you still do, and from retail and food service and any of these industries, they're going to start disappearing. We're going to see fast food places.
Yeah, Jessica Metal says it's already here. My local Walmart removed 20 plus checkout counters with automated ones. Well, yeah, in lots of places. My local Walmart has approximate somewhere in the ballpark of 20 automated ones, and they run 2 registers with people on it, and it's horrible. And the lines are terrible every single day, and they don't care. Oh my God, I'll watch that TikTok afterwards. Sure thing.
Instead of having 10 people working at Taco Bell or McDonald's or Wendy's or Burger King or Chick-fil-A, you're going to see 2 people running the whole place. One person cleaning, one person making sure the robots are working good. You're going to pull through or order on your phone. You're going to request a bunch of items, and you're going to see these things. They already have them. Back in the day, I've seen them on cruise ships. I've seen them in bars. I've seen automation where literally a bartender's removed, and these robot arms grab the drinks and mix it and do it all fancy. It's like a show. And I think that's going to take over everything. I've already seen some of these fast food places. Google it. Go on YouTube. All robot. McDonald's. All robot. Taco Bell. Google it. They already have test stores. I think there's one in Manhattan and one in Vegas or something. And I think that's the future, because these companies know the labor issue and inflation in wages. All these categories that are pulling and pushing each other are not going to get along. They're not going to line up. And it's going to come at the expense of the young next generation Americans who will not have those jobs because they couldn't be filled, and they're going to be fucking eliminated. And I don't know what that means in the grand scheme of 20, 30 years plus, and what that does to an economy.
What does it?
But I can tell you it's coming. And that's my personal opinion. It's going to get there. I just don't know when. It was the same thing in 2017 when I said, Bazaar Baghdad's going to go to $2,000 a card. It's coming. I didn't know the exact time frame. I didn't think it was going to be that quick. But not only did it happen, but it's now a bargain. Hell, if anybody has Bazaar Baghdad's and you're willing to sell them for $2,000, please send me a message. Alpha Investments, LLC at Gmail. But that's just where it is. And I just wanted to share my perspective on restaurants, non-magic, non-CCG related. And I just wanted to get this off my chest and talk about something I talk about privately and I think about quite a bit. And, my days of, I did many, many years working these restaurants in college and everything. There were many segments. I worked 7, 8, 9 days in a row and picked up shifts. And I was very money hungry just to do that while I was in school. And and this was in 04, 05, 06, which I used to buy Alpha cards. And, Alpha starter decks were $799. And grading Alpha cards at PSA was, $6 a card. And blah, blah, blah. That's what I did. That's how I funded it. And, you know, I think everything I just said is a disappointing thing.
Oof. That is the moment right there where you can watch Rudy's heart break. Let's just watch that again. This makes me so sad.
I think everything I just said is a disappointing thing. You know? I think I would love to be wrong on everything I said in this video. But what bothers me is I don't think I'm going to be wrong. But I really hope everything I said in this video turns out to be fake news and is wrong. And I hope people in 10 years pull this video and say, look how wrong Rudy was. Because that would make me happy. But I don't feel like that's going to be the case. And no, I don't think the world's going to end and everything's going to crash and go to zero and all these doom and gloom and Debbie Downers and negative Nancys. But I'm still very bullish on the future. But I don't feel everyone's going to be able to participate in that beautiful future. I think a lot of people are not going to get a feeling of it, to experience what I went through and what many people in the past went through.
Exactly.
And I think that's the real
Intention's
tragedy.
nasty.
And I hope you all learned something. Very interested to see the comments. Thanks for watching. I know
we're going to go look at the comments next, because I can tell you I've already seen them. Ooh, what a rough end, huh? You want to see what the comments are? The comments are wild. Here we go. The world is changing and people don't see it because they're just trying to survive day to day. This right here is on point, Uncle Rudy. Remote 44 says, I was a bench tech at Geek Squad making $21 an hour part-time in 2001. Shoot forward to 2013, same job is $13 an hour. It's a clusterfuck. Thanks for talking about this, Rudy. We are no longer in a meritocracy. Hard work does not bring wins. This is the Great Reset. You will own nothing and be happy from the World Economic Forum. Over the last 2 years, we've seen the greatest transfer of wealth from middle class to the rich in human history. Oh shit, there's some lefties. There are some lefties in the comments. If hard work paid off, the miners would be millionaires. I'm so glad I've learned about the state of the world at a young age. So many others my age are stuck in their own minds overthinking the smallest issues. It's baffling to me how they don't see what's actually happening. Rudy is right about that restaurant shit. Brutal industry where billion-dollar companies pass on wages to their customers instead of paying their employees. It's wild, bruh. This is actually worse than you think. This leads to people not having children in a society so accustomed to growth that it can't change to save itself from collapse. What the fuck? You got magic cards people talking about fucking economic and ecological collapse. Wow. What the fuck? I am 24. The game was rigged from the start. The boomers have unironically sold my future down the river. Why couldn't I have just been born in the 1950s? I just can't imagine being able to buy a home and car and raise a family properly on 40-hour-a-week paycheck. Lamau, these guys who run shit really have it figured out. They legitimately brought slavery into modern times with such eloquence that people are actually begging for it most of the time, just to be able to not to eat and not sleep in the cold. Holy shit, everybody. Oh my God. Wow, Brandon. Holy fuck. They legitimately brought slavery into modern times with such eloquence that people are actually begging for it most of the time, just to be able to eat and not sleep in the cold. Yeah, I'm gonna like this comment right there. Bam. The best part about it, people are still so ignorant as to believe politicians and the government will solve this issue. Damn, I have a feeling this person's probably a right-winger, but hey, based in anarcho-pilled, maybe, almost. Those who grew up in the 80s and 90s lived in a golden age that they can only tell to younger generations as stories. Imagine thinking the 80s and 90s were a golden age. That's how bad things have gotten. Finally, a video from a sensible, intelligent person who acknowledges that the system is heading downhill. It's making young people's lives miserable, and no, it's not simply about working harder and stop being lazy. These messages are toxic and permeate our quote-unquote education instead of the actual things we should be learning about, like he describes. Oh, fuck! Oh, shit. Let's read this comment. I've not read this comment. This video hits me pretty damn hard. That and all the comments I'm reading. Personally, I'm 22 and I've worked in my fair share of industries. I've been a line cook, a box packer, a personal contractor, a direct care person, and a confined space attendant. They were great jobs. I loved working in those places. It was fulfilling to learn about the industry and be good in that given field. The only problem that kept me staying from in any of those fields was the pay. At average, I would make $14 to $16 an hour at every job I took. That would be my minimum. But after working hard for a week or 2 weeks and getting that check and seeing I have maybe a little over $500 to $600 or over $1,000 for bi-weekly jobs, it felt great when I was younger, but then I slowly started to feel how little that amount was actually worth in the real world. Now I'm with a girl I love and trying to save for a future, and saving up with pay so minuscule is a soul-sucking venture when considering the grand scheme. Currently, when making this comment, I'm in college for a career in computer-aided drafting, CAD for short, and doing research on the average yearly income for this profession is about $62K a year. Hearing you say how someone with that kind of income would never be able to afford the cost of a home is simply soul-crushing. Because of this job is what I wanted even through high school, and I've been told blueprinting is a career that not only would never be automated and probably never will, but would pay to live a comfortable life. Now I'm not so sure if that's still the case. Ooh. Since the year I became an adult, the median salary has increased 2.8%, while the cumulative rate of inflation between then and now has reached 27%. I'm not mincing words. This is bullshit. It's rough. My grandpa was a welder making maybe $20,000 a year in the 80s, enough to have a nice place. Rent was $100 a month or less for a 2-bedroom duplex. $100 a month or less for a 2-bedroom duplex. What? That's so low I almost don't believe it. Multiple cars, boats, motorcycles, guns, all the fishing tackle in the world. I make $40K a year and I can't afford a car, let alone live in a small apartment. It's not that we don't want to work. It's that we're so frustrated with how increasingly expensive everything is becoming. It's like, okay, I can work for 80 hours a day to afford to eat out once a week and live with my parents at 23 with tons of college debt. I don't have debt, and yet I still can't make it happen without my parents' support. Love them to death, no complaints there. The thought of having my own family is a dream. Our parents' monetary and social advice is 20 to 30 to 40 years outdated. It's so easy to give up and stop caring. Ooh, tip out is also a way to create animosity between employees so they don't organize. Oh, shit. We got some people in the comments. I liked Louis Rossman's video on this. People realized they couldn't rely on jobs for job security, and then when they fired them during the pandemic, so they decided to go their own way. When we try to be clever and go, oh, I know what to do, I'll just get a degree, and then acquire crippling debt and a shitty job for the next 10 years. Ooh. Not only do jobs require far more than they used to, they pay nowhere near what they did for the cost of living. There are exceptions to the rule, but very few jobs even pass that. Nowadays, in order to get a salary, that means the cost of living, you are typically working years before that point, and by the time you get the salary, it no longer meets the cost of living. Many jobs require a bachelor's degree or higher for a position that pays $15 to $20 an hour, or multiple years of experience for entry level. Even if you are qualified for a position, a lot of companies still won't hire you. Many don't even know what's necessary for the position, much less do they want to do any of the training which is necessary. I'm literally listening to this video while I'm delivering pizza for Domino's. Instant like and subscribe because you are 100% correct. Rudy is never going to see this, but the plan has always been for the young to own nothing since you can't miss what you never had. Oh God, that's so sad. I worked at a bellman for 3 to 4 years at 3 different hotels, and I can say confidently there's an absolute war being waged against service employees. We make less and less while owners make more and more. Pay stays stagnant, tips go lower, cost of living goes up. This is a disaster. The normie awakening. The normie motherfucking awakening. I kind of envy the naivety of my parents who think we're going to have a return to normal where they don't have to think about the ever-creeping reality we find ourselves in. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, here you go. This is a great bread pilling playlist. Absolutely. Here's the link to the video. There you go. Bam, bam. There's the links if you want it. 20 Mule gets it. My big wake up happened when I was 18. My mom had just sold her house and I had been paying attention to her talking about all the costs. She managed to sell for $1.4 million. The same year I went through all my earnings from my job for tax and decided to calculate how long it would take me to afford this house if I didn't spend a single dollar of my money. I would be well into my 80s to afford that house off my wage. I had a small bit of existential dread realizing just how expensive everything is, but I reassured myself that my wage would increase and I would be able to afford something that works. After 2020, I'm not sure my own selfish reassurance was well-founded. Oh, God. Oh, that is so painful. When I talk about this sort of thing with friends or family, they look at me like I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist, and then they get let go from the job and they're suddenly able to relate to what I've been saying for the last 10 years. The point is, by the time people care enough to learn how to prepare for the future has become the past. Thanks for sharing, Rudy. I hope a lot of people listened. Graduating college into the 08-09 crash, it was impossible to even get an entry-level job. If you had connections and landed one, you quickly realized it wasn't going to pay more than your rent and food budget. It's hard to feel anything but betrayal when you did everything you were supposed to, worked hard, and got an education, but at best you're left treading water or worse, drowning in debt. There's also an internal sense of failure because we're raised in a system that tells us success is doing better than the last generation. Boomers and older folks seem befuddled by the situation and are growing more conservative with age, unwilling to change the system with their healthcare and fragile 401ks, Social Security pensions on the line in their retirement. What I'd like to see is companies investing way more in employees' education and training to help people move forward in their careers. The cost of higher ed also needs to be brought down to earth so people can acquire the skills and knowledge they need for other occupations when these service level jobs disappear, so they aren't burdened with so much debt. Definitely lots of reform needed. Lots of reform. What do we call lots of reform all at once, guys? What do we call lots of reform all at once? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. You guys can think of it. You guys can think of it. You guys can think of the words. All right? Listen. So I think this is a pretty, this is a pretty interesting perspective, right? These normie magic card people are seriously feeling the pinch. It's been 2 years of plague. Pure 2 years of plague, and people are not happy. They're willing to hear this shit. And this is why I think that we need more and more people being willing to openly and to talk openly about lefty solutions to these sorts of things. Yeah, it's a good choice, wasn't it? Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad I decided to react to this. I wasn't originally going to, but I'm happy I decided to in the end. Very happy I decided to in the end. Yeah. Oh, really? Hasan did a react. Ooh. You know what? We haven't reacted to Hasan in forever. Let's watch Hasan react. Oh, this is long, though. This is super long. Do we want to react to Hasan? I haven't reacted to Hasan. Let's watch it. You know what? Fuck it. We've never done this. Let's do it. Let's do a Hasan react. We haven't done a Hasan react like ever. Let's do it.
In the White House in
Fuck it. Let's do it.
2016.
Come on, everybody.
In part because of his promise to bring the American coal industry back.
We are going to put our coal miners back to work.
3 years later, we're seeing coal companies shut down at a near record pace.
Right now we're in the mountains of eastern Kentucky, heading to a place called Harlan County. Harlan County is the heart of coal country up here, and it was largely a county that was built by coal mines in the 1920s and the early 1900s. And we're here because last July, Black Jewel Coal laid off 1,100 workers of this tiny populace, people who depended on coal for their livelihoods, and they were the last game in town.
The main reason why coal miners lose their jobs is not actually because of like green energy initiatives. I mean, there is certainly that certainly plays a role, but it's actually because of automation. We watched this? No, I don't think we watched this. I don't remember this at all. But the main reason why coal miners get f***ed over is because their bosses literally utilize automation instead, rendering them useless. And because they don't have any sort of ownership over the means of production.
Thanks for being a streamer.
The song "Which Side Are You On" was written by Harlan County union workers. That doesn't surprise me.
They don't have any other remedy or no other alternative.
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Alternatives, or don't see any sort of like distribution of profits when inevitably that technological advancement increases productivity without the workers working.
By the way, just so you all know, real quick, I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to say this is why a leftism focused only on workers that is not intersectional, aka a class reductionist approach, cannot work. Because if you don't have workers anymore, but then the companies will be like, well, we're perfectly good to our workers. All 5 of them that we have, we treat those ones very, very well. The rest of you are poor people. You're not workers. I mean, we might be choking your air with pollution. We might be literally mining out the earth from underneath you. We might literally own everything in your house because you're not allowed to own houses anymore and you can't get money, but you're not a worker technically. You're a contractor, or maybe you don't work at all. Maybe you're just a disgusting prole. Do you see what I mean? This is why a worker-focused only type of leftism can't be the answer. Have a great night, Saberflote. Thank you so much for coming by.
Themselves.
More and more people are going to be NEETs whether they want to or not. You realize that less and less people, every single year, less and less people have a choice in whether they're a NEET or not. Because you can't afford education, you can't afford training, and if you can't get a job, you're fucked. We have to think bigger than just a worker view, which is why I find anarchist approaches to modern politics more interesting. What is a NEET? Not in education, not employed in education or in training. How long until enough real estate is owned privately to warrant pre-furnished houses being the norm? I don't even know. I actually don't even know what the state, like I need to go and do a lot of deep research to figure out exactly what the state of real estate in the United States is.
The story of Harlan is really the story of coal country across America.
Isn't automation good though, as long as there are programs in place for education or new sectors? Or no, automation is great. I love automation. I think everyone should welcome automation into their homes. The problem is not automation. The problem is, once again, and I repeat myself regularly, is capitalism. If everyone is benefiting, if all the workers have, if all the workers have a larger share of the profits, like if workers have the profits to themselves and have a say in the business, they could all collectively say, yeah, of course we're going to want automation because that means we can work less and still be incredibly productive, even more productive than we were.
This is actually, I actually think Hasan's analysis here, it fails for the exact reason I just talked about, because there will be less workers. Sure, companies are going to be more than willing to pay the 5 workers that they employ to oversee their robots a fuckload of money. But what about the 100,000 other living people who no longer have jobs? What about all those people, those thousands of people whose jobs were automated away? They're not workers anymore. They don't work for the company anymore because the company doesn't have jobs for them. So we have to be able to think more than that. We have to recognize that corporations don't just employ workers. They control private property. They control the means of production. They control our politics. But yes, I know he is. But I think it's important to address the issue that we're actually facing.
But the problem is that automation, especially when paired up with like machine learning, artificial intelligence, is used as a means to displace previous workers.
That's based. Intention's nasty. That's based.
If workers still benefited from the rewards of automation and companies were not created in a way where only the top, only the business owners, the shareholders end up making the money, then automation would be welcomed.
And as this nation moves from fossil fuels to renewable energy, we're here to find out what the next generation of would-be coal miners are going to do.
But if they automated Twitch streaming, wouldn't you feel like you lost out on some fun / life satisfaction even if you got the same or better standard of life? That's such a stupid fucking way. It's such a stupid argument because, like, I don't give a shit. If I had the same or better standard of life, like, why would I give a fuck if they automated Twitch streaming, I guess, and robots were doing Twitch streaming regularly? I would just, like, figure out another fulfilling endeavor, and it's the same as, like, anything else.
I think it's a silly question, but, like...
now that that economic base and that financial future...
The idea that jobs can be fulfilling, work can be fulfilling, but we should be able to do the work that we find fulfilling and not be forced to do other types of jobs just to live. We should recognize that humans thrive when they're allowed to pursue their interests, not just when they're given a job that they're supposed to do and then they have to find fulfillment in that job because there's no other choice.
Has been taken away from them.
Yeah, I love the satisfaction of getting black lung, dude. That's my satisfaction. I'm a coal miner, and the satisfaction I get is, you know, horrible workplace conditions.
Hey, chat.
I've come here to meet Joe Watts, a 24-year-old who, like the generations of men before him...
What about the workers who don't have the training required to operate those automation or fails the training but are more hands-on rather than technical? So here's the reality, okay? There are a lot of studies conducted on this. There's at least a reasonable amount of empirical evidence to suggest that retraining programs simply do not work. Except my personal point of view on this, my educated guess on the matter is that those retraining programs don't actually look at retraining or don't actually cover training people to learn how to frack, for example. Okay? And what I mean by that is there are a lot of towns, there are a lot of industry towns, for example, like Pittsburgh, or there are a lot of towns in Western Pennsylvania that have completely restructured their industry around fracking. Okay, well, they didn't used to do fracking 20 years ago. They had robust labor unions, and they had different industries. Like in Pittsburgh, for example, they had the steel industry, right? So it's not like I mean, that's still technically retraining, and now they all do fucking fracking, and they love fracking. So that's still technically successful retraining. Do you understand? Does that make sense? So you could literally fucking... There is evidence that retraining, especially after a long enough time of just like joblessness, is a very successful endeavor. It's just that the government subsidizes fracking over renewable energy. If the government subsidized renewable energy, specifically the R&D side of renewable energy that maxed out the energy efficiency of renewable energy resources, then renewable energy corporations could be the new fracking.
True, you know, I am topping Hasan.
Be celebrated everywhere they go in towns in a similar fucking capacity to companies that engage in fracking that is not all that great for the environment. Do you understand? The point is, chatter, nobody fucking is born with a bone in their brain that means that they're genetically predisposed to working in the oil or the fossil fuel industry. It's just that after a period of not having any income opportunities, not having any fucking jobs, they will literally gladly fucking take on a job that is well-paying, such as fracking jobs and such as jobs within the fossil fuel industry.
Let's go.
And they will jump at the opportunity to fucking train and, you know, become people who are a part of the fossil fuel industry.
Well, it's interesting on this because the reason why retraining programs tend to fail is because by the time a retraining program comes through, the people who are to be retrained have often fallen into sickness or abject poverty. They can't go or they don't know about the retraining programs. That's the reason why retraining doesn't work. And also because people don't want to. They don't want to be forced to retrain into something that they don't want to do. That's an underlying issue. They've already had to do that once. Payne Sama says, I work as a server, and while my boss is really cool, the truth is they're trying to give each server more tables so they can run the floor with fewer people. I'm scared for my friends because I'm lucky enough to know I will stay, but they aren't as strong of servers, so they could be on the chopping block. We're all terrified. I feel you on that. This is the pressures we're going to have to deal with, and we have to come up with solutions on how we work on this stuff together so we can keep each other alive and well. I have some theories about that. You know, something that we like to call strategic slacktivism, okay? All right, listen. Let's continue.
Was raised
yes,
on the promises of
we always talk about bloomer stuff after all this. Don't you worry.
Oh, you got your hunting gear back here?
Yeah, hunting gear.
Joe, where are we at right now?
This is the Portal 31 expedition mine in Lynch. This is one of the first mines in Lynch. It was opened by U.S. Coke and Coal. They opened this mine and built this coal camp, you call it. This was the heart of this town for a long time back in the day.
Do you have any familial connection to this mine?
Yeah, my family, one of my mama's brothers, her uncles, and was one of the first people to work in this mine. And
now it's just a museum.
Yeah, it's a museum. This thing here, it shows the timeline of how this mine and this city developed from the 19-teens to when it shut down in 1963.
Yeah, there's a picture of a kid back there.
Yeah, they was 10 and 11-year-olds coal miners back in the day.
Yeah, that could
It ain't no gravy job, and underground miners didn't have no easy job, that's for sure. They earned their money.
Yeah.
Everybody earned their money that worked in the coal industry.
Damn 11-year-olds, they earned their money. That's true. They did.
We got laid off the day my superintendent told me. He said, it's just a bunch of paperwork. They filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. He said, we just can't. They told us to send everybody home for a couple of days until they get this paperwork sorted out.
I wonder what happened to the boss.
3 weeks went by. A train was getting loaded. They laid us off, but they could still come in here and get a train and haul out the coal that we worked for and washed for them and got it ready, but they can still come in here and get it and take it out to make money off of it. Well, I never thought nothing about it, but 4 or 5 other guys, they got together on the tracks. When that train come out, they already stood in front of it and told them it ain't leaving this hauler with that coal.
Based.
So they backed that train up and it sat right here for 3 or 4 months.
The company was loading the train with over $1 million worth of coal when the coal miners stepped on the tracks and blocked the train from leaving.
That is fucked. That is so disgusting, dude. I hope they fucking used that. Used the profits. They took all of the profits back from that. They probably didn't. Let's be real.
The next 3 months.
No way! No go! No way! No go!
How has the town changed since then? Or what have you noticed? Or have you seen any of your neighbors or anybody that you know really still suffering? Or
everybody, well, our unemployment.
You know, chat, you can make fun of the accent if you want, but this region was one of the last major power centers for labor militancy. You should learn the history of what people in this region did for the labor movement.
True.
It's 100% true. There's a lot of good there. There's some bad there as well. Also, on top of that,
someday,
even
maybe.
if you're like a liberal and you don't care and you see these people as like bad because, you know, they're probably voted for Donald Trump or some shit like that.
3 voters are on point right now. 3 voters know where it's at.
You know, a lot of these labor unions were also a very effective way for every single person for all these people to have political say, political power, and organize politically, and oftentimes, or not, if not all the time, literally vote for the Democratic Party. So liberals, Dems, this is the reason why these areas are no longer blue. Well, among other reasons too, but certainly one of the main reasons why these areas are no longer blue is because there is no labor unions to to agitate and urge people to go and learn more about the political power that they actually do have. Sure, granted, there was a lot of racism in the unions too, and being from Appalachia myself, the accent is funny. Yeah.
There it is.
When you file for unemployment, you get 6 months of unemployment if you don't find a job. And my unemployment just ran out end of January, so now everybody's either gonna have to move or get a job somewhere else. Having to move on and to a whole nother city that you don't know nothing about, that your family ain't gonna be there, it's just gonna be you. And I mean, I'm a grown man, scared of that. It's just gonna be.
He's scared of that. Look, just because you're a grown man doesn't mean you aren't scared of leaving your home and going to a place you're not familiar with. It's okay. I understand he's being strong, but come on. That can be scary as fuck. Leaving your family by force, yeah.
Different not seeing my family every day.
Joe comes from a family of coal miners going back 4 generations, all of whom lived, worked, and raised families in Harlan County. His 22-year-old brother Jake chose college over coal, and he's back visiting for the weekend.
There's a lot of people in the national conversation, right? But they oftentimes talk about coal towns as being antiquated, right? A relic of the past, a part of American history that doesn't really have a place in the future.
People look at me differently when I say that I'm from southeastern Kentucky, or that I say I'm from rural Appalachia, or that my dad's a coal miner. People probably think most of us are stupid. They probably think people in this region are on opioids, or so I feel like that they're not worried about helping us because they see us as like subhuman.
Subhuman.
Yeah.
The real question is, here's another question. Why are so many people on opioids in Appalachia? And the answer is because their lives are so bad that their bodies have been destroyed by their work. And so they have been given opioids. They have come to rely on opioids as the only way to live anything remotely resembling a good life.
They don't understand until you've been a coal miner, until you've walked in our footsteps, then don't judge us.
What was it like going into those mines every day?
First day's pretty scary. You never forget it. You go in, you're scared to death. You don't know if it's gonna fall or not. But after you're there a little while, you just learn not to pay no attention to it. But you gotta be aware because you never know what's gonna happen. Right. You might go in one day and not come out. I've seen that before too.
How does it make you guys feel to see the industry in decline in this town?
It's heartbreaking, really. Guys that work hard, all their life, and then one day they might get up and go to work. Well, you
Oh
lay
yeah,
off.
and
That's
just so
it.
you know, those shots aren't just shock shots. You know what I mean? Those aren't just shock shots. Like if you go to West Virginia, every town that you go to, I lived there for a while. If you go to West Virginia, every single town that you go to will have a whole bunch of abandoned old buildings that just cannot fill with anything else. And when I lived in West Virginia, there was a 6-month wait to get into public mental health care unless you had an opioid addiction, because there was only funding to deal with opioid addictions, and there was such an opioid crisis that everyone else was deemed not as important. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. 6-month wait just to see somebody. Because that's how much is needed. Yeah, rationing healthcare, literally.
But you saw your son get laid off.
Yeah, broke my heart because he liked it real good.
Or say you did, yeah, Gay
I
Fish.
don't think it's right. I think they ought to respect her. I mean, coal.
Uiprat says, I live in rural Appalachia, and the poverty and poor labor conditions make drugs a huge relief and money source, especially for younger generation. It's honestly depressing. Most people my age don't even want to live past their 20s. Isn't that just heartbreaking? Holy moly.
Kept his country on life support for a long time, especially back during World War II, making all that steel and stuff.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys 100%. Okay. What? You really have a 1-can mini fridge, bro? No, it's not a 1-can mini fridge, dumbass. I could put like fucking 5 cans in there. Shut the fuck up, silly bitch. I could put like 6 cans in there actually if they're like regular sized cans. All right? Shut the fuck up. It's just down to 1 can currently because I've been drinking.
Brim says some of these small towns with these abandoned short storefronts should have city-owned second-hand shops, care centers, and food banks and stuff to fill some of those places so they could help out so many people. It sucks there's so little money there because so much of the wealth has been extracted to a very few. Yeah, the wealth has been extracted to a very few, and then these big corporations will buy up that property so it cannot be used by anybody else. So it can't be used by anybody else.
And I've been using it all morning. Anyway, I could literally stack up 6 cans in there. It's a 6-can mini fridge, and it's fucking awesome. And the reason for why it's awesome is that it helps me avoid fucking, going up and like going to the fridge over and over again.
So sorry to hear that.
And I can be a better reactor. Kind of like subscribing helps you avoid the top of the hour ads.
True.
If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience.
True. And subscribing to Demon Mama helps you make sure this show keeps going free so that once in a while I can do random streams like this Friday stream, even though I don't have any major big headlines to do and I just wanted to hang out with you all. Anyway, let's
Because
continue.
at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. Going hard to defend the mini fridge. You really love that thing? I love the mini fridge. It's so loud. It's so fucking annoying, but I love it. What is this? This
Yeah,
meme
copy
sums
my
it up.
baby voice.
Oh god, it's a fucking 9-gag meme. Be West Virginia coal miner. Vote Democrat to support union. Democrats don't like coal. Start voting for Republicans. Declining union membership. Republicans destroy unions.
Oof. It's kind of true. This is
Like it or-
partially true. This is partially true, but also Democrats have abandoned unions, just so you know. The Democrats, as we saw with Joe Biden, have completely abandoned unions. Democrats don't give a shit about worker rights. The reason why Democrats, even though Republicans are worse, the reason why Democrats don't give a shit about workers' rights is because they're still corporatists.
Not the reality here is, I mean, this meme is a perfect, accurate rendition of what exactly what happened. But
imagine having ads Pepe.
here's the fucking, like it or not, here's the reality, okay? If they used this territory now, when there's like so much joblessness, for example, if they went into this territory and they were like, we're literally just gonna fucking build factories where we're gonna build microchips, or we're gonna build factories here where we build fucking, not microchips, but I don't know, renewable energy shit, like fucking solar panels or some shit, okay? Every single one of these dudes, especially if they were allowed to fucking unionize too, which, probably never gonna happen. But every single one of these dudes will be fucking the biggest solar wind farm Andes, okay? Because that's how solar panels in West Virginia. No, I'm saying like a factory where you build it, man. Shut up. I'm not talking about like, I'm not talking about they're gonna fucking actually put solar panels in West Virginia mountains, okay? Or windmills or whatever. I'm talking about like the product.
It is a tragedy.
It's just they would be the number one advocates for that, just like they're the fucking number one advocates for coal. Okay? It's just all a matter of like whatever the industry is. And I hate the argument of like retraining, because retraining without job opportunities is nothing. Retraining for a potential job that you may get.
You want to know why do you want to know why there's like tons and tons of people who move all over the United States? It's because there are people who do retraining. There are people who change careers, and then they leave the place that they're in and they go to a city where they are stuck on a different type of treadmill. It is so common. Americans move so frequently. And that's because you can't find work in your local community anymore, because it's not even a matter of localism, because we don't even take time to think about how you make sustainable communities. We don't even think about what the implication is. If things aren't produced locally, well then how do you actually take care of the people that live in a particular locale? And this is why I say I'm not a localist. But you have to pay attention to the local. You have to pay attention to the local because people live in areas.
Of course that's going to fucking fail. But retraining when there's already a pre-existing job, well, that's just fucking training for your next job. And a lot of people gladly and willingly take on that. Okay? And they will literally love and advocate for it no matter what. So I hate the fucking learn the code sweaties argument because it's not a guarantee they're going to get a fucking IT or coding job. But if there's already a guaranteed job that also features retraining within it in order for them to learn how to fucking assemble solar panels, for example.
Well, in some cases, the thing is, Jessica Metal, is that the reality is that for many people, the only solution is to just move. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Like most people who find themselves in a financial hard spot, the only option they can possibly take is to move. Because you can't, how are you supposed to change your state when you don't even have the money to pay your bills? This is the problem. This is the situation we find ourselves in. 69 Danger Noodle says, the job I do in the medical field has only 2 places in my whole state that do this. So they only have to compete between each other for wages. Yeah, there are some situations where it's like that. Yep. VM Draco says, as someone who wants to move out of my town once I have enough to live, this sentiment worries me. I really want to have my own tiny home and build on my own patch of land to avoid a major mortgage. One of my biggest fears is being stuck in a dead-end job that barely pays me anything in a new location where I don't have easy access to my folks if I'm in a bind. Yeah, it sucks, but keep in mind that forcing workers to constantly relocate and never be able to lay down any roots of any type whatsoever and never have community is in the favor of people like Amazon. That's the reason why all these companies are more than happy to inspire you to keep moving. Because guess what? They're everywhere and you can only be in one place. And if they can get you away, you rely on them. That's the society we are dealing with. We have to be willing to fight with the society that exists, not the society that no longer exists.
Learn how to assemble or manufacture microchips, for example. They're going to be the #1 microchip Andes, just like they love coal.
Okay, the problem with Hasan's argument here is that corporations will never put those jobs there out of the goodness of their heart. Right now, corporations can get slaves to build that shit overseas. So there is no way in our current system whatsoever that you will ever convince corporations to pay people in America to do jobs, to train people in America to do jobs, when they can just get free slave labor overseas or nearly free slave labor overseas. There has to be way more aggressive action than just advocating for cool jobs that could appear. This is the magical thinking stuff that I talk about with regard to climate change. You know how I say that like a lot of SOCDEMs go, well, if only we could implement this incredible invention that would suck all of this theoretically possible invention that would suck all the carbon out of the air. It would only take $100 trillion from every world government. They can afford it. They're never going to do that. They are never going to do that. International action? Why, yes, I do believe that international solidarity is extremely important. That's why I think learning languages and communicating via the internet is very, very important. How interesting. But the reality is that you will not get corporations to just make solar plants. That won't happen. It's not going to happen. It isn't happening.
That's how important your fucking labor is. That's how important your sustenance, your life, your livelihood is to you. That these motherfuckers love a job that literally murders them on a regular basis. Okay? They love coal that kills them. The guy's like, yep, you know, till you walk a mile in my shoes, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, dude, like they literally rush into battle every day. Okay? You think those guys wouldn't be microchip Andes? You think they wouldn't be like massive fans of microchips or massive fans of?
I agree.
Of whatever renewable energy initiative that allows them to put food on the fucking table. They would love that shit. It is what it is. Okay, that's how it works, and that's precisely how, like, the fossil fuel industry takes advantage of areas that have dried up with job opportunities by going in there and being like, well, this is land that we can absolutely frack the fuck out of and we need to bring people, and we need to,
Hippie Punk says, Demon Mama, a lot of the economy in my area is a service economy, retail, delivery, call center. Tulsa just narrowly kept its aviation industry. We used to do a whole bunch of manufacturing here. Our two big things right now is the energy industry, petroleum, and distribution centers. We had Rockwell and Boeing here at one point, and we built stuff for NASA. We built space hardware. Now we're lucky to still have the AA maintenance center at Tulsa. Yeah, isn't that rough? Val9000 says, I feel like this hyper-atomization of society plays into keeping everyone dependent on their employment to a scary degree. Nobody has a strong support network that can help if they don't have a job, and the need for everyone to have a job means that there's a desperate scramble for work anytime you lose your job, which means you'll accept work that doesn't benefit you nearly as much as if you had a choice. You know what that means? We have to build families of choice. We have to build communities. That has to be our primary goal. We have to figure out ways to help each other, even if they don't want us to, even if we're discouraged from doing so. That's how we do it. That's how you go against the grain. That's how you fight against this thing, and you change the you change the trajectory of society.
I have people work here, so we're gonna give you 90 grand,
yes.
and you're gonna learn how to fucking frack. Why wouldn't you do that? If you're making 0 grand, and then someone comes into your town and says, you want to make 90 grand? Here, you need to learn a little bit. You need to learn something here. They're going to fucking learn how to frack.
Wow, Hasan's...
Microchips are made from automation. You know, I'm just using an example. Like, there's still job opportunities for fucking a factory that creates microchips too.
Wow, Hasan's chat.
As one of the folks from the hills, thanks for showing chat this, but holy shit, classism is showing hard right now. Chat doesn't seem to understand about these people being abused by the system. It sucks so much. This was an internal colony for the rest of the states. It got fucked up.
Yes, it
Winged
was.
Appalachian.
Yes, it was. Fucking right there. It was an internal colony. That is literally how we treated lots of rural areas and still do, just so you know.
Says, yeah. These are literally the forgotten people, okay? Every dude living in West Virginia, just like they know.
Define an internal colony. An internal colony is basically an area of the United States that is trapped under complete exploitation and essentially treated as a colonized area for the purposes of corporations to win. And another example of this is Louisiana. You could talk about that in Louisiana, how Louisiana was basically run by Standard Oil for a huge chunk of its history because there was all kinds of oil in the area, and as a result, the entire state, all of the laws, all of the cities were built by a corporation with the United States government basically going, yeah, and rubber stamping everything because they didn't give a shit about anybody in that area. And so the people lived in horrific conditions. Just like this is why that's why there's like tons of places in the United States that are like notably fucked up, and it is true. They are like internal colonies. Yeah, it's not exactly the same. There's not a one-to-one analysis because obviously like foreign colonies were devastated. But there are parallels in the way these were structured. So I understand why people would say that. It's not a perfect analogy, but it works quite well.
Oh. They know that their fucking politicians don't give a fuck about them. That's the worst part. They're like Eastern Kentucky / Southern West Virginia was 100% an internal colony. That's a great
4 months
description.
In my aunt finished chemotherapy. It is a great weekend chat.
Fuck that chatter, dude. They are not forgotten. They have more power in the Senate than any other state. What? Are you insane, dude?
Val9000, I live right next to Louisiana, and there's a noticeable difference in wealth immediately after crossing the border. And Southeast Texas is not a wealthy area. You want to look into the history of Louisiana? Look at what it took for them to get roads and bridges in Louisiana. Louisiana almost had to go to literal war. There was like actual guns. There were actual people. Like for example, if you look into like Huey Long and like how he fought Standard Oil, there were times where they basically got Union guys together with their guns and they quite literally just said, we aren't going anywhere until Standard Oil workers fucking backed off, and that's how he won the ability to actually build roads. Louisiana was so far behind the rest of the country, they didn't even have roads going to most of the people living in the state. Like, we're talking like one politician who took a militant stance against Standard Oil built like 300,000 or 3,000 miles of roads across Louisiana. It's absurd.
You think Joe Manchin gives a fuck about these people? Are you psychotic? Joe Manchin just gives a fuck about his family's coal mine. That's it. Bro, that is an insane take, dude. You are so mistaken for assuming that, like, West Virginians have any fucking say in whatever the fuck Joe Manchin wants to do. How many times have I talked about the interests of West Virginians and the polling data in West Virginia in comparison to the way that Joe Manchin operates, dude? That is insane to think that, like, these guys don't want healthcare, bro. Like, yeah. If given the opportunity and they were like, hey, man, would you like to get your fucking teeth fixed? Like, they're going to be like, nah, dude. No way. Like, are you... No, they love having NGOs come in like they're living in fucking Rwanda. Okay? And, like, open up a stadium for a weekend where they can get free dental work from a fucking NGO. They love that, dude. It's so great. They already do that by voting Republican. Yeah, they're dumb.
Huey Long was a brutal guy. Huey Long was a brutal and like very questionably ethical individual. But that just tells you about the state of the world that he was living in. That he had to fight like tooth and nail, literally physically, against a corporation. Yeah, he's a very interesting person. I don't think he was like a good guy, but it tells you what he had to deal with in order to make any progress for the people of Louisiana. That's how fucked they were by Standard Oil. One corporation that had the sort of rubber stamp of the and yeah, he got fucking assassinated for it.
Okay, they fucking vote against their self-interest, but they also have no other like opportunity, because the Republicans literally turn around and say, hey, what's up? We care about coal. We love coal. I will literally shove a coal in my ass for you, okay? We love coal. Also, black people are bad. If you're living in a segregated community already, you've probably fucking never seen a black person anyway, so you also are of that mindset.
Hi.
And then they say, you know, you can shoot your guns. Democrats want to take your guns, and they're like, all right.
Hasan getting stun locked. Listen, this makes me feel good because it makes me realize that even one of the most successful streamers in the world regularly gets stun locked by his chat. That makes me feel a lot better about myself, okay? That makes me feel a lot better about myself.
Fuck it, yeah, I'll vote for this guy. The other guy doesn't do anything for me and hates coal. Ruined my fucking job.
Hey, there you are. Hey, look who it is. It's our very own right there. Hi, Brim. Hi, Brim. Shout out to the one himp. The one hasimp.
And yeah, most liberals vote against their own self-interest all the time, too. That's true. That's true. Hasan trying to hold his hate back. Super left-winger, blinded big time. They said nothing about race, just like let everyone bring race into it. Dude, you are so fucking stupid if you don't think that the modern-day Republican Party, or just like conservatives in general, but don't use racial agitation as a fucking talking point. Like, I mean, Democrats do it too, but in the reverse side, where they're like, we love black folk. We really care about you guys. Please vote for us. The other side is racist. And then the other side is like, yeah, we're fucking racist. Vote for us, white people. And then neither side gives a fuck. Neither side cares. Republicans don't care about white people, and Democrats don't care about black people. The whole point is they don't care about people.
Faun, come
They
react
care
to
about
Hasan.
corporations. They care about the wealthy.
Yeah, come react to Hasan.
And
Faun's
maintaining
gonna react to Hasan
that,
for you while I go pee.
that
Here,
hegemonic power.
Faun's gonna react to Hasan.
Okay, that corporations have, corporate entities have, and the profit motive has over your fucking lives. And you dumb bitches in my chat still turn around and you're like, haha, I got him. He's bringing up race, dude. He's saying Republicans are racist. Like, why are you so triggered? Like, why? Why? Do you think the Republicans care about you?
Pause it. They don't.
If you're a Republican, like, do you think, like, why are you repping the Republican team? Like, they don't give a fuck about you. You're just a vote, maybe at that. Yeah, Republicans really care about this guy, dude.
If it weren't for coal, we might not even be here today. I mean, that's the way I feel about it sometimes.
You know, will coal still be a part of their identities?
I would think so. I would like for it to be a part of my kids' identity because it's always been a part of mine, and I couldn't imagine it not being part of mine.
Does the idea of leaving enter your minds at all?
Yeah, it does mine.
I'm telling you, it's literally like subsidies for renewable energy initiatives. All it takes is like 3 fucking factories to open up in this town, and then they are literally repping. In one generation, they're repping whatever the fuck they're generating, okay? That's all it will take. That's all it would take. If they fucking rep coal this hard, there's a reason for it, and that's because that was their fucking livelihood, okay? Imagine, they rep coal, which literally murdered them, okay? They still rep coal. Like one of the worst fucking industries to work in, okay?
Let's go.
An industry that's like actively fucking killing them in the extraction process. And they still rep it because it was their fucking livelihood. All it would take, literally, all it would take is like
That's the problem. That's why
for them to have
Mama does
a new way to make money. That's the point, though. When the job is so hard, it creates solidarity and pride. Certainly. But it doesn't matter. Like,
together.
keep going.
What? I'm going to be oriented so I can try to stay around here anyway.
Do you guys think there's a future here still?
Not really.
But you're going to stay anyways?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
It's home.
Yeah.
In 2019, the coal industry suffered the sharpest decline ever recorded in American history. And for the first time ever, renewable energy surpassed coal in domestic energy production. And the effects of coal's departure are most apparent in the 6 cities that make up Harlan County: Benham, Cumberland, Everts, Harlan City, Loyal, and Lynch. Harlan County currently has the highest unemployment rate in the state of Kentucky. And according to the most recent data, more than half of the income of Harlan residents comes from either Social Security, Medicare.
The fuck is happening?
Is he fast forwarding through his
Yeah.
pitch? Yeah, he's fast forwarding through the pitch. That's the pitch.
The pitch.
This is where you do a pitch. You go, hey,
Food
follow Demon
stamps.
Mama and give us
And
likes
all
and
of this can be traced.
Yeah. Give us likes and donos. Subscribe to the site. Retweet your favorite memes from Demon Mama. Get all your friends together and have them watch your favorite Demon Mama segments. Show them the stupid Bible fuckability list.
Yeah,
show them the candy tier list, and then go, this is why I hate this person, and they are bad faith and stinky. Do whatever works, you know.
Exactly.
Even hate shares are good shares. Let's go.
Oh my God, thank you. Thank you, Faun.
Thank you all, imps. Bye-bye. Oh yeah.
I love you. Thank you for reacting for me. I love you too. All right, let's watch a little more. Let's watch a little more, I guess.
Back to the decline and the departure of the coal industry.
Right now we're in Cumberland, which is
Yeah, show
one of
the
the
Bible
smallest
fuckability tier list at church. It will definitely make them. It will make them like you more.
cities in Harlan County that also was heavily affected by the closure of the Black Jewel mine. Right now we're going to go inside one of the local barbershops and just hear from some of the people who have been here for generations how these mines closing has affected life here in Cumberland. How have you guys seen this area change?
People not having a choice anymore of where they can go to work now, and people are leaving houses behind and, you know, everything because they have no other choice. And with a lot of
Listen to that. People are leaving their houses behind because they have no other choice.
the
Damn.
problem we have too is the coal industry still owns a
Yeah,
tremendous
exactly.
amount of
It's
property here.
They own
just
like
shut
the
everything-
land.
Yeah, they shut everything down. They own the coal rights to it, so they essentially own the property. Well, when they leave, we can't do anything with that property.
Why not just move away?
Because it's home.
Yeah. It is, and also, you know, in my instance, my home's paid for. So, am I supposed to just walk away from it and leave that sitting? Because the problem you have here is you don't sell your home if you try to leave. Because nobody's coming in here.
Do you all feel like the government should step in, or do you put any faith in the government at all?
Our population has went down so quickly, and things around here that we're not that important anymore because we're so small now.
Yeah, and when coal fell off.
Yo, what happened? What's going on? Oh,
you got the you got Vice hit.
I got Vice hit.
Hasan stream. Bruh.
Okay.
It's because I wasn't reacting enough.
No, it's because he wasn't reacting enough. And we weren't reacting enough. Still live over on Twitch. Hold on, it'll come back. It should come back. The stream should come back. God damn it. Every time. I'm never doing this shit again. Never fucking doing this shit again. Hold on, will it come back? I'm still live on Twitch.
Just invert the colors on the video and put an audio pass filter over.
I don't know if it's gonna come undone. Let's see. Will it come undone? Will it let me undone? Yeah, it's probably the video he was reacting to. I don't know if my stream has been temporarily unblocked. Hold on, let's see. God damn it. Yeah. Well, alright, maybe we're over here. They've hit us before. Usually it comes back, though. Usually it comes back. I don't know if it's totally done for. I don't know if the stream is dead or what. God, that's so disappointing. Okay. Stream is back on YouTube. Stream is back on YouTube. Stream's back on YouTube. Stream's back on YouTube. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Well, okay. Well, that ends that segment. We got Vice cucked. We always have to remember these stupid documentaries, even with all of that reacting over it, even with all the editing, still didn't fucking matter. Still didn't fucking matter. God damn it. God damn, that's so discouraging. Isn't that fucking annoying? Okay, everybody. Well, I have something to react to, okay? I have something else for us to do. Who wants to do some goddamn TikTok reacts? So this is the restaurant TikTok? All right, we're going to watch this TikTok react first, okay? First TikTok react, okay? The Musk family is truly full of villains. Let's take a listen to this, and I'm going to react to this. Let's go.
Industry. I hope you all are ready. This is my villain origin story. I am not joking. At my last restaurant job, I had worked at the restaurant for the entirety of its existence. I had worked my way up from server to floor manager, and I had been like every position in between. During lockdown, it was announced that we were closing temporarily for 2 weeks. And then we had a family fund that you could, like, I donated $1 out of every paycheck to go towards the family fund, which was an emergency fund for employees to apply to if, like, they came upon hard times. So, of course, all of us during the temporary lockdown applied to the family fund because we didn't have any money. And then they announced that my restaurant and 6 others in the small chain were actually closing permanently. Oh! And that we couldn't access the funds in the family fund because we were no longer employees. Wow! I was supposed to close on a house the next week, and my dad had to co-sign so I wouldn't lose the house because I was no longer employed. One of my coworkers who was 9 months pregnant lost her maternity leave. Another employee lost his house. And 2 employees are no longer alive that worked there. The restaurant reopened this year, and they didn't offer any of us our jobs back. Like, they actually sent us all an email that was like, hey, just so you know, we're reopening, but we're not giving you your job back. The restaurant is run by a billionaire whose brother is also a billionaire who was recently the host of SNL and owns a car company. Don't eat there.
Wow. I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. That is so bad. That is just so goddamn rotten. But isn't that what we always say? Your bosses, you can never trust them. A boss and a worker have literally opposite interests, okay? No matter how nice your boss is, the bare bones, the truth, the hard brass tacks is that bosses and workers have mutually exclusive interests. Your job is to get the fairest pay for your work. Their job is to give you the least pay for your work so they can maximize profits. There you go. There you go. That's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. No, this was a worker, I think. I don't think this was a, oh, hey, look, here we go. At Kimball Musk's restaurant, workers were told community mattered, that they were family. They contributed money out of their paychecks to an emergency fund for workers. Then COVID happened and the family fund was suddenly unavailable. How strange. How very strange indeed. How very strange indeed. Well, everyone, I have something interesting, okay? We talked that one. All right, listen, we talked about that one, but I've got a series of discourse that we're going to dive into because we're going to be hitting TikTok again like a fucking meteor. We're going back into TikTok, and I have found out that there is some major discourse going on TikTok right now, okay?
Dude, what are you doing?
No! I'll look at that one later, okay? So I want us to watch this stuff together real quick, okay? All right, I'm telling you right now. So this is the discussion. I'm going to tell you what it's all about, okay? And we're going to watch the TikToks, and then I'm going to do my reaction so that Cherry can chop stuff up so that we can actually grow our platform on TikTok. Because as it turns out, there's a lot of people engaging in all kinds of interesting things about on and in TikTok, in the TikTok spaces. So here we go. This discourse is called, "Do trans girls get periods?" Wow, how interesting. So actually, I think that's a super interesting discussion. So apparently, there is a lot of discussion about this this particular this particular discourse. So I wanted to wade in on this, and I wanted to see what some people have sort of pulled from this. Okay. So we're gonna start by reacting to a content creator whose name is Viandre. Okay? So Viandre is a trans content creator who has a lot to say about trans stuff, and we're gonna start watching right here, okay? It's a remix and I'm coming with that us biological
can we talk about this? People keep on saying I'm bashing cis women, but I'm literally just repeating phrases that they say to me. Like, if I talk about an individual thing about being trans and a cis girl comes back at me with, well, us natural women, it just makes me feel invalidated. And that's all I was trying to say. And yes, it's okay to say that you're biologically female, but if it's a comeback to a trans person, it's obviously in an invalidating term. If I want you to take anything from this, just please listen to trans people when they're sharing their vulnerability. It's really hard.
Yeah. Listen, so that's a good point, okay? So Viandre has a point here. If your response to a trans woman talking to you about things is to say, yeah, well, I'm a biological woman, you're engaging in transphobia. You're engaging in a turf talking point. The idea that there aren't social factors that affect both trans women and cis women is just absurd. This is a simple thing. People respond by weaponizing their biology as though that gives them some sort of a trump card, but that's simply not true. What the fuck isn't biological? Exactly. I understand what people are going towards. They're trying to aim at like something about the where you were assigned at birth and certain biological aspects that you might have. But remember, cis women don't all have the same biology either. So these sort of assumptions aren't particularly helpful. And what they do is, in a social sense, they just push trans people out of important conversations. Simple as. Really as simple as that. So there's the first video that we're going to react to. Let's look at the second one. So let's take a look. This says, me not sure when my period is. Hangs out with my bestie. Our cycles are linking up. Do you have to shit? Yeah! And then they run. Okay. Okay. So, this is harmless. This is really harmless. But from what I've heard, apparently people have gotten very, very angry at this video. There's been a lot of discourse around this, and judging by the comments, there are 42,000 comments on this video. So let me just talk about this. So first of all, like the period syncing thing is kind of tenuous to begin with, whether people's periods sync up or whatever. It's only a matter of time before inevitably your period will sync up with somebody else. But secondly, and more importantly perhaps, is do trans women have periods? And the answer is, depends on what you mean by a period. Do trans people shed uterine linings? No, they don't. But do trans people have hormone cycles? Yes, they absolutely do. They do have hormone cycles, especially depending on their particular hormone regimen. Some people cycle progesterone, which functionally reproduces the physiological effects of a period. Wow, turns out, yeah, actually it depends on what you mean by period. And some trans people do have periods, or at least some part of what we would call a period. A lot of people are going to get offended about that. A lot of people are going to say, oh, but you're going against biology. No, I'm not. When you put estradiol and progesterone into your body replicates those exact same cycles. So while only, and remember, only some about a period actually has to do with the shedding of the uterine lining. Almost everything else has to do with hormones. There you go. Let's react to the next one. I wanted to take a look at what this next one was here, because there's a lot of these apparently. It looks like, it looks like a lot of people are accusing her of spreading misinformation, which is just not true. That's simply not true. Let's look at this video. Here's another video. There we go. Yes, trans women can get period like this. Do we get periods? No. Stop being ignorant and misgendering her in the comments. Yeah, I'm gonna make it spicy takes. Absolutely. We're gonna do some spicy takes. Here's another one. The Fae, you're wrong. You're just wrong. The girl on the left says, yes, trans women can get period-like symptoms. Do we get periods? No. Stop being ignorant and misgendering her in the comments. Okay, guys, hold on a second. Do we know why the word is called a period? Do you know why we call it a period? It's because it occurs at a specific cycle. It's periodical. That's why it's called a period. It's not called that because of other things. There is a hormone cycle that causes a lot of the effects of the period. Now, once again, this is a situation where it depends on what you mean by period. If you're very rigid and you insist that a period is only the shedding of the uterine lining, then you're right. Trans women don't have periods. But I think that's a particularly rigid interpretation. And if you're getting the emotional, biological, muscular effects of a period, I think it's fair to say that's a period. I think that's very silly. I think it's very silly to try and insist that only one interpretation is possibly right and then to blow up on this person for spreading medical misinformation. That's absurd. Come on. Periods are a complicated process with multi-factors. And if a trans woman is hitting multiple of those, then there you go. Please post this take on Twitter if you want to stir things up online. Good idea. Once you get the TikTok up, I'll post the TikTok to Twitter. There you go. You're going to have to do your magic on editing these to make them fit for Twitter, or for TikTok, but I believe in you. I believe in you. Let's watch the next one, okay? So we have two responses here that we're going to watch. So here's the first one. This is called no bleeding equals no period, question mark? Both experience mood swings, PMSing, food cravings, bloating, horrible headaches. So this is a cis friend and a trans friend, okay? I know, sorry, we're not including the audio like that in the same way. Okay, so in this TikTok, okay, let's just react directly to it. I'm trying to learn how to react to these because we can't stitch them directly. Cherry's gonna have to stitch them in the future because of a... Okay, just shut the fuck up, okay? So this is a really great video. I like this video because it highlights exactly what I've been talking about with this, which is that a period isn't a single symptom event. There is PMS, there is cramps, there is digestive issues, there are headaches, there is dehydration. These are all things that trans women can experience because trans women are on an identical hormone regimen to cis women. So I don't understand why there's such a conflict over this unless people are trying to be exclusionary. If it helps this trans person and apparently the cis friend who's here to understand their periods in that way, that's perfectly fine. Why would you like knock somebody's interpretation of things just because they're missing one of the possible symptoms? It seems like they're experiencing a lot of the other symptoms. This sounds, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit phobic, just a tiny bit, okay? So people should maybe be a little bit more careful about how they talk about these things. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's all about that essentialization in the end. It looks like there's another response as well. So let's respond to this one real quick, okay? Yeah, true. I never made anything a competition. I just shared my experience. Okay, this is super interesting. Okay, so this is something that you see a lot, is that a trans person will talk about their personal experience with something like, say, I don't know, you know, a period or PMS or cramps or whatever. A trans woman will talk about that shit and then everyone will attack her as if she's taking space when in reality she's literally just sharing her experience. And guess what? Even if she's wrong, who cares? Even if she was incorrect or mistaken or whatever, she's still only explaining her experience. There was no... In any of these videos, there was never any attempt to make a competition or anything like that. And yet, as we have seen, some of the comments are incredibly aggressive, including misgendering her. That seems pretty fucked. That seems very fucked to me. And it sounds to me like they're compensating because in reality, what they want to say is we don't like trans people talking about their experiences in public, which seems to be the case all the time, judging by how much transphobia I get on TikTok and beyond. So here we go. We got a comment here. Striped Kidder, I'm about to get a little gross. I am female biologically. I do not get a monthly menstrual cycle because I have an IUD and I take a medication that affects it. According to these fuckheads, because I don't shed my uterine lining but still experience everything else, you can't be a woman. Well, in their words, you don't have a period. But that's absurd. We acknowledge that's absurd. We acknowledge that's absurd. I'm AFAB pre-everything. I also have colitis, and the symptoms of colitis are a lot like a period. Abdominal pain and blood is a colitis thing. Colitis flares run in cycles, and we use daily pills to make the disease chill. So I don't know, colitic cis dudes be having periods, I guess. I mean, does that matter? Does that matter how you frame it, you know? Like, okay, maybe you could put it that way. I think that's probably a little bit of a particular stretch because we're specifically talking about the exact identical hormones. Just so you know right now, like, hormone regimens for trans women are bioidentical. The estradiol, the progesterone, these are identical to the exact hormones that appear in a cis woman's body. So this is not like a far-fetched idea. You are biologically transitioning your body. The idea that, like, this is one of the things that gets me that drives me nuts, is that people pretend that trans people don't have any biological changes when we motherfucking take HRT to biologically change our body, and our bodies react biologically to the HRT. It drives me wild. Oh, yeah, Cherry, by the way, you'll be able to use all of this. You can cut this stuff in to those TikToks however you want. All of this ranting that I'm doing right now, feel free to use this in editing for the TikToks, not just the immediate responses. I'm going to get better with this over time. I'm still not used to how to react to TikToks, you know? The kid says, before T, I had irregular bleeding, but hormonally still had my period. So my cis ass had the identical experience of trans women. These people are just policing trans women because of discomfort, instead of investigating why they just take it out on y'all. And I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's very frustrating. This is something that happens all the time. Also, notice that in this conversation, trans men have been ignored completely. Now, I know that the beginning of it was... Now, the original claim was didn't even mention trans women. It just said trans people originally. Now everybody else projected onto that it's only about trans women. Notice that the responses were talking about trans women, but everyone ignored that trans men still exist and some trans men still have periods. Is this a difficult, like, why are people so aggressive about this? They're so aggressive, they're so willing to go aggro that they literally make trans masks invisible. Yeah, it's very frustrating. It's something that that makes me very angry. We've been invisible. Hold on. This is a thing. It's very interesting to me. This is something I've talked about many times, that there is a very weird standard for trans visibility. So trans women are extremely hyper visible because, of course, trans women are they're gonna sneak into the women's bathrooms. And of course, there is this disgust in our general society at like males who present femme. Gay men are hit with this, all kinds of stuff like that. So that's something that happens. But keep in mind, so there's that whole fixation. But it's very weird how that can change when the conversation changes, because there's an area where trans men are hyper visible for very negative reasons, and one of those situations is lesbianism. Isn't it weird that TERFs all of a sudden, they will ignore the existence of trans men for forever, and then all of a sudden they're, our lost lesbian sisters, our lost lesbian sisters, and then they're all of a sudden trans masks are given just unbelievable scrutiny on this particular issue and then ignored everywhere else. And likewise, trans women are completely ignored in that conversation in favor of just presenting a one-sided narrative. So it's very disgusting to analyze how visibility is weaponized against trans people. And all I have to say at the end of the day is fucking trans solidarity. All the trans masks, all the trans femmes, and all of the hardline middle of the cloud non-binary folks who express themselves in incomprehensible ways, we're all in this together. And we're all going to fight to the death side by side. You understand that? Fucking get that shit. Because guess what? Remember that our visibility is simultaneously used simultaneously used against us both. I should say our visibility and our lack of visibility is used against all types of trans people. But trans femmes and trans masks have their visibility used against them in different ways that we should all be cognizant of. We should be aware at the very strange nature of the conversation around lesbians, where all of a sudden there's a fixation on lost lesbian sisters and a complete ignorance of the fact that trans women can be lesbians. How interesting that all of a sudden they they hyperfixate on demonizing trans men there, and then they slice trans women out of the conversation completely. Meanwhile, in the conversation about bathrooms, trans men are conveniently sliced out because nobody wants to think about what it would be like to force a trans man to go into the woman's bathroom based on these shitty ass laws, and then they hyperfixate on trans women. It's always when it's convenient for them. You want to know another example of this? I can highlight another example of this. Do I have time to call after stream? Absolutely. Of course. I will call after stream, absolutely. But let me tell you about another thing. Do you remember, we've talked about in the past about Blanchard. Ray Blanchard was a sexologist who, a now disgraced sexologist, by the way, who created a pseudoscientific dichotomy of trans people. He fixated on trans women. And the funny thing is that when he was questioned on this, he had a very interesting response, okay? So let me explain this real quick. Yes, is he the person that said people wanted to fuck their female self? Yes, that is correct, basically, more or less. The idea was, in Blanchard's dichotomy, he believed that there were basically two types of trans people. Homosexual transsexuals and autogynephiles. Autogynephiles were what he believed most trans people were. An autogynephile is somebody who is fetishistically attracted to the idea of themselves as a woman. Okay? Very weird formulation, but he believed that basically most trans women were just doing it to get off, which is insane to even think about given how much shit you have to go through. Now, then there was, of course, in his mind, homosexual transsexuals, which were gay men before transition, and then transitioned into, in their mind, more passing women. It was very fucked. Now, here's a weird thing. You want to see what I'm talking about? You might be like, wait a minute, where is this going? When questioned about trans men, despite the fact that they're both types of trans people, when questioned about trans men, Blanchard said, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't want to read you all of his stupid interviews, but I'm paraphrasing. He said basically there is only one type of trans man because it would not make sense in his mind, or it would not make sense in his mind for AFAB people to have a unnatural or fetishistic sexual desire for a penis, because he believed that everybody desired a penis because the penis was representative of sociological phenomenon in society. So he believed that trans women were fetishistically addicted to the idea of having a pussy, but that trans men could not be fetishistically attracted to the idea of having a penis. This entire conversation was completely fucked. Yeah, Freud moment, a real Freud moment. But that was accepted science for like 30 years in America. Literally just completely fucked. Completely and utterly fucked. And yet, that was used as diagnostic standards until it was debunked completely, which is why nobody talks about it anymore, even though that was what I had to grow up with. Yes, mainstream doctor's office type shit. Yep, this was accepted science. You would be, I was questioned, by the way, just so you know, I was questioned at one point during my transition under, to weed out whether I was AGP or HSTS. That actually happened to me. I actually had to go through the questions that are designed to figure out if you're a fake fetishist or a real transsexual. Just saying. So, yep. This is why it's important that we're critical even of things that assert themselves as scientific fact. We should always be willing we should always be willing to critique and inquisit upon these things. Yeah, Gen Z is lucky in some ways, but yeah. That kind of shit is why I use an informed consent clinic. The doctors are more educated and focused on trans healthcare, and I don't have to deal with that bullshit. Informed consent clinics, if you can get them, are the best in the world. They're the real. Informed consent is the correct way of doing things, and is also the way that trans activists have been pushing for forever. Jade Unicorn says, I want to become a Congress member so bad so I can troll Marjorie Taylor Greene and also fight back against the anti-trans arc. The congressman in my state is 89 years old and close to retirement or death. I have 5 years till I'm of age to run. Should I aim to run for Congress in 5 to 6 years? If that's what you want to do, go for it. Go for it. Informed consent clinics on Grime Dango says informed consent clinics make libs and sock dems on Twitter go brrr. It's true. They lose their mind over informed consent, despite the fact that all of the data supports informed consent. All actually accepted scientifically rigorous data that we currently have, except that informed consent is the most ethical way to go forward with HRT. And guess what? That was what trans people were advocating for back when Blanchard was doing his bullshit. What is an informed consent clinic? An informed consent clinic is where you can go there and you can say, hi, I want to get on HRT. And then they will respond to you by saying, okay, here's the information about the drugs. Here's what you can expect. Here are the health risks. Here are the potential side effects. Is this still something you want to do? Okay, here's what we require. Sign on the line here. Get a blood test. Bam. That's what informed consent is. It's basically treating you like a human who can make decisions for yourself. Spectrum says, encountering the quote-unquote theory of quote-unquote autogynephilia fucked me up while trying to figure myself out. Yes. The learning about or being inundated in a culture that accepted autogynephilia literally fucked my early transition. I would, like, it really fucked me. I'm not kidding you. It feels like ancient history now, but I used to obsess over it because even though I felt like it was wrong and it didn't match my experience, there were so many people pushing it at the time that I couldn't help but look at my life through it. And I've talked about this before, by the way. I've talked about this before in the past where I did what was called the trial by fire is what I called it at the time, which is at the time I said, okay, I am still having trans feelings even after detransitioning, even after accepting that I must not be the right type of trans person. I have to go and I have to expose myself to all of it. And so I dived into all of Blanchard's work. I dived into responses and critiques of Blanchard and to the developing science on it. And then at the end, I said, oh my God, this shit is bullshit. There is no reason why I shouldn't transition. And then I transitioned. But imagine the people who didn't get to that particular line. Because that took emotional tribulation and a massive cost on my mind. The fact that you use the right type of trans woman there is what fucked me up for so long. That I'm not the right type of trans. That was the fixation. The idea is to make you feel like the reason why these structures were so bad is because the goal is to pressure you into being a second-class human. It's about dehumanization. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It is about assimilation. That exactly. Grime Dango knows. Grime Dango and I are about the same age, and we transitioned at very similar times. And Grime Dango knows how bad it was. It was everywhere. And there's some people who still push it today, like some certain sock dems on Twitter. But yeah, straight up. Can we talk about how long NB people were erased for it despite being a cross-cultural thing? Yeah, it was really bad. It was really, really, really bad. Yep. Yeah, I mean, non-binary people were erased because non-binary people were seen as posers. They were seen as not having an actual claim. As if gender dysphoria that doesn't tell you to go to the complete other side of the gender spectrum is somehow illegitimate. Isn't that an absurd idea that, like, oh, if your gender dysphoria doesn't specifically make you want to be a hyper femme person, then your gender dysphoria isn't real? That is absurd. That is so absurd, and yet it was accepted for a very long time. Yeah, it's similar to how some people talk about neopronouns. True. The fucking trans trenders discourse. Oh, God, I could get into that. Oh, God. I hate that word. I fucking hate that word. Jessica Metal says, the fact that I was pretty soft butch fucked me up for a while because I thought I wasn't the right kind of trans. I even had True Scum calling me slurs because I was still grappling over whether I wanted bottom surgery or not. I don't want bottom surgery. Tons of people don't want bottom surgery. Bottom surgery isn't the only way of expressing your transness. Anybody who's not like a hardline essentialist should be able to recognize this. But that's the secret. Most of the people who are trans meds are essentialists. I agree, Starshine Dub. Gayfesh says, the first time I ran into someone complaining about trenders was a commenter in Shit Reddit Says, and I was like, hold on, fuck you. Who the fuck are you to judge that? Intentions Nasty says, yeah, as a femme trans mask non-binary person, I feel this really hard. Listen, femme trans mask non-binary people, I will die to defend you. I will die to defend you. You people are amazing. You're beautiful and wonderful. Don't ever let them take it from you. Grime Dango says, my bottom surgery didn't work. I'm still a top. Oh, oof. Fucking oof. I support I support non-binaries of all flavors. Trans mask femboys are valid, 100%, and also incredibly, incredibly hot. Holy shit. Incredibly fucking hot. Oh, we got Vermin's attention. You're gonna spam bad faith in the TikTok comments? Please do. Cherry, I think I've gotten you a lot of stuff to work on TikTok with from this conversation, huh? Did you know there's actually, there's a couple of places, in the US where you can get designer genitals. It's just very, very expensive because it's not covered by any insurance. Did you know there's a clinic that does nulling? That's wild. That's wild. I didn't even know that was a thing. That was like outside of things on the internet. The it's discourse in regards to the humanization of trans people is something I didn't know would be a thing. Well, of course, you will always be surprised. Trans mask femboys, aka as sex workers used to call them back in my day, bonus hole boys. Is an orchiectomy not bottom surgery? Okay, true. Okay, true. I did have an orchiectomy, and yes, it is bottom surgery, but it's not what most people think of, so I usually put a little asterisk. It counts. It's true. And I did have a more invasive form of orchiectomy. That's true. I fully support anyone who wants it, but nulling scares the shit out of me personally. Yeah, but there's some interesting things that people do with it. A lot of times they don't remove all, like, sensory tissue. They just change the shape. It legally counts. Oh, it does legally count, doesn't it? That's true. Am I the only person here that encountered Blanchardism while figuring out biness before I was even an egg? No, you're not. Many people did. Also, Demon Mama, please do a segment on the it's discourse soon. It is literally all they are talking about on TikTok. Wait a minute, I could do that right now. Do you want me to do that right now? Guys, the it's discourse is super, super simple, okay? Let's talk about it's. The reason why we respect pronouns is because... Oh, you're coming in for the it's discourse? Hold on, I'm doing a TikTok. You don't want to come in here right now. Hold on, scooch off the side. I know I'm speaking for you right now as an it's user, but give me just a moment here, okay? I'm gonna do the TikTok on, okay? Here's the thing. Here we go. Everybody, the it's discourse is super, super easy. We respect people's pronouns because people have a right to determine their own identity. It's is not dehumanizing to someone who asks you to use it's. That is their right. You are being dehumanizing to them by denying them their agency. Just use it's if somebody wants to have it's pronouns used. It's that simple. Just like using she, her could be disrespectful if you used it for a trans mask person. That doesn't mean that she, her are bad pronouns. The same applies for it's. If someone asks for it's pronouns, you respect them because we respect pronouns because people have a right to determine their own identity. Okay, TikTok, please be cool. Please recognize and embrace neopronouns, it's, all of this stuff, okay? It really is that simple. Thank you and much love from Demon Mama. There you go. How was that, Cherry? Was that good, Cherry? Was that fucking good? I hope that's usable. I hope that was usable. Very poggers. Hey, Demon Mama, I have some content about some other TikTok drama about another trans content creator getting harassed. What would be the best Discord channel to put that into? Actually, the best thing you could do would be to message that to Cherry. So Cherry could put together a TikTok document for me so I can reply on it soon. Oh yeah, it's a little easier because they're longer videos. Though people have requested I keep my videos short. Okay, everybody. Okay, everybody. I'm so different than Zan. Lonnie and I do not have to literally drag you out of bed while you scream and cry to respond to discourse on stream. No, I love this shit. You know, TikTok is really fun to me. You know, maybe I sound like a boomer, but like I love the energy that's on TikTok. I find TikTok engaging and fun. Maybe it's my femoid shaped brain. I don't know. Maybe my femoid brain goes, like a gay French king or some shit. There it comes. Fucking the throwback. Woo! Woo! A white girling it up, indeed. Not tagged? Not tagged. Oh my god, wait, does that mean we could watch it? Does that mean we could watch it? I don't think I don't want to take a risk, the second one in this one. Gay French King, that's how you do jokes. See, I can make the gay French King funny. Weirdly enough. Weirdly enough, I can. Yeah, I won't do it. Can you do the identifying as non-human discourse next? You said you'd do it one day. Wait, I've already talked about that like 10 times. What do you mean as identifying as non-human? Do you mean like, wait, like, I don't know. I don't think it's that shocking to identify as non-human. Like, keep in mind that humanity is a very, very, very weird classification. And at one point, humans weren't even humans. And they're not going to be someday. Someday, we're going to have to draw a line in the sand and say humans have changed enough that, like, humans have changed enough that we can no longer continue to consider ourselves humans. I don't fucking care. If somebody doesn't identify strongly with humanity, go for it. Who gives a shit? I identify with eldritch monsters. Does that make me inhuman? I don't know. If I felt like it, who cares? It's that simple. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I can understand. Well, here's the thing I will say about it. I can completely understand why someone would feel inhuman or feel divorced from a connection to humanity when they've spent their whole lives being discouraged and told they're not a part of humanity. Can you imagine if you spend your whole life being told that you're subhuman, that being treated subhuman, and then people get mad at you when you embrace that as like a way of reclamation? What a stupid double standard. Yeah, what a ridiculous double standard. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna treat you like a subhuman subhuman your entire life, and then the moment you say, fine then, I am not a human, I am a creature. Wait, when you explain it like that, it's hella based. That's how most people are like, that's how a lot of people understand that. I don't really know a lot about specifically otherkin, but like I don't know a lot. Maybe I don't know a whole lot about otherkin specifically, but there are other ways. What I'm trying to point out is that there are many ways of conceptualizing gender, and gender being a very vague, extremely socially generated concept. I don't care if people get a little creative with the way that they conceptualize gender. Yeah. I don't know much about otherkin specifically. I don't know how otherkin conceptualize themselves, but I'm not like, I don't find it like a big scary thing like some people do. What are your thoughts on people being transracial? People always bring this up whenever I defend neopronouns, and I'm never sure how to respond. It's really silly that people bring up transracial, because racial groups are a completely different type of social construct. Racial identity is way more complex, because racial identity is not like, as far as how we use it socially, it's not entirely a self-declared category. It is impressed upon you. And, I don't know. I don't think it applies very well, and usually when people bring it up, I just go like, what are you fucking talking about? Race is not gender. Gender is not race. They're not the same type of social construct. I would have to do more research to like look into the specifics of how race is formulated, but also keep in mind that we have changed the way that we understand race for some time, right? Like we for the last like 50 years, we've drastically changed what we understand race to be. Where at one point, race was considered to be a biological fact, that your race was identified by certain genetics. And now we understand race as actually not strictly just genetic, but it's a complex mixture of like regional history and also sociological factors. There are people who become racialized. The concept of, have you ever heard of the concept of being racialized? Being racialized is when somebody basically gives you a race that you don't have any say in constructing. So like, say you're like a very dark-skinned Latin person, like person from South or Central America or whatever. You have very dark skin. People might call you black. They might treat you like you're black, even if you're not African. Even though most black people are African or Caribbean, whatever. Do you see what I mean? This is why it doesn't map perfectly. There's a different conversation that could be had, but most of the time when people engage in the transracial discourse, it is in explicit bad faith. The kid says, otherkin is valid. It's something that has existed across cultures via reincarnation from animals, humans being animals in and of themselves, or just strongly identifying with metaphors associated with animals. Some people even view us as partially animal because of how we evolved from them. That's fair. See, again, this just sounds like different ways of conceptualizing content. I mean, concepts. Wait, I fucked that line up. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm fucking saying. Yeah, I think I've always thought it more of a spiritual thing, but I think that's valid. Okay, Demon Mama, what are your thoughts on internalized transphobia and homophobia? Absolutely a thing that exists that almost everybody has to some degree. There you go. Yeah. I just try not to police other individuals' identity. Who am I to police another sense of self? That's how I approach it most of the time. Most of the time, I approach the conversation and go, is this my problem? Identity is incredibly, incredibly complex and personalized. I don't fucking care how other people conceptualize themselves. Go for it. People look at me. Okay, if you looked at me, hold on a second. Have you seen, like, how I brand myself? Can we just take a minute here? Okay, and I know a lot of people think I'm kind of crazy, but look at this. Menku, awakened guide of the internet's teeming queer underworld. She, her, non-binary trans, politics of love and change. This is one of the many ways that I conceptualize myself. These are parts of my identity that are important to me. Maybe they don't make sense to anybody else, but I don't need them to. They're for me. They're for my self-understanding. For validation's sake, can I get a men who say they'll never date trans women or transphobic? Men who say they'll never date trans women just because they're trans or transphobic. Absolutely. If there is a guy who would be attracted to and would date a woman, but then wouldn't if he found out that she was trans, that person is a transphobe. Yes. Yep. Yep. Okay, everybody. You know what time it is. I'm exhausted. We've had a fucking fantastic time, but I am really tired and also really hungry. Meme addict, you are my waifu. I should hope not. Please. I'm neither an anime girl nor do I want to be your waifu. You can be an imp, I can be mama, but yeah, no, sorry. But thanks, I guess you were maybe trying to be flattering. I don't know, I can't tell with you. Thank you so much, Vermin. Thank you so much. Much love to you. Big hug. Biggie hug. The VTuber arc? Maybe someday. Maybe someday when I'm an old scary monster, I'm like, oh yeah, you'll be a fucking VTuber. And everybody will go, oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Who are we going to raid into? We got to figure out somebody to raid into. Wait. Vaush is still streaming? What the fuck? Why is Vaush still streaming? Is he drunk streaming? Wait, is Zan on? Is Xanderhall on? He's drunk? Uh-oh. Zan needs viewers, but I am biased. Okay. Xanderhall, we're sending you... No, Vaush has more than enough. We are raiding Xanderhall, but I don't even see him on here. Why don't I see... Is he only streaming on YouTube? Wait, I can't raid in if he's... Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Is he only streaming on YouTube? What's going on here? Wait, why is he not? Do I not follow him on Twitch? Oh my god, I didn't follow him on Twitch. Okay, I fixed it. All right, we're rating Xander Hall. Here we go. Bam! We're rating Xander Hall. And you guys can go give your love to Xan. You can go give your love to Vaush. I don't fucking care, but we're rating Xander Hall because he needs the love and he's playing silly games. And go give Xander Hall lots of love from the imps, okay? Much love to all of you. Big, big heart. I will see you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow starting at noon, giant trans fundraiser. Be there. I will send out announcements. It's going to be super fun. Okay? I'll see you tomorrow. All right? We're going to raise a fuckload of money, help out some trans people. See you soon. Mwah.